Thank you. Morning, sir.
Good morning.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your last name for the court?
Yep, my name is Nick Bradford, Bradford.
What do you do for work, sir?
I'm a DNA expert for Bodie Technology
And where is Bodie Technology located?
in Lorton, Virginia.
And where did you go to school, sir?
I went to school at Mercyhurst College in Erie, Pennsylvania for a bachelor in forensic biology and a master's in forensic molecular biology from the George Washington University in Washington, D.C.
And following your education, where did you go to work?
I started at Bodie in about 2009.
And so did you work at Bodie prior to your graduation?
Yes.
And how long have you worked there at Bodie?
Since then, I spent 2 years at the Pennsylvania State Police about 2021.
And when you joined Bodie Technologies, what was your position and title that you were initially hired for?
I was initially a DNA technician
And when did you become an analyst?
in 2014.
And what is the difference between a technician and an analyst?
The technicians operate the robotic equipment in the labs and assist with paperwork and various reagent duties and things like that.
And what does an analyst do?
An analyst analyzes the DNA evidence that's submitted from various police agencies from around the country. We come to court to testify and do statistical analysis of any comparisons that we might do.
Now, if you could, sir, please describe for the jury the training that you underwent initially as a technician.
As a technician, it was probably maybe 2 or 3 months training process that involved various reading of the manuals for the robotics and various written and verbal exams.
Now, is there a continuing educational component at Bodie?
Yes, for DNA analysts, we have proficiency testing twice a year. We have to do a certain number of hours of continuing education, so that would be things like conferences, things like that. And we have to do scientific literature reviews, so we have to keep up with scientific articles 4 times a year.
Now, if you could just expound a little as far as what exactly does that continuing educational component consist of, as far as the conferences and scientific literature review? What specific areas are you reviewing and going to conferences on?
Yeah, so that would be areas specific to forensic DNA testing.
Now, how many analysts work at Bodie?
Somewhere between 60 and 75, maybe.
And if you could, please describe for the jury what kind of lab Bodie is.
So Bodie is a private DNA lab, and we take casework from various police agencies across the country, and we also have groups that work on international cases and things like that.
Now, you mentioned some of your work, bless you, is submitted from law enforcement agencies around the country. Is that the entirety of the work, or where does some of the other pieces come from?
Yeah, so like I said, some of it is international, and then we also do some research work as well.
Now, what type of analysis do you currently perform at Bodie?
So I'm part of the customized casework group. So we take generally one-off cases or smaller, more complex cases, and then we work through those.
Now, specifically with reference to DNA analysis, can you explain to the jury, first in sort of general terms, how is that analysis performed?
Yeah, so for DNA analysis, what we're trying to do is obtain a DNA profile from a piece of evidence and then potentially compare that with a reference sample from a known individual.
Now, is the Bodie lab accredited?
Yes.
And by whom is it accredited?
Through the National Institute of Standards.
Now, within the Bodie lab, are there certain steps that are taken to prevent against contamination?
Yes. So at every step of the testing process, we have positive and negative controls. The evidence room is a secure room, so only a handful of people have access to that room. And then everything that we would need to test, we would sign out, and that would be recorded on the chain of custody. The building itself is secure, so you need to swipe your badge to sign in. We wear protective equipment through all parts of the process. So we have gloves, goggles, lab coat, hair nets, masks. And after we write the reports, all of our results are reviewed prior to being reported.
Now, to that point, sir, is there a review process that your work and any analyst work undergoes at the Bodie labs?
Yes. So the final step would be a technical and an administrative review.
Now, can you describe that process as far as the technical review and review in general at Bodie?
Yeah, so we submit the case file with a report and all of our conclusions, and then another analyst goes through everything and makes sure that they agree with everything that we submitted.
I think you made reference to this a little earlier in your testimony, but as part of the accreditation process, do you undergo proficiency testing?
Yes, twice a year.
And can you explain to the jury that proficiency testing process?
Yes, so twice a year we get what's essentially a mock case submitted from an outside vendor that we treat as if it were an actual case. We go through and do all the testing that we would normally do, and then submit that back to the vendor, and they compare the results to the known results of what they should be.
Now, what areas have you specifically undergone proficiency testing in?
So everything that I am trained and signed off in.
In DNA specifically, is that correct?
Yes.
And have you successfully completed each of those proficiency tests that you've taken?
Yes.
Now, you made reference to this a little earlier, but can you explain to the jury what are positive and negative controls?
Right. So positive controls we use to make sure that the various testing steps that we're performing are working as we expect. So if we have a positive control, we would expect to see the DNA profile that we intend to see in that positive sample. Negative samples we use to make sure that there aren't any sources of contamination along the way. The chemicals that we're using aren't potentially contaminated, or that maybe samples were switched or something along the way.
Now, when you were assigned work within the DNA unit at Bodie Technologies, where do you retrieve that item, or where do you retrieve those items physically from?
Yeah, so those would be delivered to our secure evidence room, and then any testing performed, we would need to sign that out, and that would be recorded on the chain of custody.
Now, the secure evidence room, is that temperature controlled at all?
Yes, we have just basic climate control as well as freezers and refrigerators.
And freezers, refrigerators are commonly referred to as cold storage. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, why is items of evidence stored in cold storage?
Certain items of evidence are stored cold because things like heat, UV light, and moisture can cause microbial activity or degrade the DNA, so we would not get the highest quality results that we would want.
Now, when you retrieve items from the cold storage or from the secured evidence room, how are those items packaged when you receive them for DNA testing?
So they're usually, however they're packed from, like, for example, the police agency that sends it to us, they'll pack them according to their guidelines and standards, and then they're sent to us and we store them in the freezer. And then when they're signed out on our end, we just have a basic container that we put them in to keep the case together.
Now, so what is DNA?
So DNA is basically the manual for a living organism. Most of the DNA is contained within the nucleus of every cell, or pretty much every cell. And it contains all the information that is needed to make an individual.
Now, is DNA the same in every cell of a person's body?
Yes.
And how many steps are included in DNA testing?
So forensic DNA testing, the testing that we did, there are basically 4 steps. So there's DNA extraction, quantification, amplification, and profile detection.
Now, can you describe for the jury what each of those steps are and sort of what they entail?
Yes. So DNA extraction is we are basically trying to separate out the DNA from everything else. So all the other parts of the cell or any other material that might be part of the evidence. So we're left with just the DNA. Next is quantification. And we are trying to figure out how much DNA we have to work with. The steps further down the line are calibrated to a certain amount of DNA input. If we add too much DNA, it can cause problems. So we need to know how much we have to work with. And then the next step is amplification. So this is when we take 20 to 25 different locations within the genome that we're interested in looking at. And we make millions and millions of copies of each of those locations. And in each one of those copies, there's a fluorescent tag that's embedded into each one. So then that leads to the final step of profile detection, where we separate those fragments out by size, and that fluorescent tag allows us to identify those particular locations.
Now, sir, in January of 2024, were you assigned to perform some work on a lab case number, your Bodie lab case number, CCA 2416-0023, pertaining to this defendant, Karen Reed?
Yes.
Now, you received those items for testing from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory, correct?
Correct.
Now, do you also, when you receive items from an outside agency, do you also receive a corresponding submitting agency case number from that agency?
Yes.
And in this case, that was Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory lab number 22-02184. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, what type of work were you assigned to do in this case?
So in this case, I was assigned to look at an extract that was submitted from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, as well as a hair, and then 2 reference samples that were also submitted.
Now, could you explain to the jury the process that you used to analyze, in general terms, evidence in this case?
Yes. So generally, we follow that same process, with the exception of the extract that was submitted. Since the extraction process was already completed, we did not need to do that, and we could move straight to quantification. And then we did the entire process for the hair as well as the reference samples.
Now, you made brief reference to it a moment before, but was there a known standard that was done in this case?
Yes.
And did another analyst test and report the results from the known blood standard of John O'Keefe?
Correct.
And how was that done?
Yes. So the entirety of the testing was performed at the state lab, and they submitted the final profile to us for comparison.
Now, what is a DNA profile?
So a DNA profile is basically just a list of all the variants at those 24 or 25 different locations that we're interested in. And the entirety of those different variations are what makes a DNA profile individual or unique.
Now, as far as when you're looking or analyzing or examining a DNA profile, can you describe for the jury, what does it look like? What are you looking at?
So when we're looking at a DNA profile, it's essentially a graph with a series of peaks across the horizontal axis. And those correspond to the length of the DNA fragments that we amplified. And those are assigned a number based on the length of that fragment. And those numbers are what we refer to as the alleles. And those numbers are assembled into essentially a chart, and that's the DNA profile.
Now, could you please describe to the jury the process of comparison between a known standard and an evidence sample?
Yes. So when we have an evidence sample, we need to compare it to a reference sample. And then, so what we do is we take those 2 tables that I mentioned, one from the evidence sample and one from the reference sample, and we put them next to each other and do a comparison to see if the reference profile is potentially part of the evidence profile. And then if the 2 are consistent, then we would need to do a statistical we need to do a statistical calculation to determine the strength of the match. For example, if 1 in every 3 people would be a potential match, then that's not very strong. So we have to have some sort of mathematical weight to describe the potential match.
Now, if you could again, sir, explain to the jury, what was your role in the testing in this case?
Yes. So my role was to analyze the DNA profiles and then do the comparisons.
Now, what items specifically did you receive for DNA testing in this case?
So yes, like I mentioned, we received the hair, we received the 2 reference samples, we received an extract from a taillight, as well as the negative control that was associated with that. And then we also received a reference profile from the state lab.
Now, starting with what your lab has labeled as EO2, that has a corresponding State Police Crime Lab item number 3-1.1. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what was the description of that item, EO2 3-1.1?
So that was the extract of the sample from the passenger side taillight of the vehicle.
And was there any further description of that vehicle as far as the plate number?
Yes, there was a plate number associated with it.
And do you recall what the plate number was?
So that would be 3GC684.
And did you receive 2 buckle samples identified as RO3 and RO4?
Yes.
And what was RO3 identified as?
So that was a buccal swab from Yuri Bagetic.
And what was RO4 identified as?
So that was a buccal swab from Michael Proctor.
And then that extract portion, that was the part that was labeled as EO2, is that correct?
Correct.
And can you please explain to the jury what an extract is?
So like I mentioned, an extract is essentially, it's a tube with a small amount of liquid in it, and inside that liquid is the DNA that was extracted from the evidence sample.
Now, the known standard of Mr. John O'Keefe, that had an item number as well, is that correct?
Yes.
And what was that item number first from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory?
So that was 8-1.1.1.
And did your lab, Bodie Technologies, have a corresponding item number associated with that known standard?
No, we just used the Massachusetts lab number for that.
And that known standard from John O'Keefe, did that appear to be a standard single source profile?
Yes.
And what is a single source profile?
So a single source profile is essentially a DNA profile from one individual, as opposed to a DNA profile that could be a mixture of multiple individuals.
Now, what does STR stand for?
It stands for short tandem repeat.
And can you please describe that short tandem repeat process for the jury?
Yes. So like I mentioned, what we're doing with STR short tandem repeat testing is we're amplifying a number of locations in the genome, and then we're separating them out by size. Now, the reason we do that is because at the sort of at the DNA level, those regions of the genome have a series of genetic base pairs that repeats over and over again in sequence. So they're short tandem repeated DNA sequences. And the number of times that sequence repeats at that location is what we call the allele. So if the sequence repeated 5 times, we would call that allele 5. And that the summation of all those alleles is what makes the DNA profile.
And what is an STR mix?
So are you referring to the computer program, StarMix?
Yes, StarMix, excuse me.
Yes, okay. Yes, so when we're dealing with mixture profiles, so that would be DNA evidence profiles where more than one person's DNA is all mixed together. We need to be able to try to separate that out as best we can. We use a computer program called STRMix or StarMix, and that uses various mathematical calculations that allow us to make the best use of that mixture data that we can. And it allows us to run those statistical calculations to reference profiles as well.
Now, item EO2 from the passenger side taillight of the vehicle. What did you conclude as to that profile?
Yeah, so that was a mixture of 3 individuals, including at least 1 male.
Now, if you could, please walk the jury through that process in making a profile comparison from the profile from the passenger side taillight of the defendant's vehicle and your other submitted samples.
Yes. So when we're using StarMix and we're doing a comparison, we have the StarMix output. And essentially what that's doing is we input, based on the DNA profile that we observe, the number of contributors that we would expect to be there. So in this case, we would say there were 3 individuals. So the StarMix software will break out those 3 different components and give probabilities to each different allele combination. So we would take the reference profile and then compare that to the output from the StarMix program to see if there's a potential inclusion. Now,
you mentioned a little bit about statistical calculations. How are those statistical calculations done?
Yes. So once we determine that there's a potential inclusion in the mixture, we will run what's called a likelihood ratio. So essentially what we're doing there is we're doing a likelihood ratio is we're comparing 2 different explanations for the evidence profile that we obtained. So one of those explanations would be that in this case, the DNA profile is a mixture of one of those reference samples that we're comparing and 2 unknown unrelated individuals. The other explanation would be that it was 3 unknown unrelated individuals. So we compare those 2 and we determine the ratio of which one is more likely.
And where do those statistical numbers or calculations, where do they come from?
So they're all based in the fact that we know how common the different alleles at each location are within the population. So we can do a lot of mathematics and figure out how rare or common different alleles might be.
Now, sir, in your comparison analysis between the taillight sample and the known standard from John O'Keefe, what conclusions did you make from your analysis or comparative analysis between those two?
Between John O'Keefe and the mixture profile, John O'Keefe could not be excluded as a potential contributor to that mixture profile.
And as far as the statistical analysis, what, if anything, did you find with reference to that?
Yes. So we did, like I mentioned, that likelihood ratio. And in the case of it being a mixture of John O'Keefe and two unknown unrelated individuals, it would be 740 nonillion times more likely that it was a mixture of John O'Keefe and two unrelated individuals versus three unknown unrelated individuals.
Now, that number that you just referenced, as far as 740 nonillion times more likely, how many zeros are in the nonillion?
Nonillion is 30 zeros.
Now, this analysis supported a strong support for inclusion, correct?
Correct.
Now, can you explain to the jury what that means as far as a strong support for inclusion?
Yes. So we have a chart that based on the likelihood ratio, so that 749 million number, based on the different numbers that we might get, we assign a verbal qualifier to that just to make it a little bit more user-friendly. So in this case, it would technically be very strong support for inclusion.
Now, in your comparison analysis between the taillight sample and the known standard from Yuri Buchanan, what conclusions did you make from your analysis of those?
So he could not be visually excluded based on just comparing the profile to the star mix output. So we do the likelihood ratio to determine that, like I said, that likelihood ratio. So in this case, it was 46 million times more likely that it was three unknown unrelated individuals versus Yuri Buchanan and two unknown unrelated individuals. So that would be very strong support for exclusion.
And again, sir, if you could just expound a little, when you say very strong support for exclusion, what does that mean?
Again, we're just referring back to the verbal scale that we have as part of our reporting guidelines.
Now, in your comparison analysis between the taillight sample and the known standard from Michael Proctor, what conclusions did you make from your analysis there?
Yes, so he could not be visually excluded, again, based on that initial comparison. So we run the statistic, and it was 76,000 times more likely that it was three unknown unrelated individuals versus Michael Proctor and two unknown unrelated individuals. And that would be strong support for exclusion.
So with reference to the comparative analysis between Trooper Proctor's DNA sample and the taillight sample, that was a strong support for exclusion, correct?
Correct.
Now, turning your attention to what your lab has labeled as EO1, that has a corresponding Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory item number of 3-6.1. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what was the description that was provided by the external submitting agency as far as that item? So
that was the shaft end of a hair from the exterior passenger side rear panel of that same plate number.
Now, as far as that, I understand that your lab didn't do it, but you're familiar with the process as far as extracting a DNA profile from a hair, correct?
Yes.
Can you explain that process to the jury?
Yes. So during the extraction process, we dissolve the hair and then we attempt to do our normal DNA processing.
Now, what is different, if anything, in DNA testing when it comes to hair?
So hair, generally, if it's the hair shaft only, we would not expect to get great STR results. However, it is possible. So we usually attempt that first.
Now, are you familiar with the term follicular tissue?
Yes.
And can you please explain to the jury what that is?
Yes. So that would be the hair follicle. And in the hair follicle, we would expect to find a lot of nuclear DNA. So that would be DNA from the nucleus of cells.
Now, you mentioned there any sort of piece of hair. There's a root end and a shaft end, correct?
Correct.
And can you probably pretty well understood, but could you please explain to the jury the difference between the two?
Yes. So the root end would be the end that we would expect to find the root or the follicle, and then the shaft end would be just the shaft of the hair itself.
Now, what is autosomal DNA testing?
Yes. So autosomal DNA testing. So autosomal DNA is the DNA that from mother and father that's combined in the child. So that would be opposed to DNA that's inherited directly from a single parent. So that would be something like Y chromosome DNA that would be inherited directly from the father. So all the sons of a father would have the same Y profile. Also, there's mitochondrial DNA. So the mitochondria exist outside the nucleus of the cell, and that is inherited directly from the mother. So all of a mother's children would have the same mitochondrial profile.
Now, sir, from your analysis, what were your conclusions for the hair, EO1, in your autosomal or SDR test?
Yes. So we performed the extraction and then the quantification, and the quantification results were below the limit of detection. So we would not expect to get an SDR profile from that hair.
And if you could expound just a bit as far as that term below the limit of detection, what exactly does that mean?
Yes. So during the quantification process, our instruments are calibrated as part of our internal validations to detect a certain amount of DNA. And once we get below that amount of DNA, it's determined, we call that undetermined. So that would be below the instrument's limit of detection. And based on those validations, we would not expect to get a profile from that.
And so what happened with the hair extraction sample in your lab at Bodie from there once you had completed the SDR testing?
Yes. So like I said, it's not unexpected that the shaft of a hair would not give us STR results. So we often transfer those to the mitochondrial group that does the mitochondrial DNA testing.
And why is that transferred from you to another analyst within the lab?
I'm not personally signed off in mitochondria. We don't do quite enough testing to have everyone signed off in all the different technologies.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions.
All right. Mr. Jackson?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thanks for joining us. A couple quick questions. You mentioned, Mr. Bradford, a quantification related to both Juror Buchanan and a known sample from former trooper Michael Proctor. Can we go over, I'm going to ask you about the sample related to Michael Proctor. I think I heard you say 1 in 76,000, correct?
Yes.
Describe that one more time for the jurors. When you quantify that profile as it compares to the population of the Earth, for instance, what does that mean? What's the significance of 1 in 76,000?
Yes. So you need to be very careful when we're talking about statistics, because if we start to introduce different analogies to try to describe them, they start to go off the rails, and we're describing things that are not actually described in the statistic. So it makes a lot of sense to compare that to the population of the Earth, for example. However, what we're talking about here are the relative likelihoods of those two different explanations of the evidence profile. So like I said, in this case, it's 76,000 times more likely that we would observe that evidence profile if it were 3 unknown unrelated individuals, as opposed to Michael Proctor and then 2 unknown unrelated individuals.
And sometimes, Mr. Bradford, we get numbers that are just sort of mind-boggling. You said 30 zeros. What is that number again?
Nonillion.
Nonillion?
Nonillion, yes.
Y'all literally in your job, like, almost have to make up new numbers. Nonillion, none of us have ever heard of that. That's 1 followed by 30 zeros, correct?
Correct.
As opposed to 76,000, which is 76 followed by 3 zeros.
Yes.
Much smaller number by factors of a nonillion, nearly, correct?
Correct.
So when you say that there's strong support for the exclusion of Michael Proctor in that DNA sample, you're not suggesting that he's completely excluded as a potential contributor.
Well, no, what I'm suggesting is what the numbers state, so
Right.
that it's 76,000 times more likely that it were 3 unknown unrelated individuals versus Michael Proctor and 2 unknown unrelated individuals.
Understood. So you're not excluding him. You're simply saying statistically there's strong support for exclusion, but he's not excluded as a contributor. Is that right?
I am saying that there's strong support for exclusion, yes.
Understood. With regard to that taillight sample, you were asked to compare known samples to that taillight sample, the known samples being State Trooper Juror Buchanan and former Trooper Michael Proctor, those 2 known samples, correct?
Correct.
Were you asked to compare a known sample from a person by the name of Brian Higgins?
No.
Were you asked to compare a known sample from a person by the name of Brian Albert?
No.
Were you asked to compare a known sample from a person named Kevin Albert?
No.
Were you asked to compare a known sample from a person by the name of former Chief Kenneth Berkowitz?
No.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. There's Mr. Lally, any follow-up?
No.
Hi, you want also? What was that, witness? Okay. Please feel Riley, your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. Come up to call Carl Miyasako to the stand.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Good morning. Go ahead, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your last name for the court?
Carl Miyasako, Miyasako.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a senior DNA analyst at a forensic laboratory called Bodie Technology,
And where is Bodie Technologies located?
Lorton, Virginia,
And where did you go to school?
Virginia Commonwealth University.
And what degrees did you receive there?
I have a bachelor's of science in forensic science.
Now, following your education, where did you go to work?
Bodie Technology.
And how long have you worked there?
I've been employed at that laboratory for over 11 years.
And when you joined Bodie Technologies, what was your position and title that you were initially hired for?
Initially, I started off as a DNA technician.
And when did you become an analyst?
After a few years at the laboratory, I became a DNA analyst.
What is the difference at Bodie Lab between a technician and an analyst?
Technician mainly does laboratory work, and an analyst is allowed to analyze data and write reports.
Now, could you please describe for the jury the training that you underwent initially as a technician?
So I observed people perform all the tasks that I was training in, and then I'm a supervised performing tasks by a qualified individual, and then I do competency tests where I'm performing things independently.
Now, is there a continuing educational component of Bodie?
Yes.
And could you please describe for the jury what that entails?
So continuing education just allows analysts or technicians to keep up to date with current topics within the community and future advancements in technologies.
Now, could you please describe for the jury what type of lab Bodie is?
Bodie is a private accredited forensic laboratory.
And where do your cases come from?
Our cases come from different agencies throughout the country, so law enforcement agencies, medical examiners, other laboratories as well.
And is that purely on a statewide basis, national basis, or something else?
National basis.
And what is the difference at Bodie Lab or Bodie Technologies between a DNA analyst 1 and a DNA analyst 2?
The type of caseload and different cases being assigned to these individuals.
Now, what is your current role at Bodie Labs?
My current role is a senior DNA analyst.
And what is a senior DNA analyst, and what do you do in that role?
So senior analyst provides expertise or leadership in at least one discipline within the company. Senior analysts report challenging cases, are independent of other analysts, and also train other analysts as well.
Sir, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, please.
And sir, that microphone in front of you is adjustable. You can put it as close to yourself as you feel comfortable with. Thank you, Your Honor. Now, specifically with reference to DNA analysis, can you explain to the jury first in general terms how that analysis is performed at your lab?
Yeah, so it starts with receipt of evidence, and then it goes through the laboratory through different procedures up until we develop that DNA profile and it gets interpreted and analyzed.
Now, is the Bodie Lab accredited?
Yes.
And by whom is it accredited?
We are accredited by a NSI, National Accreditation Board.
Now, are there steps taken within your lab at Bodie to prevent against contamination?
Yeah, we have protocols to monitor contamination and to also prevent contamination.
Now, also at the lab, is there a review process? And can you sort of describe your role as it applies as a senior DNA analyst to that review process?
Yeah, so all cases go through a review process. So after, let's say, the reporting analyst completes a case, it goes into submission for a technical review. During that review process, the entire case file is looked over. So it's looked over to see if everything was done per protocol, if it's something that I or anyone else in the lab would have done, if any necessary processing steps were taken. Data is reviewed. If there was comparisons, that's something that a reviewing analyst would also do and see if they come to the same conclusions as the other analysts.
Now, just again, in general terms, can you explain to the jury just a little bit more in detail as far as the protocols that the technical review is concerned with and sort of how a technical review is able to establish that the testing was done in comportment with that?
Yeah, so as me, if I were doing a technical review, I would look over the entire case file. Did what processing steps happen? Were they per protocol? Is it also something that I would have done in this case? If data is ultimately generated, I also do that comparison. Based on that comparison, what did I come to the conclusion to? Was that the same as the other analysts? Did we agree? Were stats done? Were they done the same way I would have done it? Essentially, all conclusions would have to be in alignment between both analysts.
And so when you're doing a technical review, you're looking at or doing your own sort of comparisons, coming to your own conclusions, and running your own statistics. Is that correct?
Yes, I'm doing the comparisons myself and seeing if I also agree and come to the same conclusions.
Now, as part of the accreditation process, do you undergo any sort of proficiency testing?
We do.
And can you explain to the jury that proficiency testing process at Bodie Technologies?
So an outside organization sends tests to our laboratory. Everyone participating in these proficiency testing completes their assignment. It gets submitted back to the organization, and they review the results to see if it matches up with the expected results on their end.
And how often do analysts at your lab undergo proficiency testing?
Twice a year.
Now, turning to you specifically, what areas do you specifically undergo proficiency testing in?
I do testing within short chain and repeats, STRs, YSTRs, mitochondrial DNA analysis.
And have you successfully completed each of those proficiency tests that you've taken?
I have.
Now, could you explain to the jury what are positive and negative controls, and so what is the difference between the two of those?
So throughout processing, we introduce controls such as a positive and negative control. A positive control is just a known template that we introduce during processing. It measures the efficacy of the testing and to see if we develop the known profile that we are expecting, just to make sure that testing went as it should have. Negative control, on the other hand, monitors for any type of contamination and cleanliness of reagents. And there's no DNA template introduced in this, so we don't expect data. So once that aligns with it, then we know that reagents used were good.
Now, sir, are you familiar with some mitochondrial DNA testing that was performed at Bodie on lab case number CCA 2416-0023 pertaining to this defendant, Karen Reed?
Yes.
And the lab received those items for testing from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory, correct?
Correct.
And did you also, or do you also receive a corresponding agency case number from that arraigned submitting agency?
Yes.
And in this case was the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory, lab number 22-02184.
Yes.
And what type of work did Bodie Labs do on CCA 2416-0023 with respect to mitochondrial DNA testing?
So we received 2 evidence items, a hair sample and a reference sample, and we were asked to type these for mitochondrial DNA.
Now, could you explain to the jury the process in general terms used to analyze that type of evidence?
So it's a similar process that you may have heard already for nuclear DNA or STRs. So after DNA extraction, that's where we isolate and release DNA from the sample. It goes through amplification processing. This is where we employ the polymerase chain reaction or PCR technique. So we create numerous copies of targeted section within the DNA. This is just so we have enough DNA to generate a DNA profile. Following that, we do what's called quantification. So we determine generate an estimate of how much DNA is present within the sample. Following that, we do what's called sequencing. So we use a technique called Sanger sequencing. So bases within the sample, the order bases are determined, and bases are essentially building blocks of the DNA. So everyone has 4 bases in their DNA, and we refer to these bases to the letters A, G, T, and C. After sequencing, we go through what's called capillary electrophoresis, and so these bases are sequenced individually, and the data is interpreted.
Now, was there a known standard done in this case?
Yes.
And did another analyst test and report the results from the known blood standard from Mr. John O'Keefe?
What was that? Sorry.
Sure. Did another analyst test and report the results from the known blood standard from a Mr. John O'Keefe?
Yes.
And again, with reference to mitochondrial DNA testing, what items did the Bodie lab test for?
A hair shaft sample and the known DNA standard.
Now, can you please describe to the jury, again, in general terms, the process of comparison between a known standard and an evidence sample?
So we generate data from typically the evidence sample first, and then just to see that we get comparable data, and then we process the known reference standard. Then we look at the 2 DNA profiles of these different samples, and we compare them. Based on the data, are we seeing that we can or cannot exclude the reference donor as being a source of the evidence sample?
What is autosomal DNA?
Autosomal DNA is like nuclear DNA. It's something that you maybe more, when thought of forensics, traditional STR short chain repeats.
And what is mitochondrial DNA?
Mitochondrial DNA is a different type of DNA from nuclear DNA. So nuclear DNA, you get half of your DNA from your parents, so mom and dad, whereas mitochondrial DNA, it gets entirely inherited from mother to child.
And what is the difference between the two as far as where it's located in reference to the nucleus of the cell?
So with STRs, there's basically 2 copies per cell, whereas with mitochondrial DNA, there are several copies per cell. So there's more abundance in mitochondrial DNA.
Now, how does that apply to an extract from a hair sample?
So for hair samples, we typically categorize these with like hairs with roots and rootless hair samples. So with hair samples, typically on the shaft end, there's more abundance of the mitochondrial DNA versus nuclear DNA, where nuclear DNA tends to be degraded or not present in high enough amounts.
What does PCR stand for?
PCR stands for polymerase chain reaction.
And can you please describe the PCR method to the jury?
Yeah, so that's the process where we create specific targeted sections of the DNA over and over. So we're replicating DNA using the source material as a template. This is because we want enough copies of that DNA to generate the end result of a DNA profile. So it'll be similar to, say, like a copy machine. You start with a single piece of paper, and you make many, many copies from that piece of paper.
Now, sir, you alluded to it, I believe, earlier in your testimony, but just specifically as to this topic, what is DNA sequencing?
DNA sequencing is where we determine the order of bases within that sample.
And how is DNA sequencing used specifically in mitochondrial DNA testing?
So we use that to generate the sequence specific to that sample so that when we get the end result data, we compare it to a known standard or a common reference standard, and any differences from that common standard gets reported as that individual's mitochondrial profile.
Now, how is the testing different between autosomal versus mitochondrial DNA testing?
A lot of it does have some similarities, but the difference comes with STRs being more of a length fragment testing, and mitochondrial DNA is more of a base nucleotide DNA testing.
Now, as far as the running of the DNA, how is that sort of physically done, or what kind of tools are you using specific to mitochondrial DNA testing?
Yeah, so we use different instrumentation, such as like a thermocycler to do the PCR step. And then we also use what's called like a genetic analyzer at the end step of capillary electrophoresis.
Is there a certain type of gel that's used as far as visualization of that profile?
Yeah, so during the quantification step, we use what's called a yield gel, and we get a visual presentation of how much DNA is present within that sample.
When you say a visual presentation, like what type of instruments are you using to get that visualization?
So we use a gel and a UV light and a camera to capture essentially what we refer to as a band.
And what does that band look like?
It's generally, if there is presence of mitochondrial DNA within that sample, it emits a bright band on this gel. If there isn't anything, then we don't observe that band.
And what kind of instrumentation does your lab utilize in mitochondrial DNA testing?
We use a thermocycler or 3130 genetic analyzer as well.
Could you spell that, please?
The thermocycler, or THERMALCYCLER.
And then what were the digits after?
And then the genetic analyzer is a 3130 3130.
And if you could you please describe what those instruments do or what they're used for specifically within the process of the mitochondrial DNA testing?
Yeah, so instruments is common within laboratories for automation purposes, so that thermocycler helps with the PCR stages, and then the genetic analyzer helps with the separation of the individual bases and then generating that end result data where the analyst will interpret the data.
Now, what is a D-loop?
The D-loop is the control region.
And how does that D-loop factor into this type of analysis?
So with mitochondrial DNA analysis, we analyze certain regions within the D-loop or the control region, and we refer to these as hypervariable regions, so HV1 and HV2.
And what does the D-loop have to do with certain variabilities within the human population?
So this region is a non-coding region within the mitochondria, so it can allow for mutations because it wouldn't affect the mitochondria functions. Because of this highly variable difference within this region, it's useful for determining different maternal populations.
Now, did the Bodie lab also perform mitochondrial DNA testing on the known standard from John O'Keefe?
Yes.
And is that mitochondrial DNA testing the same for the known standard of John O'Keefe as it is, as you've been describing with reference to the evidence sample?
Yes.
And what is then done generally in the comparison of those two profiles?
So once we develop the profiles from these two separate sources, a comparison is done to each other, and we look at it to see if the profiles consistent, essentially matching with each other, and seeing if an exclusion or inclusion can be made.
And did you then perform your own comparative analysis of those two mitochondrial DNA profiles from the hair extracts from the rear panel of the defendant's vehicle and that of the known standard of Mr. O'Keefe?
I did.
And what is your opinion or conclusions that you arrived at from that comparative analysis?
Sustained.
If-
Hold on. Ask it differently, Mr. Hall.
What conclusions did you come to from that comparative analysis between those two standards?
That John O'Keefe could not be excluded as being a source of the hair sample.
Now, can you expound a little as far as your conclusion is concerned? What does that mean?
Yeah, if I may refer to my report.
Yes.
So whenever we have a conclusion of a probable inclusion, like in this case where I could not exclude John O'Keefe as being a source of the hair sample, we do a statistical analysis to give weight to that. Probable inclusion. So in this case, using a database and with 95% confidence, at least 99.895% of the population can be excluded as being a source of that hair sample.
And let me ask you just in general terms, that database you're using is referred to as MPOP, EMPOP, is that correct?
Correct.
And what is an MPOP?
So it's a searchable database where we search minor profiles in the database and essentially to see how common or rare that profile will be seen in the population. With MPOP in our laboratory, we search 3 main population groups within the United States: African American, Caucasian, Hispanic. And so the general goal is just to see how rare would that profile be within these populations.
And so what conclusions did you come to with reference to the consistency of the hair sample versus Mr. O'Keefe's sample in that MPOP database?
With 95% confidence, at least 99.895% of the population can be excluded as being a source of the hair sample.
Now, you made reference in your testimony a moment before about a confidence interval. What is that?
Yeah, so whenever we obtain statistical data, we use a confidence interval or upper limit frequency. This is just like a range where the true value of said profile is, but we generally want to report like a conservative end to avoid any false inclusions. So it's at least 99.895% that the majority of the population can be excluded, but it could be higher, but at the lower end, it would be at least 99.895%.
And what confidence interval in your conclusion does this consistency between the hair sample profile from the rear quarter panel of the defendant's vehicle have to Mr. O'Keefe's mitochondrial DNA profile?
So it's the 95% confidence, 99.985% of the population. So the majority of the population could be excluded. However, with John O'Keefe and his maternal relatives, they could not.
Thank you, sir. I have nothing further on.
Okay. Mr. Jackson?
Good morning, Mr. Miyasaka.
Good morning.
Couple of quick questions. Mitochondrial DNA, as you've explained, is different than autosomal DNA in pretty significant ways, correct?
Correct.
What we think of as traditional nuclear DNA, that's autosomal DNA. That's the DNA that we derive from mom and dad comes down to the child, correct?
Correct.
Mitochondrial DNA, by contrast, is simply the maternal line, excluding the dads, correct?
Correct.
So my mitochondrial DNA has nothing to do with my father, everything to do with my mother. Is that right?
Yeah, mitochondrial DNA gets inherited from the mom to child.
Okay, so a male like John O'Keefe, for instance, the known sample that you were working with, shares the exact same mitochondrial DNA as, for instance, his mother, correct?
Correct. His mom and any other maternally related individuals.
You just took the words right out of my mouth. That's my next question. Stop being smarter than me. It's going to be a tough test. It's also the exact same mitochondrial DNA for his grandmother, right?
Correct.
And let's move the lineage off the tree trunk and move it onto branches. For instance, if his mother had 2 children, John and a sister, his sister would also have the exact same mitochondrial DNA, correct?
Correct.
And now staying on that branch of the tree, going out to a leaf, if his sister had children, those children would have the exact same mitochondrial DNA.
Correct.
So another way of saying that, his maternal niece, his maternal nephew would have the identical mitochondrial DNA as John O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
Okay. When you indicated that John O'Keefe is included in the population of those who match that profile, that does not mean that you're determining that the hair that you analyzed came from John O'Keefe, does it?
No, with mitochondrial DNA analysis, it's not unique to individual. Compared to traditional STRs or short chain repeat, that could be unique to individual, but with mitochondrial DNA, it's not unique to individual, but more so a maternal lineage.
All right, so Mr. Miyasako, very importantly, you're not sitting here saying that hair belonged to John O'Keefe.
I'm saying that the hair sample on John O'Keefe cannot be excluded as well as his maternal relatives.
So we're speaking in negatives. I want to speak in a positive. You are not saying that John O'Keefe, that hair belonged to John O'Keefe, are you? Yes or no?
Sustained.
Are you suggesting to these jurors that the hair that you analyzed belonged to John O'Keefe?
Sustained.
Are you telling the jurors to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that the hair that you analyzed belonged to John O'Keefe?
I'll see you at sidebar.
Sure. May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Miyasako, going back to my question, you're not saying that the hair belonged to John O'Keefe, correct? That's not what you're saying.
What I'm saying is based on the genetic data obtained from the hair sample and the genetic data obtained from the known reference sample of John O'Keefe, I could not exclude John O'Keefe as being a possible source of the hair sample. In addition, all maternally related individuals could not be excluded as being a source of the hair sample.
Another way of saying that, Mr. Miyasako, is to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, you cannot say that hair belonged to John O'Keefe specifically, can you? Yes or no?
No, with mitochondrial DNA, you can't
Okay.
say that it is per se an individual person, so it's more so the maternal line.
Because the hair could have come from his mom, it could have come from his maternal nephew, or anybody in his maternal line, correct?
Correct. If they also had access to that stuff, then yeah.
For instance, access to that stuff, meaning if his maternal nephew lived in the home with him, where the SUV was stored, just as reasonable that the hair came from him, correct?
Sustained.
Your analysis does not tell us when the hair got to where it was found, correct?
Correct.
Your analysis does not tell us how the hair got to where it was found, correct?
Correct.
And mitochondrial DNA does not reveal anything about the hair's color or age or texture, nothing like that.
Not on the analysis that we performed.
Okay. So for all you know, that hair could have been placed where it was found by somebody else.
Sustained.
You're not telling this jury how the hair got where it was ultimately found and recovered, correct?
Correct. Our testing is just based on the evidence provided to us and the comparisons done between the two different evidence.
And in short, you can't say that the hair specifically came from John O'Keefe either, can you?
With mitochondrial DNA, I can't say that it is specific to an individual.
Okay, including John O'Keefe?
In this instance, John O'Keefe's profile was consistent with the hair sample.
That's not what my question was, Mr. Miyasako. We can go round and round. I realize that you're saying it's consistent, but it's also consistent with his nephew, right?
Correct. I can't exclude maternal relatives because mitochondrial DNA is not specific to individual, but just the maternal line.
Right. So you're not saying it was John O'Keefe's hair?
I can't say whether it is, but the profile obtained from John O'Keefe is consistent with that hair sample.
You're not
But
saying it's John
Mr. Jackson. Mr. Jackson. Let's move on.
The reason you can't say that it's John O'Keefe's hair is because it also matches everybody in his maternal line. That's what we're getting down to, correct?
yeah, with mitochondrial DNA, again, it's not unique to an individual, but their maternal lineage.
And if his maternal nephew lived in the same residence and had access to the same SUV, couldn't exclude him either, right?
Sustained.
So in short, Mr. Miyasako, you cannot tell this jury when the hair got to where it was, correct?
Sustained.
You can't tell this jury how the hair got to where it was found, correct?
Sustained.
And you certainly cannot tell the jury that the hair belonged to John, right?
Sustained.
I think we got it. Thanks, Your Honor.
Mr. Wiley, anything?
So, Mr. Miyasako, including the MPOP, the statistics, and the confidence interval, what is your conclusion in reference to the comparative analysis from mitochondrial profiles from the hair sample from the rear quarter panel of the defendant's vehicle and the known standard of John O'Keefe?
Based on the genetic data obtained for the two different samples, I could not exclude John O'Keefe's known standards profile being consistent with the hair samples profile, and with 95% confidence, at least 99.895% of the population can be excluded as a source of the evidence.
Thank you, sir. Nothing further.
One final question, Your Honor. Do you also maintain that 95% confidence that the defendant's nephew?
Yeah. So again, with maternal
You can finish your
populations,
answer. Go.
with maternal populations, I can't exclude anybody maternally related to John O'Keefe as well.
Thank you very much, sir. You are all set. Who is the Commonwealth's next witness?
Commonwealth's next witness is Shanon Burgess.
So you're going to step up? Mr. Clerk, raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. You have a seat, sir. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jurors, spell your last name for the court reporter?
Yeah, absolutely. So my name is Shanon Burgess, last name Burgess.
Mr. Burgess, what do you do for a profession?
Sure. So I'm a digital forensics examiner. So I investigate digital devices to see what evidence they may record or hold.
Do you specialize in any type of forensic analysis?
Sure. So digital forensics is kind of a broad field, but I do specialize in vehicle forensics and cell phone forensics.
How long have you been a digital forensic analyst for?
Sure. So I've been a digital forensic analyst for approximately 10 years.
Before you were a digital forensic analyst, what type of work did you do?
Sure. So before I was a digital forensics analyst, I was working in the automotive manufacturing field, specifically related to automotive presses and industrial robotics.
I want to talk to you about some of your experience in digital forensic. Did you receive any certifications in digital forensics?
I did. I've received several certifications, one being what's called GIAC, Advanced Smartphone Forensics, another from Celebrat, a company named Celebrat, in Certified Mobile Examiner, and then certifications from Magnet Forensics as well.
Is Magnet a company that also includes Axiom?
Yes, Magnet is a company that produces the software known as Axiom.
In addition to your certifications, how many hours of specialized training approximately have you had in digital forensics?
Sure. So approximately, over the last 10 years, I've had around 700 hours of training, including courses and conference attendance in digital forensics.
In addition to your training and your study, do you have experience over the 10 years? Have you involved yourself in many cases regarding forensics found from a motor vehicle?
Yes, I have.
Can you give a general estimate of how many cases you've worked on?
Not off the top of my head, I couldn't, but it's been numerous.
You said that you specialize in mobile phones and digital forensics in motor vehicles.
That is correct.
Do you teach seminars on those issues?
I do. I teach seminars and presentations specifically in those disciplines.
Who are some of the audiences that you teach to?
Sure. So it ranges from attorneys to engineers that specialize in accident reconstruction to police agencies such as Interpol, which is a global police organization.
Have you testified as an expert in digital forensics in court before?
Yes, I have.
Have you ever testified as an expert regarding digital forensics in state courts?
Yes, I have.
Could you share with us those state courts?
Sure. So those state courts would be Oregon, Texas, Arkansas, New Mexico, and those would be the ones in the last 4 years that I can recall off the top of my head.
Have you testified as an expert in digital forensics in federal courts before?
No, just in state courts.
Have you testified in state courts in civil cases?
Yes, I have.
Have you testified for plaintiffs in civil cases?
I have testified for plaintiffs and defense in civil cases.
And have you testified in criminal cases before?
I have testified in criminal cases as well.
Have you testified for the prosecution before?
I have testified for the prosecution as well as the defense.
Does the data change regardless of who you testify for?
No, it does not.
Where are you presently employed, Mr. Burgess?
Sure. So I'm presently employed with a company known as Aperture, and I'm located in their Dallas office.
Is Aperture a company that has offices outside of Texas?
Sure. So Aperture is a company across the country. So they've got a number of locations and offices, and they offer a number of service lines specifically related to forensics.
Do you ever work on different cases or scenarios with people in the Texas office?
Yes, I do. Sure. Go ahead.
Do you ever work with other employees of Aperture outside of the Texas office?
Yes. So I do occasionally corroborate with other experts in the Texas offices as well as the other offices across the country.
In this case, was there another professional who worked with Aperture that was related to this case that you talked to?
There was.
And who was that?
That would be Dr. Judson Welcher.
Is Dr. Welcher's profession and job the same as yours?
No, it is not.
What's the difference between what you do and what Dr. Judd Welcher does?
Sure. So what I do is investigate digital devices that can range from cell phones to vehicle modules to computer systems. What Dr. Welcher does is specifically related to accident reconstruction and biomechanics.
So you are not an accident reconstruction engineer?
I am not.
You are focused on the data?
I am focused on the data.
Did you ever publish any writings or papers regarding the area of your expertise?
Sure. So I have published 2 papers, specifically one related to damaged devices, and that is referencing event data recorders, which is your black box or your airbag control module, and specifically related to developing proof of concepts, because a lot of times these modules will store data in different places on the module. Proof of concepts are ways to verify and validate where that data is stored, so you're not missing data.
So the first article that you wrote about damaged modules, was that peer reviewed?
It was.
And was it accepted?
It was accepted.
Could you tell us briefly what peer reviewed means?
Sure. So peer review is a process of your peers or colleagues reviewing your work and determining that it's valid.
Is peer reviewed articles often relied upon by other experts in the field?
Yes, they are.
You said that the first article you mentioned had to do with damaged modules. Is that one of the areas specifically that you're going to talk to us about in this case?
Sure. So it is specifically one of the areas I'm going to talk about in this case. And to kind of go back a little bit, the idea of proof of concept applies not only to damaged modules, but also other vehicle modules such as infotainment and telematics modules.
I don't think we're at infotainment and telematics yet. So if we can just understand a little better, very basically, what is proof of concept in action? What does that mean?
Sure. So proof of concept is taking a vehicle module, for example. This is typically an unidentified vehicle module that other individuals have not looked at or verified what is recorded and where it is stored. So a proof of concept is taking exemplar modules and doing tests on those modules. So creating events that are recorded within the modules. A lot of times when those modules are damaged in vehicle crashes or if they're just unsupported by your forensic tools, you will have to go to what's called chip off or chip swap forensics. That is specifically taking the chips off of the circuit board. So think of the hard drives from your computer, moving those hard drives to another module, a working module, to recover the data and validating that you've recovered all the data that you would expect to see.
Are there times and cases or studies where you need to recover data because it's not available to you through the traditional methods?
Yes, many times.
Let me ask you, you said there was a second article. What was that second peer review article about?
Sure. So that second peer-reviewed article was specifically related to mobile forensics, specifically iPhones, and how they track your device interactions as well as speed and location data and validating how accurate that data was.
In addition to talking to us about damaged modules, as you're going to do in this case, are you also going to talk to us about the timing information from mobile phones?
Yes, I am.
When did you first become involved in the study of this case?
So I first became involved in this case around October of 2024.
When you became involved in October of 2024, were you in receipt of any information or reports or documents to look at?
Yes. So I did receive some raw data as well as some photographs from the vehicle in this case.
When you say raw data from the vehicle, what does that mean specifically?
Sure. So again, when you take these chips or hard drives off of these modules, you can read those chips individually and recover any type of data that is recorded on those chips. So when I reference raw data, that is looking at that data in hexadecimal format, which is as close to binary data, which is what computers use to store data in, as you would want to get when reviewing this type of data.
When you receive data, does that presume it's already been downloaded by somebody?
Yes, that is correct.
In addition to looking at the data, you receive photographs. Do you know where those photographs came from?
I do not know specifically who those photographs came from, but I do know those photographs came from an initial download attempt on those modules.
You said there was an initial download attempt. When you looked at the information you received, did you learn whether or not there was an attempt prior to your involvement in October 2024 to obtain data from the modules or the so-called black box in the Lexus vehicle?
Yes. So there was an attempt to download data from the modules in the vehicle.
Did you understand whether or not there was a chip-off process, whether anybody attempted to take the computer chips off the computer boards and learn or download the data?
Yes, there was an attempt to remove various chips off of the boards and read those chips individually.
Did you have an opportunity to read any reports submitted regarding that earlier process that occurred before you even got involved?
Not before I got involved. Well, sorry. Yes, I was able to read a report from an individual known as AG Speak about that process, that initial process.
Did you learn who conducted, the name of the person that actually conducted the original process before you were involved in this case?
Yes, I understand that person to be Miss Maggie Gaffney.
Do you know generally when Miss Gaffney engaged in trying to download information from the computer boards of the defendant's car?
Yeah, if I can recall correctly, that was around December of 2023.
And in your review of materials and study materials, did you receive additional materials?
Yes, I did receive additional crash reports, just detailing the events of the night.
When you say crash reports, what does that mean?
So that's going to be crash reports from the Massachusetts State Police.
Is a crash report just a written report or is it data?
No, it's just a report, no data.
Did you receive any other reports from any other individuals or experts?
No, not at that time.
Did you later, over time, receive any more additional information during your studies?
Yes, I believe so. And let me reference my report just so I don't misspeak.
Let me ask for the court's permission before you do that.
Sure, sorry.
Yes.
So I did, again, I reviewed a vehicle forensics report by AG Speak. I reviewed documentation that was identified to me as evidence review, a prior testimony of Trooper Garino, and I reviewed some surveillance videos as well as a report by Mr. Whiffen.
When did you receive any study or reports from Mr. Garino? Do you remember?
I do not remember exactly.
Was it recently, some time ago?
It would have been some time ago, probably late 2024 after we got involved.
Last year?
Yes.
And how about Mr. Whiffen's reports?
Mr. Whiffen's report, I believe I received in January of this year.
In the video, do you know when you received any video?
It would have been this year. I don't remember the exact dates.
Was it last month, months ago?
No, probably around January or February as well. Well, I take that back. It would have been early January, maybe late December.
I want to ask you just generally so we have a general perspective on this. When you began your study, was there something specifically that you were looking for?
There was. So specifically what we're looking for when we do a chip off on these vehicle modules, we're expecting to see one of two things: user data in a raw hexadecimal format or a file system where user data is stored.
Were there certain events that you were focused on relative to the data in the defendant's Lexus?
Sure. So there were specific events that we were looking for specifically. That would be including time-stamped ignition-on events or power-on events, as well as other data.
Did you have any information or understanding that there were text stream events that you would have focused on?
Yes, I did have an understanding that there were text stream events located in a airbag control module.
How many text stream events were you focused on?
2 text stream events.
Could you just generally characterize those 2 events?
Sure. So one event has been identified as a 3-point turn maneuver, and the other has been identified as a backing maneuver.
Now, the studies of those events, is that the role of the accident reconstructionist?
Yes, it is.
So then what was your role related to, your specific role related to those 2 characterized events, the 3-point turn event and the backing maneuver event?
Sure. So within that text stream data, those events are documented with what's called a time count. So that's going to be a running timer from the time the vehicle powers on or the ignition comes on. So that counter will count seconds incrementally. And specifically, the focus was looking for any time-stamped data that would offer when that power on event occurred.
Did you put together a PowerPoint presentation regarding your assessment of some of this case?
Yes, I did.
May I approach?
Yes.
Handing you a package, you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
That is my PowerPoint presentation that I prepared.
Just turn a few pages so
Sure.
you can look and see if it accurately reflects the presentation you put together.
Yes, it appears so.
And does this reflect some of your study of this case?
It does reflect some of the study in this case.
Is it an entire comprehensive study of everything that you learned, or is it an overview?
No, it is an overview.
For the course permission, I would mark this for identification. I intend to use this for course permission as a chalk.
Okay, so we'll mark it for identification.
Is it SS for identification?
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
So I want you to teach us a little bit about the computers in a motor vehicle. Is there one computer, like a black box in an airplane?
No, so there's actually many. Depending on the vehicle, there could be hundreds with very specific functions to what they're what they're meant to do.
Tell us a little bit about why there's a need or why many computers are used in a single vehicle.
Sure. So there's so many functions within your modern vehicle nowadays. So for instance, your infotainment module, that is a computer that operates your radio, your head unit. So that's going to be your obviously your radio, any type of built-in navigations, Android Auto, Apple CarPlay. There's what's called a telematics module. That's going to be what actually allows the vehicle to communicate with the internet services. So when you look at, if you've got an app that can track your vehicle or unlock your doors, that's being allowed through that telematics module.
With the court's permission, I'd like to have Ms. Gilman show page 3 of the PowerPoint.
Okay. Any objection, Mr. Leslie?
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
Sir, on your PowerPoint page 3, you have a chalk or diagram of a car. You may have a pointer in front of you if it helps.
Sure.
You could direct your attention to the TV to your right. Could you explain to us what this diagram shows us?
Sure. So this is a diagram that just shows,
a small number of modules that you can find in specifically the Lexus in this case. Again, what we're focused on and looking at is the infotainment module and the telematics module in orange. For example, there are other modules known as the body control module and the airbag control module, the engine control module, which runs your vehicle. In addition to that, there are other modules that operate your door locks and unlocks, your windows, and various other functions.
When you use the word module, is that the same thing as a separate computer, or is it different somehow?
Yeah, so that using parlance, module would be referring to a separate computer within the vehicle.
Do all of these separate computers in the vehicle connect with each other?
They do. So all of these modules are connected to one another, and they do communicate with each other.
The information that would be commonly referred to as black box, or information that captures some of an event, where would that be in this diagram?
Sure. So the black box would be in the airbag control module.
And then as far as the radio system, you shared with us, that's the infotainment module.
Yes. So the radio system is going to be, that data is going to be stored within the infotainment module.
In the telematics module, specifically, what are we looking for there?
Sure. So the telematics module, again, is a module that allows communication with internet services. So if you've got an app on your phone that you can unlock or lock your doors, that's the telematics module is allowing that function to occur.
Do all make and model cars have the same setup as this diagram?
No, they do not. It will vary.
Does it vary from car maker to car maker?
It does. It varies from car maker to car maker. It varies from trim level as well.
Could two different cars from the same manufacturer or same style, could they have different components in those cars?
They could, yes.
Why is that?
Sure. So during the manufacturing phase, depending on cost and other things, manufacturers will source these modules from different third-party manufacturers. So one vehicle may have a module from, for instance, LG Electronics. One may have a module from Denso, and depending on how those individual manufacturers implement that software and hardware, they may record and store different types of data.
So from your experience, you've reviewed or you studied a 2022 Lexus, and then you see another Lexus, whether it's 2022, 2023. Would you be able to say you've seen it, you've already done it, or do you have to individually look at each car?
Sure. So you would typically look at, and to correct, it's a 2021 Lexus. But if you want to understand what may be stored in a subject module, you would take an exemplar vehicle and conduct some testing to determine what is being recorded and how that data is being recorded.
You mentioned that you were looking for time information, or power on information regarding two events.
Correct.
Can we characterize those events as text stream events?
Yes, we can.
Do people sometimes refer to them as triggering events?
Sustained.
Are they often or sometimes referred to as something else other than a text stream event?
They can be referred to as other things besides text stream events.
Can you give us an example of what else they may be referred to as?
Sure. So that would be triggering events.
Why is it called a triggering event?
Sure. So the event is actually created when there's a trigger, and those trigger thresholds will vary and could be for a number of different reasons.
When a text stream event happens, or a so-called triggering event, what happens in the data?
Sure. So when a text stream event happens, when that trigger is met, there are certain data parameters or data types that are recorded for a specific time frame.
In this case, how many of those events were you looking at?
Just one.
When you mentioned time, I want to have you explain to us a little bit about time. You said there's a running clock. Can you explain that in a little more detail and simply what that means?
Sure. So in what's recorded within the text stream events, I'll refer to as a running clock. Essentially what it is when the vehicle is powered on, this clock starts to run and it counts seconds from power on. So when you press the ignition on, this clock starts. And when there is a text stream event that occurs within that cycle or within that ignition on, that is recorded as the time that trigger occurred.
Does that give an actual time, like when you look at your watch or you look at your cell phone?
It does not give an actual time, yeah.
Your Honor, pardon the interruption, the chalk remains on the screen.
Okay, are you still reviewing the chalk?
We can take it down if it pleases Attorney Alisi.
Thank you.
So you were getting back to the clock. You said it's like a running clock. Is that like a stopwatch?
Yeah, that could be referred to as a stopwatch.
Where is that running clock kept in the data?
Sure. So that running clock is kept within the airbag control module.
Is that the so-called black box part of the data?
That's correct.
With the running clock, how do you determine the actual time as it relates to, say, for example, your digital watch or your iPhone or another clock?
Sure. So in that instance, you would need to have an event that occurs, such as a power on event, with a timestamp to reference back that running clock.
When you got involved in this case and you looked at the information that was previously downloaded by Ms. Gaffney, was there any data regarding power on, power off to mark that time?
From the initial download, there was not.
When you involved yourself in your study, what was your primary focus as far as information you wanted to get and why?
Sure. So primary focus when I initially got brought on was to look at the modules and see if there was any data that was not recovered. And then specifically, again, looking at any timestamped data that may have been recorded within the modules.
You talked about the differences in modules. In your PowerPoint, did you provide a couple of photographs of the modules so we can see what you're talking about?
Yes, I did.
With the court's permission, I'd like to put on page 4 of the PowerPoint
Okay,
No objection, Your Honor.
Could you explain to us the photograph on the left and then the photograph on the right?
Sure. So the photograph on the left is kind of a top-down view of the infotainment module from the Lexus. Photograph on the right is a top-down view of the telematics module from the Lexus.
Are these modules from this specific car, or is this a general photograph of a car and how it works
These modules are from this specific vehicle.
from the car you studied?
Correct.
On the left infotainment module, you have different manufacturers. Why is that?
Sure. So again, these modules are not manufactured by Lexus or Toyota themselves. They are manufactured by third parties that are providing these modules to the car manufacturer. And these are just some examples of what we have seen within these specific vehicles and what type of manufacturers provide modules for these vehicles.
If we could turn to page 5, please. When you looked at the data that was provided in this case, did you draft a report?
Yes, I did.
Your initial impressions, can you share with us what your initial impressions were?
Sure. So initial impressions were that data was missed from the initial download.
What type of data do you think was missed, or did you conclude was missed from the initial download?
Sure. So that would be, essentially all of the user data was missed during that initial download.
How did you conclude or come to the opinion that data was missed on the initial download?
Sure. So reviewing the raw data, you can see that what we would expect to find, which would be things like contacts or from devices or device connections or time-stamped data, was not there in those initial downloads.
When you first looked at the data and you came to the conclusion that there was missing data, did you have a working theory on what you thought or how you thought the information was missing?
Sure. So I did have a working theory initially of why the data was missing.
And what was your initial theory?
Sure. So if I'll reference kind of to the slide a little bit.
We can take that down if you'd like. So
Sure. So, sorry, can you repeat the question?
When you had your initial theory of data missing, what was it based on?
Sure. So the initial theory was based on two things. Either one of two things initially I thought could have happened, and that was a bad or partial read of the chips, or it could be that the data-bearing chip that we are looking for was overlooked and not downloaded.
When your first thoughts were that this was a partial read of chips, was there anything about the chips when you looked at them that you concluded or came to an opinion on?
Sure. So initially, when I was reviewing the data and reviewing the part numbers on the chips, we can see what, how much storage is on each chip. And that can kind of get complicated, but essentially what we're looking at data stored as either bits or bytes. That is represented as a capital B or a small lowercase b. So initially, upon reviewing the data and with the assumption that a competent examiner would not miss a chip or a device or data-bearing chip on the board, I misinterpreted and wrote a lowercase or a capital B when I should have wrote a lowercase b in my notes, which led me to believe that there was a partial download of those initial chips.
Now, as a forensic analyst, do you rest on your initial impressions or do you go through a continued process?
No, so I do not. So just like the scientific method, if you have a working theory, you then review and research to either prove or disprove that theory.
And did you engage in that scientific process in working theory?
I did.
And how soon after you wrote the report did you realize there may be another source of the material?
Sure. So, I will clarify a little bit. That initial was not a report; it was just a protocol that was proposed. But I believe that there was a supplemental protocol written within a week or two of the initial protocol.
And when you used the scientific method and studied the theory that you had, what did you decide or what did you learn?
Sure. So upon further review and research, I discovered that there was a SD card or a micro SD card that was on the circuit boards of one of the modules that was never looked at.
Now, you weren't present at the original process?
That is correct.
When you looked at the modules, those computer boards, did you notice anything about them that happened during the original process?
Sure. So I did notice during the chip off process, what you do to take these chips off is you apply heat to them. So that essentially liquefies the solder, which is a low temperature metal that connects the chips to the board and makes those connections so the board can communicate. And there was some damage caused from that initial chip off.
And again, why would you take the chips off a board if they're already attached? Why would you need to do that?
Sure. So when you don't have, typically if you think about downloading data from your cell phone, you have a USB port on your cell phone that you can easily plug that into a computer. That's not the case with vehicle modules. So you have to remove these chips from the board, and then you've got programmers or readers that will read the data from these chips.
Did you have a chance to study the boards that were already accessed during an earlier chip off process before you got involved?
Yes, I did have an opportunity to study some photographs of the boards.
Could we have page 14, please, Ms. Gilman?
Any objection, Mr. Wilson?
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, if we could turn to page 15. Tell us what this is, please.
Sure. So this is the infotainment module that you saw earlier. This is just a 2 photographs during the disassembly process of taking that module apart.
Could you zoom in on the right photograph, Mr. Gilman? Okay, if that's the best we can do, that's fine right there. Could you share with us a little bit about what this is?
Sure. So this is how I received the modules when we took a secondary look at them. Essentially, this is if you see from the right photographs, there's many boards that are contained within this infotainment module. This specific board that we're looking at here on the right is the board where they removed chips from. What we're looking at is the circuit board itself, as well as 2 components that were previously removed during that initial download attempt.
So if you can't read the chips on the board, if you remove them, is there a tool that you can use to actually read the individual chips in isolation?
Yes. So there is tools, various tools that you can use to read those chips and read the data from those chips.
If we could have 16, please. Can you tell us what you see here?
Sure. So what you see here is 2 of the components that were initially removed from the board during that first download attempt. I've documented an additional chip that was still on the board that was not identified during that initial download on this side of the circuit board. And then I've got photographs matching the chip and where its placement was initially on the circuit board.
Could we have page 17, please? And what do we see there?
Sure. So this is some of the damage that occurred to the circuit board itself during the initial chip off at the download attempt.
Do you have a pointer on the stand?
I do. Yes.
Could you show us what the left photograph point out what you mean by damage?
Sure. So right here on the left part, you've got these 2 highlighted blocks. So what this is if you remember back to the last slide, the larger chip that we were looking at, this is directly underneath that. So when you're removing that larger chip, what you're doing is you're applying heat to it. If you apply too much heat during that chip off process, the underside of the board will actually heat up, and you'll have chips fall off of the underside of the board. So that's what's occurred here on the left side. On the right side, as you heat up these chips, if you're not careful, as you pick them up off the board, you can displace other components, and that is what you see right here in this highlighted box here is a small passive component that has been displaced where it should be parallel.
What is the risk of damaging components when they're taking off the board during a chip off?
Sure. So the risk of that is causing damage that could be internally that we can't see. And if you want to put the chips back on the board and assemble everything back together, it may not work appropriately.
In addition to seeing the damage with your eyes on these photographs, do you look at data when you engage in the analysis whether or not you think data is missing?
Yes, I do.
Could we have page 6, please? Could you tell us what this is?
Sure. So this is just some examples of what user data would look like and what we're expecting to see when we look at the raw data from the chips that are removed from the board. So there's 2 ways to look at data, and one way is looking at the file system, similar to the file system you would see on your computer when you store documents. Same thing exists in vehicle modules. There are instances though where you cannot rebuild the complete file system, and you've got to actually look at the raw data in hexadecimal format. So that hex data, the bottom photograph or screenshot, is what that would look like in hexadecimal format.
When you looked at the data that was provided during the original chip off process and was produced by Ms. Gaffney, were you able to, at this point, identify any date and time or power on or off information that you were looking for?
No, I was not.
You mentioned that you went beyond the original data from the testing and you discovered something on the board?
Yes, that's correct.
Could we have page 18, please? Tell us what you found.
Sure. So this is a micro SD card that I identified on the subject vehicle and later validated that existed on an exemplar vehicle as well.
Could you use the pointer?
Sure.
I know there's a red square, but I want you to describe for us what you saw and what that meant to you.
Sure. So if you look at this side of the circuit board, obviously this is a zoomed in view, but what you see is this kind of underneath the SD card is a silver casing. That is the slot that the SD card would go into, similar to the slot you would have on your computer. And again, what we're looking at is the SD card, just both sides, top and bottom.
You had mentioned earlier that when you looked at the data, you believed that there was data missing. When you found this SD card and discovered this, what did you conclude?
Sure. So at that point, I concluded that the data that we were missing was most likely stored on this SD card.
Did it appear whether or not this SD card had ever been removed from the board?
No, it did not.
Did you receive any information that this SD card was ever studied or downloaded?
No, I did not.
Could you just take this board and put it back in the car and use software to read it?
There are instances where you can do that. For this vehicle, though, we could not.
Why couldn't you?
Sure. So there are commercial forensic tools that are available for vehicle systems. One of those tools is referred to, or is called Burla. Burla is a company that writes hardware and software, or develops hardware and software that pulls data from vehicles in a user-friendly way, so that non-technical people can gain access to this data without having to go through the steps that we did in this case.
When you discovered this SD card and had your hypothesis that there may be data on it, did you have concerns about simply removing the SD card and trying to read it?
Yeah, so anytime you see an SD card on a vehicle module, in the past there's research and there's documentation of finding these SD cards. Most of the time they are what's called Command 42 locked. So what that means is there's a lock put in place. So if you take this SD card out, plug it into your computer is not going to recognize it. So the SD card is actually looking for a passcode from the vehicle itself to unlock it and allow access to the data.
What if you don't have that passcode?
Sure. So when you don't have that passcode, there are ways around that lock. Specifically, if we look at the left photo, you can see there's a lighter shaded black area on the SD card. What that is it's a protective covering that is covering some what's known as technological pads, and those pads allow access to reading the data and bypassing that lock.
Is gaining access to an SD card on a board like this a simple process?
It is not a simple process.
Are there a lot of advanced studies on it?
There are advanced studies on it, and it is a in-depth process to recover this data and interpret it.
Are there any concerns that you had about spoiling or destroying the data if you tried to access the SD card without a passcode?
No, not that I'm aware of. There's no documentation or research that suggests you would spoliate or lose data by bypassing that lock.
Were you concerned at all in trying to get the information from the SD card about the process of it?
Yes, I was.
Why?
To get data from this SD card, we suspected that the user data that we were expecting was on this card. So in order to validate that user data existed on this card, we processed and went through a set of testing and validation on an exemplar vehicle.
What's an exemplar vehicle mean?
Sure. So an exemplar vehicle is a 2021 Lexus LX570 that is as close to the same trim and features that the subject vehicle was.
We could take that down, Mr. Gilman. Why did you want a similar but very separate vehicle to do testing before you tried to crack into the SD card?
Sure. So, it's kind of multiple reasons. First, to validate that the process that we're theorizing to recover data is viable. But also, this is a vehicle that there's no documentation on as far as, the data that is stored and the data, how it's recorded and what it, means. So as well as, being able to validate that process, we also wanted to do testing and create some of our own data and known data sets on a vehicle so that when we got the data, we were able to look at it and compare it to our known data sets, and we were able to validate and correctly interpret what that data means.
Mr. Brennan, why don't we take our break right now?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, folks, we'll take a 15, 20-minute break. Sir,
Okay. All right, please. Your disclosure notebooks, follow me.
You are muted.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
all right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Mr. Burgess, when we left off, we were talking about an exemplar vehicle that you were using for tests and studies. If we could put up page 9, please, Ms. Gilman. Could you tell us what this is, Mr. Burgess?
Yes, so this is the photographs of the exemplar vehicle that we conducted testing on. So again, it's a 2021 Lexus LX570. And the reasoning that we did this testing was, again, to validate that the user data that we were expecting to see was stored on that SD card. Additionally, in addition to that, we were also looking to create a exemplar data set, so a known data set, and we did that by connecting these cameras here. There's a camera here looking straight out. There's a camera here looking at the infotainment screen. What those cameras are doing is they're synced together, and they're recording timestamps as well as they're recording any interactions that we have with the vehicle. So us opening the doors, turning on the vehicle, turning off the vehicle, driving the vehicle, interacting with the infotainment system is all being documented. And then that way we can go back when we get the data off of the SD card and we can compare it to that documentation.
How closely were you trying to match the exemplar vehicle to the defendant's vehicle?
Obviously, as closely as we could get. If I recall correctly, this is almost a perfect match to the subject vehicle.
If we could turn to page 20, please. Tell us what this shows. And Ms. Gilman, if you could you focus in on the top gray and white line part, if you could? A little further out, if you could. We'd like to see all three rows if possible. And if not, we'll do it from a further view. Okay. Could you share with us what this slide represents?
Sure. So this slide represents a comparison between the exemplar data and the data from the subject Lexus. In this comparison, we're looking at navigation system software. So that's going to be the infotainment system software. There's a number of different softwares running on this infotainment system for various functions. So you can see here there's a firmware version for the Wi-Fi functionality as well as the OS version, the audio, the DVD function, and I believe there's a section for the CD or disc version. So what we're looking at is we're looking at the software versions that are running on the exemplar. We're comparing that to the software versions that are running on the subject, and those match. So we would expect to see the user data to be stored in the same way.
Is it common that an exemplar vehicle will match the Focus vehicle exactly like this?
Yeah, so I wouldn't say it's common or uncommon. I have seen it in the past. A lot of times with your newer vehicles, you'll probably notice some of them tend to update more often than others. For this one, it looks like the Lexus doesn't update quite as often. So we are able to see that the software versions are the same.
If we could take that down, please. And if you could remind us before we go into your findings in that SD card that was left behind. What was the most important thing you were looking for as far as data on that SD card?
Sure. So the most important thing we're looking for is timestamped data specifically related to power on or ignition on events.
If you were to find timestamp data for power on, power off ignition events, how would you use that? What would you use that in unison or comparison with the information that you already had?
Sure. So we would use that in comparison with provided surveillance videos to compare and see how accurate those timestamps are and how consistent they are, specifically on the night of January or the morning of January 29th.
When you analyzed the SD card, did you get viable information?
Yes, we did.
What information did you get?
So we've got a couple different data types. We got contact lists from some of the connected devices, as well as serial numbers and phone numbers associated with connected devices, call logs, and then power on and power off events.
Was your focus on one particular aspect of that data?
Primarily, the focus was on the power on and off events.
And did you find information regarding power and power off events that could date and time those?
Yes, we did.
If we could have number 29, please. 30. Can you share with us what you found?
Sure. So this is some screenshots from our exemplar testing. So again, these are from those cameras that I pointed out earlier. What we see when we go back and review this camera footage is we see when I press the ignition on button, there's actually a logo that appears on the infotainment screen as it's booting up. That time that logo appears on the screen is associated with a time that we see in the raw data, and that's in the hexadecimal data that is very small, so it's kind of hard to see. But essentially what you have is you've got a date and you've got a time in UTC, and then you've got a identifier that suggests that the vehicle's been powered on. So we've got 4 of these tests that we can kind of compare back to and determine that this is the time that the infotainment system powers on and that first logo screen appears. And then through testing, we can identify that that is approximately ignition on is approximately 3 seconds before that timestamp.
So do I understand if you press the button to start the vehicle, there's a 3-second delay before the actual vehicle starts?
Correct. So not the actual vehicle starting. So you press the ignition on button, there's a 3-second delay in when the infotainment system powers on.
Is there any way, Ms. Gilman, to focus in on one of those two photos? Can you tell us what this information is?
Sure. So this is those camera angles. And what you see is I'm pressing the ignition on at this time. In that second photo on the right, you'll see that this is specifically approximately 3 seconds after I press that ignition on, and you see this the Lexus logo appearing on the infotainment module.
Let me ask you something about the clocks while we're here. You see a local time on there?
Yes, I do.
Is that local time measured by a particular clock system?
Sure. So that's measured by our reference equipment. So we're using what's called VBox equipment to capture these videos. So here, that local time is actually UTC time. So it's not actually local time for this area. So that could be a little that could be an error in how that's reporting. But essentially, what we're seeing is the infotainment system is powering on at that exact time of 21:48:08.
And this was for power on. Can we have number 31, please? How's this different than the one we just looked at?
Sure. So this is power off. So this is myself pressing the ignition to power off the vehicle. And what we see at this exact time when you power off and press the ignition button, the screen on the infotainment system becomes blank. And associated with that, it powers off. And you see a log within the raw data that indicates that.
You mentioned that you found power on, power off information. Can you explain what that means?
Sure. So through this testing, what we were able to do is see that there are time-stamped power on and off events for when the infotainment system is recording a power on and power off. And then we validated that with the exemplar testing.
Ultimately, were you able to use that power on, power off timestamp information to identify the times of the later two events, the tech stream events, the three-point turn and the backing maneuver?
Yes. In combination with other data, we were able to determine that.
Did you test the power on, power off data?
Yes, we did.
Could we have number 32, please? Can you tell us what this is?
Sure. So this is the first power on event after 12 o'clock on January 29th. That power event is happening at 12:36 up here in the top. And the vehicle is powered on and it's not powered off until 12:42:08.
Is there any power on, power off events in between those two times?
No, there's not.
And do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that whether or not the first power on event for that night, January 29, 2022, was 12:36 a.m.?
Yes.
Your Honor.
I'll sustain it at this point.
Do you have an opinion as to the first power on event of that Lexus on January 29, 2022?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Sustained at this time.
When you studied the information from the data, does this slide reflect the information that you studied?
Yes, it does.
Were you able to determine from your data study the time that was registered of when that Lexus was turned on for the first time on January 29, 2022?
Yes, I was.
How were you able to do that?
Sure. So through our exemplar testing and determining that those timestamps are accurate to when the vehicle was powered on, we are able to say that this power on event is the first power on event of January 29th after 12 a.m.
And based on your study of the exemplar and the data from the SD card, did you arrive at an opinion as to the time of the first power on event of that Lexus vehicle on January 29, 2022?
Yes, I did.
Is your opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, it is.
And what is your opinion?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll see you at sidebar.
Mr. Burgess, could you explain for us how you can identify the power on event from the data that you discovered on that SD card that was left behind?
Sure. So through our exemplar testing, we can identify a power on event, which is depicting the time the logo on the infotainment system comes on, and then the time the infotainment system goes blank. So that is representing a power off event. And then we can reference that back to the ignition on, which occurs approximately 3 seconds before the power on, the infotainment power on event.
Is this a methodology that is used in your standard of practice?
Yes, it is.
And have you used this type of methodology before?
Yes, I have.
Is it a methodology that is regularly accepted in this type of analysis?
Yes. So this is a methodology that is regularly accepted in the digital forensics community, and it is a process of testing and then validating.
How does that process further validate the accuracy of the times that you are registering and finding?
Sure. So through that testing, we are able to validate that accuracy. And through that testing, we've got 4 tests that represent a power on event and 2 tests that represent a power off event. In addition to that, we are comparing that data to surveillance video with timestamps as well to show the consistency.
When you engage in your testing, you said there was 4 test runs or examples. Did you analyze it to see how, in fact, accurate it was?
Yes, I did.
And how accurate was it?
It was accurate to the second compared to our reference clock.
And when you actually take the data from that SD card, how do you interpret it? How do you get it from a piece of plastic with metal on it to actual numbers and data?
Sure. So the process of that, again, is we're making connection to those technological pads on the SD card, and we're pulling that raw data. Once we have that raw data, there's a few processes we have to go through to make that raw data interpretable. So those processes are what's called XOR scrambling. So when data is stored on an SD card, there are 2 components to the SD card. There is what's called the NAND component, and then there's a controller component. The controller component is where that, if you remember that command 42 lock is located in that controller component. So what we're doing is we're bypassing that controller, we're accessing that NAND, and then we're using forensic software to determine and interpret the XOR scrambling that is put in place on that NAND so that we can take that scrambled data and be able to read it and interpret it, as well as what's called error correction code. So NAND devices are not, they're not great at keeping voltages accurate like they should, and that's just based on how the architecture and how the NAND components are manufactured. So what the manufacturers have done is they've put in place error correction code to correct any bit errors within that data. So what we've done is we've identified the error correction code and the XOR scrambling using software known as Resolute. That software, again, is hardware and software that we use to access that data and process it and interpret it. From there, we can take that data and we can review it in that hexadecimal format.
And based on that methodology and that process and that study, were you able to extract the data from the SD card and identify the first power on event of the defendant's Lexus on January 29th, 2022 to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, I was.
And do you have an opinion about what time that Lexus, the defendant's Lexus, was powered on December 29th, 2022 for the first time?
Yes, that would be approximately 12/12/36.
And is that to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, it is.
On your chalk on the screen, is the power out event, is that the same as your interpretation?
Yes, it is.
The 12/12/36 a.m. time, what time clock is that based on?
Sure. So that's based on the internal clock in the Lexus.
The clock in the Lexus, is that a universal time, or do clocks on different devices run differently?
Sure. So it's not a universal time. Clocks on different devices run differently. So if you've ever noticed that your microwave clock is not running in sync with your iPhone, the same thing is occurring here. Even though the Lexus clock is communicating back and forth with GPS satellites and other things, the clock is still not synchronized perfectly. So you would not expect this clock to match up perfect with other devices.
When you're considering 2 very different or separate devices, if the time is different, what would that be called?
Sure. So that would be called what's called a clock variance.
I want to get into that later, but I want to finish what we have in front of us now.
Sure.
In addition to identifying the first power on event of January 29, 2022 of the defendant's Lexus at 12/12/36, were you able to identify the first power off event of that same Lexus for January 29, 2022?
Yes, I was. And that was at 12/42/08 approximately.
Did you use the same methodology and vetting that you did and testing that you did with the power on event?
Yes, I did.
And do you have an opinion if that time is accurate to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, I do.
And what is that opinion?
So that opinion is that time is reliable to the second as far as the Lexus clock is concerned.
What is the graph on the bottom showing us?
Sure. So the graph is just a graphical representation of the same data, representing the power on event on a timeline at 12/12/36 and the power off event at approximately 12/42/08.
When you're looking at times, power on and power off events to date and time it. Are you obtaining that information independent of other outside information?
Yes, I am.
Is the data simply the data, or does something affect it?
Sure. So no, the data is simply the data. So when we get the data, we can compare it to outside sources or external sources to verify that it's consistent with other sources. But the data does not depend on any outside sources.
Do you oftentimes use outside sources to vet or test the data, even though it's totally separate concept?
Yes, I do.
After this power on, power off event, when you studied the data from the SD card using the same methodology and technique, did you find any other subsequent power on and power off events of the defendant's Lexus on January 29, 2022, after this event?
Yes, I did.
Can we have slide 33, please? Mr. Burgess, can you tell us what the next event is that you found in the data?
Sure. So the next power on event occurs at 5:07:46. That's this top timestamp here. The infotainment system records a power off event after that at 5:46:20. And what we have here is we've got surveillance video that was provided that depicts the approximate time range that those two events happen. So these videos do not capture the actual power on or power off event, but they occur around the same time frame and they are consistent with one another.
The power on event time that you've listed as 5:07:46, where does that time come from?
So that time is coming from the internal Lexus clock.
And based on the data from the Lexus clock, do you have an opinion as to the accuracy of that time of 5:07:46 a.m. as it relates to the Lexus clock?
Yes, I do.
And what's your opinion?
So compared to the Lexus clock, that time is accurate to the second.
The videos you have, are those timed from the same Lexus clock or a different source?
No, so those timestamps of the videos are coming from external sources. In the example of these videos, I believe that is a Ring camera.
Why would you try to vet the timestamp that you've identified to the second from the Lexus clock with another item, including a video that uses a different clock?
Sure. So that further validates that those timestamps are accurate and they're consistent with timestamps we're seeing from other devices.
Can there be a variance with other devices?
There can be a variance.
If there's a variance, could that still corroborate or support the original timestamp from the Lexus clock?
Yes. So even with a variance, those timestamps can still be consistent with one another.
And on the two photographs, are those videos or photographs?
Those are videos.
What is the purpose of including a video?
Sure. So the purpose of including the video is just to depict that the video does not actually capture the power on or power off event. But again, it is around the same time frame that the power on and power off event occur.
Ms. Gilman, are you able to play the video to the left? Okay, thank you. What about that video vets or corroborates the 5:07:46 Lexus time on the power on event?
Objection, Your Honor.
A little bit more before you get to that, Mr. Burrell.
Okay. Did you use the video that we just saw in an attempt to vet or corroborate the timestamp for the power on event on the Lexus?
Yes, I did.
How did you do that?
Sure. So looking at the start timestamp on the video, we can see that the video starts at approximately 5:07:58. Keeping in mind this timestamp is coming from the camera or the Ring video, the Ring camera itself. And when we look at the power on event, we see that it occurs at 5:07:46. So although we don't see the actual time of the power on event, that is consistent with what we would expect.
What does the video on the right help us do?
So video on the right helps us do the same thing. So when we look at the power off event that occurs at 5:46:20, again, when we look at the Ring video on the right, that start timestamp of that video is 5:46:29. So again, we missed the power off portion of when that occurs, but that is consistent, again, with what we would expect.
Could we play the video on the right? If you can enlarge, that'd be helpful. If not, if you could stop the video, please. Mr. Burgess, you see the lights are on that vehicle?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Can you tell if the vehicle is on or off at that point?
Sure. So I cannot tell if the vehicle is on or off at that point. Typically, when you power off a Lexus or a modern vehicle, the lights will stay on for some portion of time afterwards. But again, that is consistent with the timestamp from the power off event.
And do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to the accuracy of the power on and power off events as they pertain to the Lexus clock?
Yes, I do.
And what is that opinion?
And that is that those timestamps are accurate to the second.
Did you further follow the data to see if there was any other power on, power off events relative to the Lexus for January 29, 2022?
Yes, I did.
Could you take us to Exhibit 34, please? What is this, Mr. Burgess?
Sure. So this is the next time that the vehicle is powered on and subsequently powered off. That power on event occurs at 12:35:01. The power off event occurs at 2:12:01. And then this video is a video from alarm.com surveillance that depicts the vehicle pulling into a driveway and shutting off. So when we look at the video and we watch the video, you can actually see at 2:12:01 in the video timestamp that the windshield wipers stop moving and the vehicle's suspension begins to lower, indicating that the ignition button has been pressed.
Let's start with the power on event. Was there any video available to show the power on event at 12:35:01?
There is no video available that I'm aware of.
On the last slide, you had the power off event at 5:46:20 a.m.
Correct.
Was there any other power on, power off events between 5:46:20 a.m. and this event here?
No, there was not.
Did you try to obtain any collateral or cooperative video or evidence relative to the power on event of 12:35:01?
I did request or make a request to see if there was any video available, and as far as I'm aware, there was not.
Regarding the power on event, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to the accuracy of the power on event as it relates to the Lexus clock on the system?
Yes, I do.
And what is that opinion?
That is that power on event is accurate to the second in reference to the Lexus clock.
12:35:01 p.m.?
Correct.
And do you have an opinion as to the power off event to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to the accuracy from the data you recovered from the SD card?
Yes, I do. And that power off event, again, occurred at approximately 2:12:01, according to the Lexus clock.
I don't know if you can enlarge the video, Ms. Gilman, but if you can, and if not, could you play anyways? Thank you. And could you explain for us the graph on the bottom of that exhibit, or
Sure.
pardon me, of that diagram?
Sure. So that graph, again, is just a timeline graphical representation of when that power off event occurred and when the power on event occurred and when the power off event occurred at 12:35:01 and 2:12:01.
Based on the data you analyzed from the SD card, was there any further power on and power off events on January 29, 2022 after this 12:35:01 to 2:12:01 event?
Yes, there was.
Could you display for us page 35, Ms. Gilman? And what is this, Mr. Burgess?
Sure. So this is the next power on event that is recorded within the system. And that power on event occurs approximately 4 46, and the power off event occurs at 4:12:56. The video we see is that same alarm.com surveillance video. The start timestamp of that video is 4:12:03. So again, we don't see the actual power on and off event within the video, but it is consistent with what we would expect as the power on event occurring at 4:11:46, and then the video starting, and we see the car backing up at 4:12:03.
Would the alarm.com be using a different clock than that of the Lexus?
It would be, yes.
And based on your methodology in vetting and testing in view of the data on the SD card, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to the time of this power on event?
Yes, so that power on event would be 4:11:46.
And do you have an opinion as to the time of the power off event related to this diagram?
Yes, that would be 4:12:56.
Is that opinion as well to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, it is.
Is that a photograph or a video?
That is also a video.
Ms. Gilman, could you help us? Thank you. And similarly, does the graph give a general idea of the time?
Yes, so similarly, the graph is a timeline representation of the power on and power off event.
Mr. Burgess, was there an additional power on, power off event after the power off event at 4:12:56 p.m. at the Dighton residence?
Yes, there was.
Ms. Gilman, could you show us number 36, please? Mr. Burgess, could you take us through this one?
Sure. So this is the next power off or power on event that occurs, and that power on event occurs at 5:34:51 p.m. The power off event occurs at 5:36:42. Again, the video that is associated with this does not show the power on or the power off event, but it shows the time just before the vehicle is arriving to this location on a tow truck, and that would be consistent with the vehicle then being powered off and backed off of the tow truck at that time.
And based on your analysis of the data, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty what time this power on event took place?
Yes, and that time would be 5:34:51.
And that's according to the internal Lexus clock?
Yes, it is.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty when this vehicle was then powered off?
Yes, and that would be 5:36:42.
Again, pursuant to the Lexus clock.
Correct.
After this event at 5:34:51 p.m. to 5:36:42 p.m., when you studied the data, were there any other power on or power off events for this Lexus vehicle on January 29, 2022?
Not that I studied after this event.
Could you take that down, please? Now, we touched on an issue earlier. I want you to give your opinions and explain to the jury. You mentioned the word variance between different items. I don't think you used the word items. You said something else.
Sure. So that's going to be the clock variance between different devices. So in this instance, what we're referring to is the difference in the clocks of the Lexus module and an iPhone. So we would not expect those clocks to be perfectly synced. Typically what we see, and is what is generally accepted, is a clock variance of up to 60 seconds. And that is because when you think about when you're looking at your radio and you're looking at the clock, it's representing to you the hours and the minutes. It's not representing the seconds. So again, it's accurate. Its function is to be accurate to the minute, but its function is not to be accurate to the second.
Is a variance between different devices an accepted concept in your community?
Yes, it is an accepted concept in my community.
When you were looking for power on, power off information from the data on the SD card, what clock would that information, that time be dependent on?
Sure. So that's going to be dependent on the Lexus clock. That Lexus clock is continuously running, but it also syncs up with GPS systems to update the clock on occasion. We do not know how frequent that activity occurs because that is proprietary to the manufacturer themselves.
To bring us back, when you started this case, there were two important text stream events?
Correct. There were two text stream events.
Remind us what those were?
Sure. So one is going to be associated with a three-point turn, and the other is going to be associated with a backing maneuver.
In those two text stream events, are they related in any way to the running clock that is on the text stream data?
Sure. So when we think back, the text stream events have that running clock from ignition on, and because we know the power on events from the infotainment module, we can reconcile when those time counts occurred.
If there's information about timing from text stream data on the Lexus, what would you have to do if you took a separate device like an iPhone and you wanted to reconcile the variance?
Sure. So if we want to reconcile the variance, what we would need is we would need an event that occurs that both clocks record. So for instance, if you've got two cameras that are recording you jumping up and down, you would take your motion of jumping up and down, or your event of jumping up and down, and you would use that event to sync the clocks of those two cameras. So essentially, we're doing the same thing with the Lexus clock and the iPhone clock.
When you did your analysis during this case, initially, did you have any interest in trying to reconcile those clocks?
No, I did not.
Why not?
Because that is generally accepted that the clock variance is up to 60 seconds. And while reviewing the power on and off events and comparing that to the surveillance videos that were provided, that was consistent with what we would have expected.
Did something compel you to further your study and compare the Lexus clock information on those two text stream events, the 3-point turn and the backing maneuver, to a different device?
Yes, there was a claim of attempting to synchronize those two clocks that I believe was potentially misleading.
So based on reviewing that information and coming to that conclusion, did you on your own do any further study about the difference in clocks and attempt to synchronize them?
Yes, I did.
You said that you can synchronize if you have more than one device identifying a particular time. What do you mean by that?
Sure. So if we've got two devices that are recording a similar event, so let's say, for instance, a 3-point turn, if that is recorded with an iPhone, with the iPhone's clock, we can compare that event to the time that that event occurs and is recorded by the Lexus.
Were you aware of any device other than the Lexus recording that 3-point turn?
Yes, I was.
What were you aware of?
That would be an iPhone from Mr. O'Keefe.
Did you have data and information from Mr. O'Keefe's phone some time ago?
I did have partial location data from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
Did you do something with his iPhone data as it relates to the Lexus clock on those two events, the 3-point turn and the backing maneuver?
I did on the 3-point turn, yes, and the backing maneuver.
Tell us what you did.
Sure. So I looked at when the 3-point turn occurred within the iPhone data and the location data in reference to that clock, and then looked at the same 3-point turn event as it was recorded from the text stream and the Lexus clock.
At some point, did you have enough data to make that full analysis?
Yes, I did.
Now, as a general concept, before we get to the 3-point turn in detail, I want to turn to page 39 of your PowerPoint. I'm sorry, if you turn to page 38, please. Okay. Can you explain to us the concept of synchronizing clocks?
Sure. So this is kind of a graphical representation of how to synchronize a clock. So essentially, like I said, we're taking a event that occurs. In this instance, is a 3-point turn. We have data where that 3-point turn is recorded within an iPhone, and we have data where that 3-point turn is recorded within the Lexus. Those events have clocks associated with them. So in order to reconcile the difference in those clocks, we are comparing the clock times for the event from each device and moving or adjusting the clock for one compared to the other.
In addition to specializing in data and computers and cars, you also mentioned that you specialize in mobile phones.
Yes, I do.
Did you use your experience in your training and your education to analyze the iPhone data from Mr. O'Keefe's phone as it related to the information from the Lexus vehicle?
Objection, Your Honor.
Can you answer that, yes or no?
Yes.
Just answer yes.
Yes,
You did?
I did.
Okay. Did you see what type of information was being stored on Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone as far as location data?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
Yes, I did. In reference to location data, Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone is recording timestamps, GPS position, speed, and heading. So heading is going to be the direction that the iPhone is facing.
Was there any particular application that you were aware of that he was using?
Yes, as far as I'm aware, he was using the Waze app for navigation.
Could we have number 39, please? Could you tell us what this shows, Mr. Burgess?
Sure. So specifically, what we're looking at within the location data is a 2-minute window. So that 2-minute window we see here graphically plotted on a map. And we see, it's hard to tell, but you can see a white dot, which is the center of a radius for a GPS position. The orange circles are the horizontal accuracy for each one of those positions. And then down here, you can see a black line that is coming off of each GPS position that represents the heading or the direction that the iPhone is facing.
You mentioned you had some materials from Mr. Whiffen. Did you ever see any materials from Mr. Whiffen regarding location data that was acquired through the application Waze?
Yes, I did see a report by Mr. Whiffen.
Did you rely on his report, or did you independently, on your own, test the location information?
Sure. So I independently, on my own, looked at the location data from Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
This diagram that we see with all the points on it, is this developed from your own independent view and review of Mr. O'Keefe's location data?
It is.
To the top left is a round circle. What does that indicate?
Sure. So top left. So yeah, so that's going to be, again, the GPS coordinate beginning for this 2-minute interval that we're looking at. The orange circle is going to be the horizontal accuracy for that GPS point.
And then bring us down and up to the left. There seems to be a bigger circle on the top.
Sure. So as we come down, believe what is Cedar Crest and go up Cedar Crest, we have a position where the course heading of the iPhone changes, the speed lowers, and we have a lot more GPS points in a centralized location. So that's why you see that overlapping circles in that location.
When you're following and analyzing Mr. O'Keefe's location information, does this in any way relate to the first of those two text stream events that you originally were focused on?
It does relate to the first text stream event, which identifies a 3-point turn.
And again, although you're not an accident reconstructionist, do you know if there's data that was captured regarding this 3-point turn as far as an event?
Yes, I'm aware of data that was captured during that 3-point turn event.
If we could turn to page 40, please. I want you to explain to us how this chart works. What does a point mean?
Sure. So when we were initially provided the location data, again, we were provided a partial view or a partial data set of that location data. And within that Excel spreadsheet that data was provided in, it was identified as GPS points. So what we've got here is we've got the partial data along with the full data set that I was provided later on. So we've got a couple columns here. So we've got point, which is GPS point from that partial initial data set that I was provided. We've got timestamps. So these timestamps are every second. With every second, there is a latitude and a longitude recorded, as well as a horizontal accuracy, a speed, and again, a course heading.
When you looked at data point 154, is there a time ascribed to that?
There is a time described to that as 12:23:58.
Before you did this more in-depth analysis, were you relying on anything beyond point 154, that one line?
No, so that was the only thing that was being relied on at that time.
Why?
Because again, we were initially provided a partial data set of the location.
And why didn't you seek earlier on to break this down with more specificity?
Again, because the generally accepted clock variance is up to 60 seconds, and that data was consistent with everything else we were seeing, so there was no need to look any further.
And what compelled you again to look further?
A claim of misinterpreting and a misleading calculation trying to adjust these clocks.
Were you given a report?
I was not given a report. I was giving a PowerPoint presentation.
When you decided to delve deeper into this, was that on your own initiative or were you requested to do it?
That was on my own initiative.
Now, rather than simply relying on point 154, what does breaking it down with all of the times and numbers between the green and orange do for your analysis?
Sure. So breaking it down, we can see between the green. So the green highlighted in green is position or timestamp 12:23:59. What we see happening.
Hi, y'all. I just want to pause and say hello. I am here. It's good to see you. I hope you all are having a good day. My computer died like right before 3, so I had to skedaddle and fix that. Sorry, forgot to plug it in. So we have been watching all day trial for, what is this, day 18. We saw some stuff in this PowerPoint from Mr. Shanon with one N Burgess. And I know that you noticed it. I know that you saw it. Right over here, that bar at the bottom of the photos in the PowerPoint starts with January 29th, ends with January 30th. This is one of the moments. Hi, Truth Seeker. It's nice to see you. Thanks for being here for the second time. I love that. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're having a great day. So we are looking at Shanon Burgess' testimony right now, and we have some intense discrepancy that I know the jury is probably scribbling down in their notes, just like, what? Okay, so if he doesn't know what day this happened, we have to then ask the next question. Why? Inept Ian from Alvin and the Chipmunks with hair looking ass. I can't.
Before that time, the speed is pretty consistent between 15 and 8 miles per hour. the
Very
speed
soon.
starts to drop at that point. And if we look at the course heading, we can see that the course heading before that time is pretty consistent as well, between 339 and 348. So that is, at position or at time 12:23:59, the speed drops and the course heading changes from approximately 360, so straight north, to 284, which is in a
Right.
northwesterly direction.
Means a lot. I
After that
appreciate it.
time of
I'm glad
12:23:59,
you found me
the
too.
speed recorded is 0. The course heading is 352. And at time 12:24:07, you see the speed pick back up, and the course heading is around 179 degrees. So it's going to be in a southern direction. So based on this information, we can tell that the vehicle between 12:23:59 and 12:24:07 made a 3-point turn maneuver, changing from the northern direction of heading to the southern direction.
Is this data generated from Mr. O'Keefe's phone or from the Lexus?
Sure. So this data is generated from Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
Where you initially relied on 154 as a timestamp to identify the time and location of the car at a later point, does this give you more of a benefit breaking it down?
This does give you more of a benefit breaking it down.
Ooh,
The zero is the speed.
interesting.
What does that indicate to you as far as the data relative to the portion of the 3-point turn?
Sure. So it doesn't necessarily mean the vehicle is at 0 miles per hour. Again, if you look at the horizontal accuracies, we've got anywhere between 16 and 29 feet. So that's the range in the GPS and what it's seeing. So if the car is, slightly moving or moving like you would expect during a 3-point turn, you would expect to see that speed at, 0 miles per hour.
Did you develop a photograph with some detail to explain this in more of a picture format?
Yes, I did make a graphical representation of this.
If we could have 41, please. Could you break this down for us, Mr. Burgess?
Sure. So this is, again, a zoomed in version of the map that we showed earlier. And what we've done is we've cleaned out or just removed, for the sake of simplicity, the other points leading north to this point and the points leading south. Those are going to be those
Definitely be a
0
plus.
mile per hour
For
indications. So what we're looking at is the heading change and that speed change, which occurs at 12:23:59. And you can see the heading change from the black arrow leading off of the center radius of the GPS position. And then at 12:24:07, you see the heading change to a southern direction. And then the other GPS points are consistent with the vehicle moving southbound on Cedar Crest.
So the claim that you analyzed, did that actually compel you to analyze and identify a more accurate variance than you originally had?
It did.
And do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty what the variance is between the clock on the defendant's Lexus on January 29, 2022 and Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone on January 29, 2022?
Yes, I do.
And to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, what is that variance?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Need a little more, Mr. Green.
After you studied timestamp 154, what did that help you do? What did you learn from that?
Sure. So after studying timestamp or GPS point 154 and these further GPS positions, we're able to identify the approximate time that the 3-point turn occurred according to Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone data. So now we've got that event of when that 3-point turn occurred. Now we can compare that to the 3-point turn from the text stream data and that running clock. Again, what we're doing is taking the power on event at 12:12:36 and adding the time count from the text stream data to come up with the time of 12:23:38 in the text stream data. So the text stream data indicates a 3-point turn ended or a trigger event, a text stream event ended at approximately 12:23:38. The iPhone indicates that a 3-point turn occurred between 12:23:59 and 12:24:07. So since we've got that shared event between the two devices, we can reconcile any type of clock variance. So adjusting the Lexus clock to the iPhone clock, we can calculate that clock variance.
Is this a methodology that is commonly used in your practice?
It is.
Is it commonly used in the scientific community which you're part of?
It is.
Are there scholarly papers about this type of methodology in comparison of synchronizing clocks?
There are.
One of the papers you wrote, did that have anything to do with synchronization of clocks?
It did not have anything to do with synchronization of clocks, but it was relative to how accurate the timestamps are of events from iPhones.
And that was one of your peer-reviewed papers?
Yes, it was.
And are there scholarly journals and studies on the synchronization of clocks?
There are, yes.
Did you use that methodology in your analysis to come to arrive at an opinion about the time variance between the defendant's
We'll
Lexus
answer this
and
in
Mr.
just one
O'Keefe's
second.
phone?
Yes, I did.
And do you have an
That's a good
opinion to a
question.
reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, I do.
And what is that opinion?
The clock variance is between 21 and 29 seconds.
If we could have number 42, please. What is this, Mr. Burgess?
Sure. So this is, if we think back to the last slide, we've identified the
Okay, hold on, Shanon. So last time he was not here. Last time, this was not a moment in the trial. This is his first time testifying for the case. He didn't get on to the case until October 2024. I believe is what is the date that I wrote down. So he started getting reports and data shortly thereafter. So starting in like November, December, he was starting to receive stuff. January, he was getting stuff. And then he sent in his report to the Commonwealth, which they sent over to the defense. And then we have heard a little bit about an updated report testimonying. And so we're going to hear a little bit more about that in the cross-examination of him as well, of adding a supplemental to his initial report after trial has started. So we'll get that in cross though.
The 3-point turn event in both the data sets. So now if we want to adjust one clock to the other, we can do that. And doing that, we've identified that the variance is between 21 and 29 seconds. So we would need to adjust the Lexus clock forward 21 to 29 seconds to synchronize it with the iPhone data. So in doing that,
Correct.
the end of text stream event 1162.1 goes from 12:23:38 to 12:23 between 12:23:59 and 12:24:07.
Which,
These two,
Vicky, in itself is absolutely absurd, because what do you mean they discovered more stuff? You know, like, we should just be retrying the case. We should not have another full year of new evidence being discovered, which was a massive issue in between the end of the first and the beginning of the second. More and more stuff kept arising to the surface. It was insane. It was wild.
these two clocks, one on the left being the Lexus clock that reads 12:23:38 a.m., and the other clock on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone has a different time, 12:23:59 to 12:24:07. Do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, if these two clocks pertain to an event that's happening at the same time or a different time?
Yes. So these two clocks are, we are synchronizing these clocks to an event that is happening at the same time.
This is relative to the first text stream event, the 3-point turn. You said there was a second text stream event that you were analyzing.
Correct. There's a second text stream event.
And what is that second text stream event?
That second text stream event is a backing up maneuver.
Are you familiar with the time frame on the Lexus clock relative to that second text stream event?
Yes, I am.
And what is that time frame?
So it is approximately 19 minutes from the ignition on.
And do you know what time that is on the Lexus clock,
Yes, I do.
with the court's permission?
Yes.
So that is going to be 12:31:43 is going to be the end of that text stream event.
That text stream event, by the way, when it captures data, what window of data does it capture when there's a text stream event or a triggering event?
Sure. So when the trigger occurs, it captures data 5 seconds before and 5 seconds after the trigger.
What if the event is less than 10 seconds?
So if it's less than 10 seconds, it would capture the entire event. If it's more than 10 seconds, it would only capture a partial snapshot of that event.
And so when you talk about the data for the backing event, is that the 10-second window you're speaking of?
Yes, that is that 10-second window.
Does that have anything to do with defining the length of the actual event?
No, it does not.
When you looked at the time from the Lexus clock regarding that backing event, did you do an analysis of John O'Keefe's phone considering the variance that you identified?
Yes, I did. So I applied the same variance to that second text stream event.
When you apply that variance between the Lexus clock and Mr. O'Keefe's phone, what is could I turn to 43, please? What is the time of that event if we're referring to Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Sure. So the time of that event with the clock variance adjusted is 12:32:04 to between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12.
And do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, as to the accuracy of that time from Mr. O'Keefe's phone, considering the variance?
Yes, I do.
And what is your opinion?
And the opinion is that the second text stream event ends between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12.
When you say text stream event, that's the 10-second window?
Correct. That's the 10-second window.
Does that necessarily include the entire event?
No, it does not.
The graph on the bottom, what does that show us? It looks a little bit overwritten.
Yeah. So that graph is a timeline representation of the text stream event ending, being adjusted with the 12:32:04 to 12:32:12 in comparison with the last lock event that is recorded by Mr. O'Keefe's phone at 12:32:09.
Your analysis relative to the data that you obtained from the SD card, is your analysis and opinions separate from the other information you looked at that corroborated or supported your analysis?
Yes, they are.
I have no further questions.
You may not, but Alessi does.
Lights, please. That's as good as they can be. No one burned out. I'll
The
see
light
conference.
burnt out. Okay, they're gonna do a little bit of a sidebar. Her card data is actually quite interesting. Okay, and before we get into electric cross, let's do just like a quick little check. Hi, No Strays. I hope you are well. How are you? Welcome. Hope you're having a good day. The card data. Okay, before we get into the cross and we talk about what we have all probably watched ahead and sort of ogled over and our jaws have dropped. Let's talk about what we saw in the direct of my earbud got caught in the direct that we just saw, right? Shanon Burgess, I think from the sidebar, from the direct, what we just experienced, what we just saw, it was, yes, I put it in at least 1.5, 1.4 speed because skedaddle. It was not bad. In my opinion, if I was a juror, I'm not even a juror, and I'm frantically writing notes because this is science that I don't know how to do just because I don't do that. I am not the sheep. But it's interesting because you're not just dealing with here's an SD card with information, tell me about it. You're dealing with here's an SD card with information. There's been a missed SD card with information, which was very interesting. There's been damage to the board that the SD cards are on. There's the confusion between bits and bytes. There's modules, there's text streams, there's all of this information. There's the backup event, the 3-point turn event, the maneuver, this and that. There's a lot going on. Shanon Burgess on the stand is not terrible for the Commonwealth in that very direct. Just what we watched, now what's coming, now what's after, just what we watched. I thought that was pretty interesting. Being able to look at video, look at the timestamps of CCTV, the clock, the power on events, all of these things, and to try to correlate them and make sense of them, I thought was really good. It's something that we needed. For especially us on the internet who have been in this for years at this point, we needed that. We needed information. Now, what failed him immediately was the first time that, let me see if I can try to just find first time when something like this popped up of his PowerPoint. And you see, well, I'll move myself. January 29th over here. And then January 30th over here. This is an issue. Could it have just been a simple typo? Yes, it could have been. It very easily could have just been a little typo, whoopsie. But the problem is the typo should have been caught by the Commonwealth. They should have seen this and said, oh my gosh, because if this is January 29th at 6 p.m. right here, we go into midnight. It is now officially January 30th. When we go over, this is what? This was traveling to Dighton. So this is Karen Reed arriving at her parents' house in Dighton, and this is the power event. So turning off the car, the time, it was on and then off, the travel, the hours, etc. So she allegedly got there just after 12 p.m. to the 2:15 time range of January 30th is what the jury is looking at. Have we been lied to, or are we being lied to? So that's the confusion that I'm sure the jury is sitting there going, I'm having an issue with this. Why, if this is just a typo, if this is just a slip up, why was it not caught by now? Who is not reviewing the things they need to review? But other than that, having when the times of the things lines up, interesting. Nostre says, what are the chances her car data would show a collision event around the same time John's watch stopped moving? Wow, brain explosion. If that's there, if it makes sense, and if it's presented in a way that the jury's not going to go, but the guy who presented it doesn't even have his days right, so how can we trust the times? That's an issue. And if that shows that there is a collision, a physical collision with the car, at the same time John's phone was last locked, and not attempted to be opened or moved, but that to me is not necessarily a one and done as well. It may not change the data. It may not change the data, but it can change the juror's perception of the human and the reliability of delivering the data. That's the problem. It does not necessarily change the data, even though he kind of did change the data, which we'll get to, but I want to stick to just this. He kind of did change the data from the first time he gave information to the Commonwealth to his supplemental, which the defense is going to break down and kind of dig a little bit of holes of doubt. But a typo at this level should not be happening, especially on multiple different PowerPoint pages. And so it's not about, in my opinion, this moment before the jury gets the cross. It's about right now, the jury is going for lunch and they are going to be chewing on their sandwiches, sipping on some coffee, going, dude got his days wrong. You know? He's got his days wrong. What the hell's going on? So finding a reliable witness who he sits on the stand well, he answers questions well, he is fairly clear. I listened to a lot of expert witnesses. He's very clear. He's concise. I was able to follow, and a lot of jurors are able to follow it, and a lot of jurors are able to go, wow, that makes sense. I see what he did. Wow, the science of it makes sense. The technical aspect of it makes sense. I'm getting it. It's making sense to me. And then you see the wrong days. Is that going to take some jurors out and go, dude can't even write a power, like he can't even like double check who told him these days, the days are wrong. Are the days wrong? They're second guessing that. Are the days wrong? Did I write the day wrong? Did this happen the 30th? So it's going to cause a little confusion for the jury. Are they going to be able to overcome it and solidify their comfort and stability with this witness before the cross and not let Alessi fully break that down for them? Or are they going to go into it with open minds and say, okay, it might have just been a typo. You know, he's just reading this. He's seeing those days. He may not even, like, the day may not even matter. The time matters. And are they not going to let Alessi break them down? Or are they going to, you know, just be taken under Alessi's wing and be like, oh, shit, this shit ain't right. So we'll see. Oh, of course, there's no such thing as a perfect witness. And I would not say there's been a single perfect witness at all, anywhere near perfect at all, in this trial. But how far from perfect is acceptable to a jury that we don't know? That's the thing. That's the question that we will not have answers to until the deliberation is done. And if they want to come out and talk about it, God, I really hope they do. Remember Lil Woody from the Young Thug trial? Yes, I did. Oh my God, that trial was an absolute madhouse. So yeah, there's no perfect witness, but it's up to the jury to see and draw the line of where they're going to ride the wave of this witness or just, you know, head on back. I don't have good analogies, but I try every damn day. You know, are they going to ride it out, or are they going to pedal back to shore? Is that good? I don't know. Let's get into
Maybe you're right,
cross.
Mr. Leslie.
Thank you, Your Honor.
He's so stupid excited right now. He's so stupid excited because Alessi is not going to throw stuff at him just from the testimony that he had from direct. We're going to get a little more. We're going to get a little shock and awe moment, which I think might be powerful enough for the jury to go, well, with the time and the date issue, well, specifically the date issue, we might be falling off of liking this witness. I did not unlike him on the stand. And I think that is what sucks right now. I know, me knowing what is about to happen, that sucks because, like I said, show me the evidence, give it to me. I try, and I love that I have people here who are like, whoa, your blinders are closing in, open them back up. I love it. I appreciate it. I want to hear everything. I want to hear every single thing that the jury is going to hear. And knowing what the jury is about to hear might be a little too much for them when it comes to the reliability and the stability, the professionalism of this witness. So let's get into it. Let me move these
Your Honor.
back down.
Good afternoon, Mr. Burgess.
I just keep seeing that comment. Oh my
You
God.
spell your first name Shannon with one N. Do I have that correct?
Yes, that is
Oh,
correct.
yes.
You describe yourself as a digital forensic examiner, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You use the term forensics often in your analysis.
Yes, I do.
And would you agree that generally the accepted definition of forensics is something that relates to, that's used in, and is suitable for a court of law?
Yes, I would.
And so when you're working in forensics, even in your office, you understand that eventually it's very likely that whatever work you're working on is going to end up or could end up in a court of law, correct?
Correct.
And you mentioned in your direct examination the scientific method, right?
Correct.
And I was pleased to hear mention of the scientific method. And I just want to cover some principles with regard to the scientific method. But before I do, I just want to see how forensics envelopes in certain items. So forensics applies scientific methods and principles to legal matters, particularly in criminal investigations, right?
Correct.
It's a fair statement.
Yes.
Thank you. And forensics are used to help lawyers in their preparation, correct?
Yes, that'd be correct.
And it's used to help judges in courts of law.
Yes, that is correct.
And it's also used to help juries and jurors to understand the results of scientific tests, correct?
Correct.
So you know, and you have to presume that as you are performing your analysis, as I stated earlier, that this information is going to end up in a court of law.
Correct.
And then does that heighten sort of the analysis that you need to do and the sharpness and the accuracy, given that it's going to end up in that form?
It can, depending on context.
And is the primary goal of forensic science to uncover the truth and to provide objective evidence that can be presented in a court?
Yes, it is.
Would you generally agree that the work of forensic science, including the work that you do, is intended to be used in court because scientific evidence can be very powerful, and therefore the forensic science must be accurate?
Correct.
It must be methodical.
Correct.
There must be a method, right?
Right.
It must be detailed.
Yes,
And above all, it must be unbiased and truthful, correct?
that is correct.
And all of this, is it fair to say, distills down to reliability?
Correct.
And reliability is a desired characteristic of the forensic scientist.
Yes.
You want people to be able to rely upon your work.
Yes.
And credibility and honesty is part of reliability, and it's a fundamental component of that, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
You've stated that you hold your opinions to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty. You said that several times on direct, correct?
Correct.
And because the discipline of forensics involves the application of the scientific method, as you stated on direct, you therefore, of course, applied the scientific method throughout your analysis, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Would you agree with the following statement of the scientific method? And tell me whether, well, let me start with, you understand, you know, the National Institute of Standards and Technology, NIST?
Yes, I am familiar. Yeah.
And would you agree with a definition of the scientific method as the systematic pursuit of knowledge involving the recognition and definition of a problem, the collection of data through observation and experimentation, analysis of the data, the formulation, evaluation, and testing of hypotheses, and where possible, the selection of a final hypothesis? I know there's a lot there, and if you'd like me to break any of it down, you let me know.
No, I find that generally acceptable. Yeah.
And I wanted to emphasize the end, the evaluation and testing of hypotheses, and where possible, the selection of a final hypothesis. You understand what I'm meaning by hypotheses?
Yes, I do.
The scientific method is used, among other reasons, is it not, to avoid
certain biases in the science process, correct?
Yes, that's
Right.
correct.
So the method is trying to prevent a scientist, not cultural bias, but scientific bias, correct?
Correct.
Do you know what the American Academy of Forensic Scientists refer to as cognitive biases in science generally?
No, I do not.
Have you heard of the term confirmation bias?
Yes, I have heard of that term.
Have you heard of the term anchor bias in the scientific method?
I have not heard that term.
Let's start with confirmation bias. Is a fair definition? You said you're generally familiar with that, right?
Yes, correct.
So let's start with that. That's the practice of sort of selectively gathering and interpreting evidence to confirm the scientist's belief or a belief of another, and at the same time neglecting evidence that contradicts them. Is that a fair definition of confirmation bias?
Yes.
And an example of confirmation bias is not considering alternative hypotheses once an initial hypothesis has been selected, even though the data and other information might contradict the initial hypothesis. Fair statement?
Yes, that's a fair statement.
And confirmation bias, although sometimes it occurs, is intellectually and analytically antithetical to, it's opposing of the scientific method, correct?
Correct, yes.
And it's to be avoided.
Right.
Anchor bias is, and I know you said you didn't recall it, but let me see if this triggers a recollection. If not, fair enough.
Okay.
Anchor bias is when you prioritize information and data that supports your initial impression of the evidence, even where the impressions are incorrect, or it's unknown whether the impression is incorrect. You sort of anchor into that. Does that sound like a reasonable definition of anchor bias?
Yes, that sounds reasonable.
So biases are to be avoided in the application of scientific matters and methods because they can lead to incorrect conclusions in science, right?
Right.
And even though they're to be avoided, you called this case a homicide even before you began your alleged scientific testing. Isn't that correct?
I don't recall. Where would I have called it a homicide?
Do you recall your January 30th, 2025 report that you prepared in this case?
Yes, I do.
Do you have it with you?
I do.
Can you turn to page 4, footnote 3, please?
Yes.
Footnote, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. It is page 4, footnote 3. And in page 4, footnote 3, it states, I'm sorry, sir, are you there?
Yes, I am sorry.
It says evidence reviewed by the defense counsel Ray O'Keefe, MV homicide. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
Now, you assumed in the very beginning, that Miss Reed had hit Mr. O'Keefe with her car before you began the scientific testing that you had discussed in your direct.
No, that would be incorrect.
But you did list homicide down in footnote 3, correct?
Yes, I did.
And so this report's drafted January 30th, 2025, correct?
Correct.
And the testing, I'll just give you a snapshot. Some of the testing you discussed with Mr. Brennan, that testing didn't occur until after this trial started, correct? Some of the testing you described in direct?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay, so that testing didn't even occur in the trial. Just assume the trial started at April 22nd. So the testing you described when you were talking about aligning clocks and GPS, that occurred after April 22nd, correct?
Correct. It did.
Now let's go on to another topic. Let's talk about professional credentials. You know what I mean by the term credentials?
Yes, I do.
Professional credentials are important in any profession, correct?
Oh,
Correct.
boy,
And they're
here we
important
go.
in your forensic examiner profession as well.
Correct.
Your forensic scientists and examiners are no different than any other professional. That credentials are important. And your profession requires you to provide curriculum vitae, laying out your education, training, and background, correct?
Correct.
And it's imperative, is it not, that the information that is disseminated about your professional credentials are absolutely truthful, right?
Yes, they should be.
You say they should
Should
be.
be.
Let's continue on with that topic.
God, you just fed right
You
into it.
understand what's meant by the term ethics, right, generally?
Yes. Yes.
And civil ethics mandate that one is truthful about their professional credentials, correct?
Correct.
And a fundamental credential is what type of college degree you hold, correct?
Correct.
People rely on those credentials, and the credentials are the foundation of your expert opinions and analyses, correct?
They can be. Yes.
They can be, and they often are, correct?
Yes, they can be depending on context.
But more often than not, they're important.
Yes. Again, depending on context.
You know that not only your colleagues, but your clients, firm clients, courts, and juries will rely on your CV and your credentials in order to make determinations about whether you're qualified to testify and your depth of your qualifications, correct?
Correct.
You provided the Commonwealth, the defense, and the court with your CV in this case, correct?
Correct.
If I can have a moment, Your Honor, I will
Yes.
get my first exhibits. Next exhibit.
For identification?
For identification at this point.
Okay.
Well, actually, I'm going to have it, we'll be eventually offering it into evidence, so.
Okay.
Okay, present it to the
So
witness.
let's not for identification first.
Okay.
Exhibit TT for identification.
He gets there, he gets to the data, but he wants to make sure that this gets in. But let me say, that's hilarious. But also, if you were in Karen Reed's shoes, you would love that Alessi is doing this. So fair to both sides, for sure, for sure. Absolutely.
Identification.
So funny. That is so funny.
Okay.
May I present it to the witness?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess,
Yes.
I am presenting you with exhibit.
TT for identification.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm learning not to talk while I'm walking backwards so Madam Court Reporter can hear me. So I'm presenting you with what is exhibit TT for identification. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
And what is that document?
So this document appears to be my CV.
May I approach further?
Yes.
Thank you. And is that CV a document that you have prepared?
Yes, so that is a document that either I have prepared or the company after has prepared.
And is that a fair and accurate document?
It appears to be.
Your Honor, I offer that into evidence.
Any objection, Mr. Ronan?
No, thank you.
Yes. And if you could just, if you want to have another witness, hold that I have some
Hold on, let's
questions.
let it mark first.
Yep.
Exhibit 183.
183. And that is just in the Commonwealth case in chief. So many pieces.
Mr. Burgess, you have in front of you your CV that we just spoke about, and I'd ask you please to draw your attention to the education section where underneath in red it says BGS, and then, do I read it correctly? It says Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, University of Alabama Birmingham, Alabama currently pursuing. Did I read that correctly?
You did read that correctly.
Thank you, sir. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Like
And
this,
is-
marked as the next for identification only at this point. Oh, excuse me.
Is there anything wrong with currently pursuing a degree at an age that is outside of the typical college age? No, nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with not having a degree. You can be an expert with a degree, with multiple degrees,
Yeah, I
with
had to switch.
multiple
Yes.
Thank you.
extended
Well, I'm gonna
level degrees. You can be an expert with not a single degree
Actually,
and
that'll
just
work
certificates in the things. You can be an expert with any sort of background education, as long as you have the background in the expertise that is required by the court. The problem comes when you misrepresent your either background and or your education. So Alessi is he's really going to dig into it. So prep yourselves for it. He's going to dig into Shanon Burgess's actual legitimate education. Does that negate his work in the data? Not on a one-to-one basis, like not on a one-to-one, two things can't be true at the same time. He could not have a degree and the data could be fine. But it's up to the jury to decide that.
Mark identification first.
Okay.
And we'll go from there.
Exhibit UU for ID.
Thank you.
He will get into the data.
Mr. Burgess, if the
issues
mark,
is-
the document is
that he
exhibit UU for
finds.
identification. Could you please tell me if you recognize that?
Yes, I do recognize that.
And sir, please describe briefly what that is.
Sure. So it is a CV as well.
Thank you. I would offer it into evidence at this time, Your Honor.
Mr. Brennan, any objection?
No, thank you.
Thank you. I present it back to the witness, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Burgess, once you've had a fair opportunity to look at that, I have a question, and that question is simple. Is that your April 2025 CD?
Let me see. Yes, it appears to be.
Thank you. And when you've had a fair opportunity to look at it, when you can just pick your head up, sir, to let me know you're ready. I don't want to rush you, but then I have some questions.
Absolutely. Go
Thank
ahead.
you. So in those two exhibits, your two CVs in front of you, am I correct that the first one is November 2024 and the second one is April 2025?
Let me see. Yes, that appears to be correct.
And in both of those CVs, you indicate that you have not yet earned a bachelor's degree.
That is correct.
And you certainly have not earned a Bachelor of Science degree in any educational field, according to those two CVs, right?
Correct.
And in fact, as you sit here today, you do not possess any bachelor's degree.
Correct.
And the reason, as you state, is because that bachelor's degree is currently pending. That's the term you use.
So I use currently pursuing.
Currently pursuing, yes. So you have a public profile that's published on Aperture's website, correct?
Yes, I do.
And it's in the form of a biography page.
Yes, I believe so.
And that biography page has your education listed.
Very possible, yes.
May I approach your own?
Yes.
Thank you.
So if the Aperture website has the education listed as he has the bachelor's degree, that is an issue when it comes to telling the court something that because you're basically a professional witness. You know, you do the science to testify about it in court. And if that is information that is passed along to the attorneys that you're working with, is it the prosecution or the defense? It doesn't matter. If it's the court, if you're representing yourself as I have this, but you don't have this, that is an issue. That is a problem. And it is a lie. It doesn't always change the data, but it can change people's perception of your reliability.
Is it BB for ID?
Giving you Exhibit DB for identification. Published on Aperture's website, correct?
That is what it appears to be, yes.
Now, I would like you, sir, to turn to page 2 of that document.
Okay.
And I'd like to turn your focus to the bottom of education heading. It states, am I correct, sir, BS, Mathematics, and Business Administration. Is that correct?
It does state that, yes.
And there is no qualification that's currently pending. It states BS in Mathematics and Business Administration, correct?
That's what it states there, yes.
And you do not have a Bachelor of Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, do you?
No, I do not.
Take you.
No, I do not.
To any member of the public reading this, including prosecutor, a defense attorney, a judge, or a jury, that represents that you received your Bachelor of Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, does it not? Objection.
That's the same.
Now, if you continue on to your photograph, are you familiar with Aperture's website that speaks about you and presents you generally?
Vaguely, yes.
Are you aware that Aperture has 2 hyperlinks, one that says CV and one says LinkedIn? Are you aware of that?
Yes, I am now.
And LinkedIn is a professional networking platform designed for career and business professionals to connect, share content, find jobs, etc. Is that a fair description of LinkedIn?
Yes, it is.
And could we also conclude that it's a professional networking platform, especially for private sector firms like Aperture, that's used to attract clients or potential clients?
Yes, correct.
And potential clients include, for example, the Commonwealth of the state of Massachusetts, correct?
Correct.
And indeed, the Commonwealth is no longer, if you will, an attracted client, but it's an actual client of Aperture and you, correct?
Correct.
And that's the status of the relationship here. Aperture is a client of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts in this case, right?
Correct.
So is it fair to say that your CV, especially when it's published on a LinkedIn or published on a website, is something that is published to intend to have, especially if you're in the private sector, have clients view and retain your services? That's a hope and an expectation, correct?
Yes, that is part of it.
Now, when you look at that document, when you click on, if you were to be in your office, and let's see if you're familiar with this, you click on your LinkedIn on Aperture's page, that would ordinarily take you directly to your professional LinkedIn account, correct? Isn't that what the links are there for?
Yes, I would expect so.
Are you notified when someone electronically accesses your LinkedIn account?
Not accesses, no. Are you referring to viewing?
Yes, that's a better for viewing. Yes.
Yes.
So you're notified.
Yeah, he's got.
Were you notified within the last 72 hours that someone from the defense accessed your publicly available or viewed your publicly available LinkedIn account?
No, I was not aware.
Are you aware that within the last 72 hours, that hyperlink on Aperture's official website was disabled?
No, I was not aware.
Are you aware that now if you try to go on that link that you can't, that it's disabled?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Do you know whether anyone from Aperture directed someone within Aperture to disable your LinkedIn account within the last 72 hours?
No, I'm not.
Wow.
Have you spoken to anybody at Aperture about your LinkedIn account?
No, I have not.
Actually, I feel bad for the poor guy. A recruiter reached out to me the other day and reminded me I even had a LinkedIn. I haven't updated it because I've been employed for years. Yeah. But somehow his CVs made it clear he did not have a completed degree, but his LinkedIn did not at the time make it clear, nor did Aperture's website of him, like on his bio on Aperture's website. And when this was all happening IRL, oh my gosh, you couldn't even like log into LinkedIn, and Aperture's website was just completely just flooded with everyone. Hundreds of thousands of people were like, I want to see. So it's not a good look. If he has full control over his LinkedIn, then it's his responsibility to keep the education status proper. If for his bio on Aperture, he probably does not have full control over, but it's his responsibility to make sure that they are posting the correct information for him as an employee, as a scientist, and as a potential witness as well. And I mean, they both, Aperture as a company, I'm sure they have an HR department or a media department, whatever, to, you know, if they are constantly, they're on the socials and reaching out and getting customers and interacting with people like that. They have to have someone doing that. They need to have someone making sure that the information that they're supplying about their scientists, about their potential expert witnesses who are going to take the stand is correct, up to date. So is this just a fault? Is this just a weak point that was found within the company, within this person? Are there issues with any other Aperture employees of this level? You know, there's a lot of questions that come up from this. But the questions that we have are not going to be answered.
We are done with those. Sure.
Absolutely.
Which is an issue. Which is an issue all around.
Yes, thank you.
But if the jury's looking at this and seeing, well, you know, if it was just an issue, it's like, okay, well, you know, they just didn't keep up with it. You know, he might have slipped this in. He might have said the wrong word. He might have said science instead of studies, and general studies instead of general science, or bachelor's of, what was it? Whatever it was, the mathematics and business, you know, it might have gotten just, you know, a little game of telephone down the line, but then he has the mistakes of the day on his PowerPoint. So, you know, the little things add up, especially when it's up to a jury to completely consider or not consider someone's testimony, expert or not. The little things can add up. He's going to get to the data. We're only a few minutes in. He'll get there, but he wants to make sure that all of this is clear. This all could have been resolved and could have not happened if anyone caught it. So that's also the problem, is it all went through everyone's holes in their net. Everyone had their nets up, right? What's his name? Shanon Burgess, anyone at Aperture, Brennan, Lally, anyone in the district attorney's office that saw all of this information, they could have done another check. They could have said, are we sure this guy's good? Does everything check out? Because the defense team is going to dig until they hit something. So it all could have been not an issue. It all could have been not an issue if it was correct. If it was properly updated. So that is also a problem. No one caught it. No one was paying attention to this. No one was paying attention to the wrong days on the PowerPoint. No one was paying attention. to it, and it slipped through everyone's grasp. So that's also an issue. Shanon Burgess said, "What?" Hello, Yogurt. How are ya?
WW. Thank you.
May I present to the witness?
Yes.
Mr. Burgess, I presented to you what is marked as Exhibit WW for identification. I'd ask that you take a look at
Yogurt.
it, take a fair amount of time, and then if you could, sir, pick your head up so I could see that you're ready.
Sure.
Do you recognize that document,
Thank
sir?
you, Yogurt.
Yes, it appears to be a screenshot of my
Thank
LinkedIn
you so
account.
much. I hope you follow and
Your Honor,
continue
I
watching me
offer
stream.
that into evidence.
I'm having a good time. I like it. You got to go. Have a good rest of your day, Yogurt. Thanks for stopping in. Nice to meet you. Oh, they're doing a side.
I am presenting to you what has been marked as Exhibit WW for identification. Is that a fair and accurate representation of your personal LinkedIn page? You can take a moment to take a look. Sure.
Mr. Leslie, we can actually step back so all the jurors can see the
Yes, Your Honor,
pictures.
thank you.
Page 2 regarding education.
Okay, sorry.
Yes, it does with a error on page 2 regarding education.
Right, and we're going to get to that.
Sure.
But this is you recognize this as a fair and accurate depiction of your personal LinkedIn page with the exception of what you just mentioned, correct?
Correct.
Did you draft that document that's represented as Exhibit WW?
I have drafted that over time, yes.
And when was the last time you viewed that document on your LinkedIn page?
I don't typically view the profile page, so it would have been, I could not tell you how long it's been.
Do you have any reason to believe that that Exhibit WW is not on your LinkedIn page online as we sit here today?
No, I don't.
Your Honor, I move Exhibit WW into evidence.
No objection.
Exhibit 100.
To turn your attention to the printout of your personal LinkedIn page and go right to the second page, bottom. And under education, it says University of Alabama at Birmingham. It's got a little UAB acronym there. And it says Bachelor of Science, B period, S period, comma, Applied Mathematics and Scientific Computation, 2016-2018. Do you see that, sir?
Yes, I do.
That's not correct, is it?
No, it's not correct.
And you do not hold a BS in a Bachelor of Science in Applied Mathematics and Scientific Computation
Could you say that his BS is BS? Sorry.
from the University of Alabama at Birmingham, do you?
I do not. And that would
Sorry.
have been at that time an expected graduation date?
So it would be expected, you state.
Correct.
It would be another word currently pursuing. Is that similar to expecting?
Sure, that could be similar.
But you know how to put currently pursuing down, don't you, sir? Because you did it on the first few CVs, but you don't have it on your LinkedIn page. Am I
So
correct?
sorry. So
Correct.
sorry.
That's probably because obviously that has not been updated in quite some time.
And you said you get notifications when people access your LinkedIn page, correct?
I get selective notifications when people view my LinkedIn page.
So you know people are looking at your LinkedIn page. You know people are looking at your education. And you have down here 2016 to 2018. So that time period
Bah.
is 7 years old from 2018. Yet
Merch,
you use the 2016 to 2018 on your LinkedIn page.
merch idea. Vicky, what's the merch idea for side bah? Sorry, we're
Correct.
playing. Sorry,
Correct.
We're playing.
With the caveat that my understanding is people look at your post, not specifically the profile information.
Oh, so you believe
Oh,
you know apparently when people are looking at it and what they look at?
I don't like that answer. And there's something within me that likes Shanon Burgess. Like, I like him. He's not backing down. He's not becoming defensive. Just a sheep sitting at the bar. He's not doing the Jen McCabe where he gets and his teeth come out and he's shaking his head and he's just sitting there answering the questions. You know, shit happens. Oops, oopsies. education's wrong, my science is right. And I like that about him. And I know there's jurors who are going to like that too, especially after seeing so many witnesses and how they react to the defense. I know they're going to like it. And I know they're going to steadily be on his side and think that all this is so annoying and this is a waste of time. I'm like 50-50. I get why he's bringing it up. I get that it all could have been fixed. I get that it's a bit of a problem. I get that it doesn't make you look bad. I get that it doesn't make the Commonwealth look bad. It looks like everyone dropped the ball on a couple of things because the things keep adding up, right? There's this and this and this and this, and now the bachelor's of science and the bachelor's of general studies, et cetera, blah, 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 all the things. I get it. But dude's not breaking. But I did not like that answer. I did not like that answer. That's probably one of the worst answers from him, and it's about a stupid education. I didn't like the answer. Do I like the adding up of the science? Do I like it all? I don't know. I have to ingest. Let me ingest all of it. Let me ingest it all. But what I'm seeing, I like. Like, I like Shanon Burgess. He's probably a fun guy, you know? Like, he's just a chill dude, you know? And he did his job. He talked about the science, but he's not, but there's so many things that aren't true that Alessi has the ability of turning into something quite large. Hey, Shanon, Aggie. I said Shanon just because I saw Shanon. What's up, Aggie? How are you? Good to see you. It's Shanon Burgess time. Shanon with an N.
My understanding is people look at your post, not specifically the profile information.
And I hate that answer. I hate that answer. And I think he immediately regretted it as well, just from how we paused and what his face looks like. I think that was a moment where he's like, I can't play that game. Can't play that game with this guy. Just gonna answer the questions. I hated that answer. Oh, Shanon, no. Stand strong in your uneducated self. Not to say that he's uneducated. He does not have the BGS. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. It's not the end of the world. I'm torn.
Apparently, when people are looking at it and what they look at.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying generally.
Generally.
Correct.
But you don't know who's looking at the education section on your LinkedIn page and relying upon what is represented here, that you have a Bachelor of Science in Applied Mathematics and Scientific Computation from the University of Alabama at Birmingham.
Not from the LinkedIn page. Yeah, just independently of the LinkedIn page, yes.
Me too. Especially seeing all of
and as you sit here
the
today,
powerful
that
hate
page
he
is
got
still
on the
live
internet.
on your LinkedIn, correct?
Correct.
I mean, like, dude's got like the glasses
So a
that
key
have some
aspect
sort
of
of
your
tint to
credentials,
'em.
whether or not you have obtained a Bachelor of Science, is incorrect in more than one document that I presented here today, correct?
Exactly.
No, I would not agree with that.
So why is it on there?
Well, it's incorrect in this one, correct?
Correct.
And the one previously to that, there's two documents that have you listed. This LinkedIn, may I put your honor?
Yes.
Thank you. So there's
Oh
two
my
documents. If they're not,
gosh,
sir,
I love you
there's-
guys so freaking much.
And-
Oh my gosh.
So if you could hold that.
So
sir, and I'm gonna
true.
get that microphone, thank you. And exhibit 185, that's in evidence, if you can turn to the second page.
He's like, I got it.
So
Sure.
if you look at each of those state that you have a Bachelor of Science in Mathematics and Business Administration. So there are two documents about your credentials that are inaccurate, correct?
Yes, they have errors. Yes, that is correct.
May I have those back, sir?
Yeah, both.
Yes, please.
Yes, there you go.
Thank you.
I've seen a lot of people have the exasperated reactions to this. I've seen a lot of people have it. I'm on
Okay,
the
Richard.
internet.
Yes.
I have the next document, Mark, for identification at this point.
And do I think it is all a little too much, a little overexcited?
You have
Yes.
this next for identification.
Okay.
Thank you.
Now, then as this was happening live, maybe not.
You hand it to the witness, Your Honor. Thank you. Handing the witness exhibit XX for identification.
But in the end, it comes down to how the jury is feeling with this. How the jury, and does Alessi keep going on a little longer? Yeah. Well, you know, that's Alessi. Brennan goes on pretty long too, and you know, it's all about the jury. It's all about the jury. We're allowed to have our own reaction. We're allowed to have our own opinions. But do I feel a little bad now that it's kind of like set in? It's been a few days. Yeah, I feel a little bad. But also, I still am sitting at but why was it wrong in the first place? Why was it wrong in the first place? And what did
Do you
you
recognize that
verbally
document, sir?
say?
So it appears to be a CV, yes.
Did
You
you
say it
verbally
appears
correct
to be a CV. Can you describe that any further?
any
Yes,
incorrect
so it's
information
a copy of my CV.
when speaking to the Commonwealth, in prep for you testifying? You know, what did you say? Oh, by the way, my CV says I have the degree, but I'm still working on it. I still have a couple courses left. That yes, maybe. I did check yesterday. He is still on the website for Aperture. They did not remove his photo and bio, so maybe not.
Is that a CV you prepared, sir?
It would have been prepared by myself or Aperture, yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the end.
Sorry, it would have been
His
prepared by myself or
reputation?
Aperture, yes.
Yourself or Aperture?
Correct.
But you had, at a minimum, a role in preparing that, did you not?
More than likely, yes.
Yeah, and you would have reviewed that because it's about you before it would have been used by Aperture, correct?
More than likely, yes.
You wouldn't let somebody put a CV up and out to the public without you reviewing it, would you, sir?
So there are other staff members that do review and update CVs.
But you're the only one who's going to know whether what's on it is accurate or not, correct?
Unless I explain that to them, yes.
So either way, either you prepared it yourself or you interacted with somebody and explained it and collaborated with them to make sure it was right to the best of your ability, correct?
Correct.
If you can look at the highlighted portion, sir, under education.
There's no I understand
sorry.
what you're talking about. There's no highlighted.
Kind of a sneaky move by both parties, to be fair, because the original CV from 2024 and 2025 that he brought up, the first two pieces of evidence about the whole CV situation, said currently pursuing. But currently on the LinkedIn, that is a direct link that you can get to directly from Aperture's website. And on Aperture's website, it says that it does not mention currently pursuing any degree. It just has degree and then dates. So he knew, you know, but also this gives us the question of Aperture is not verifying the information given to them by their employees. So they're not verifying degree completion. They're not contacting the schools for that information either. They won't trial, post-trial, no one will designate him as an expert. Oh yeah, no, I don't think, yeah, no, that's not gonna happen. Yeah.
I'm sorry, let's strike that. If you look under education, the first line, it says in the right underneath BGS. Do you see that, sir?
I do, yes.
And then to the right, it says Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, University of Alabama - Birmingham, Alabama, 2022. Did I read that correct?
Yes, you did.
And up in the upper left-hand corner, there's a photograph.
Yes, there is.
Is that you, sir, in the photograph?
Yes, it is.
And in the spelling of your name, Shanon, that's with one N, correct?
Correct, yes.
And so that is not only you in the photograph, that's the spelling of your name with one N, correct?
Correct.
And that's the correct spelling of your first name with one N, correct?
Yes, it
So
is.
that's definitely you represented in this document, correct?
With
Yes,
one
that is
N.
correct.
Now let's look at the first line that relates to education. It states Bachelors of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, correct?
That is what it states, yes.
And the date is 2022, correct?
Correct.
So this document represents that you received your Bachelor's of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration in 2022, correct?
That is what it states, but there are a number of errors in that, yes.
Correct. So let's go on. So this is the third example. Am I correct, sir? Well, let me, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I offer Exhibit XX into evidence.
No objection.
Okay. Is it 187?
Sir, is Exhibit 187 a CV that is linked directly from Aperture's website?
I do not know. I would have to look and check that.
So as you sit here today, you are not able to state whether that CV is linked directly from Aperture's website?
Correct.
And let me say, I think they had, when it comes to the defense, digging, the reason they dug a little bit probably deeper than normal or with a little more vigorous energy. It's the frog emoji for me. With a little more vigorous energy is because of the late recruitment of Aperture and Shanon Burgess in general. Him hopping onto the case mid-October 2024, doing some research, handing over his first report January 2025, and then them receiving what is it? An amended, I forgot the word. I'll hear it again. He's going to say it a lot. Of course, my brain stopped working. An amended report, basically a supplemental report after the trial started. So I'm sure a member of their team, maybe a paralegal, someone who is helping them just contain this case as they are actively trying it, said, I got a free afternoon. Let me do some digging, because who is this guy and what do we mean a supplemental has entered the chat after the trial has started? With data changes. We'll get there though. We're still stuck on the bachelor's degree.
So this is a third example of a document that incorrectly states that you have a Bachelor of
And I
Science
love
when you do not
researching
possess that
people.
degree,
I'd be
correct?
so good at
It has
that.
errors or outdated information, correct?
Well, when you say outdated, how is it that you can call a date outdated next to something that you don't
Aggie
possess?
just wants me to be a paralegal
I
so
don't
bad
understand your
that I'm
question.
like,
Well, you
maybe
just used the phrase either incorrect or outdated. I'm trying to understand your statement that it's
Sure. So
outdated. Isn't it either you have a Bachelor of Science degree or you don't? Isn't
I have represented I do not have a bachelor's degree.
correct? But in here, it's represented that you do, correct?
Yes, it is
All
an
right.
error, yes.
So let's look at what the name is that are on these documents. It says Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
Are you aware that there's no degree
should got some food.
at the University of Alabama, Birmingham,
They only have
called the
Cheez-Its
Bachelor of
and
General Science in Mathematics and Business
Animal
Administration?
crackers.
Yes, I am. And that is one of the errors I identified.
So you would agree that there's not even a degree called Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration offered at the University of Alabama, correct?
Correct. That should be Bachelor of General Studies with minor in Mathematics and Business Administration.
And what you just articulated, you do not possess as you sit here today, correct?
That is correct.
What you possess is an associate's degree, correct?
Correct.
And when did you obtain that associate's degree?
So that would have been 2015.
Are you familiar with the term mendacity?
I am not.
Are you familiar with a CV of 2015?
No, I'm not.
He's like, from 10 years ago? No.
Yes.
The legal world was so much more fulfilling. Just saying. I love that. I love that. Just saying.
Your Honor, may I have the charge marked as the next exhibit for identification, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're good. You're good. You're good.
Thank you. That document, sir.
No,
All
I do
right,
not
we're
recognize
just
this
gonna
document.
skedaddle a little bit. He doesn't recognize
Do you
it.
recall ever pursuing, may I stand here and ask some questions, Your Honor?
Okay.
Thank
Did you see the document as well, or do you have a copy for him?
You can see it as well, Your Honor.
Okay. I was just wondering the purpose.
Yeah, sure.
And just step back.
Yes,
just a little.
yeah. Sir, do you recall when you started pursuing? You started
I'm
pursuing
So sorry. I did not.
Sure, I do. Around 2008.
So you started pursuing a Bachelor of Science for the first time in 2008, correct?
Correct.
Dude, we're the same age.
If I did the math
Wait.
correctly, sir, you've been pursuing.
If he started pursuing his bachelor's in 2008, I'm old. I'm not going to sit on the internet and be like, I may look young. But if he started pursuing his bachelor's in 2008, so if he like graduated high school 08 and went to college 08, then we're like the same age. If he didn't like start, then he's like, if he started like, I don't know, 4 years after he got his associates, and then, you know, I don't know, had party time, and then it was like, I'm gonna go get my bachelor's. Then he's older than me. But if that's so, then we're like the same age.
In pursuing a Bachelor of Science degree for 17 years.
We are
correct?
young.
That is correct.
And you have not obtained it as you sit here today.
That is correct.
And yet there are the various documents that we've seen that state that you have obtained a Bachelor of Science, correct?
Again, with errors or misinterpretation. Yes.
Errors or misinterpretation that are you stating, but you would agree those errors or misinterpretation have been in existence for some time, correct?
Yes, I'm being made aware of them now. Yes.
Yeah, and they haven't been corrected for some time, correct?
Correct.
You work for insurance companies, correct?
I do work for insurance companies in addition to law firms. Yes.
But you work for insurance companies, correct?
Yes. Sometimes. Yes.
Well, you state that right in your report in this case, don't you, sir? That you work for insurance companies?
Again, I do work for insurance companies. Yes.
And what role
like,
do
I
you
answered
play
your
in
question.
working
What do you
for
want?
insurance companies? You working for them, or are you working for the policyholders that have paid premiums or are making a claim to try to get money from an insurance company? Which role do you have? Objection.
I'll allow that.
Thank you.
So I work for the insurance company themselves.
And in your work for the insurance company, has any of that work related to denying claims to insurance? Objection.
Why don't I see you on this, Mr. Lassie?
Sure.
I love how the CC, the caption said Lassie, because it did kind of sound like she said Lassie.
Academic dishonesty.
Yes, I am.
Let's talk about your work on this case.
You just said, are you familiar with
In October of
academic dishonesty?
2024, the Commonwealth hired you to perform a new data acquisition from the infotainment and telematics system of Ms. Reed's Lexus SUV, correct?
Right. I mean, like, there's gotta insurance nightmare. I have a friend who works in insurance, and I don't know how I would ever survive. She's like so brilliant. And I'm just like, go you, because like I could never, unless you're going for the, don't you deny claims for poor people whose lives have been destroyed? Don't you? But don't you? Yeah. He works for, he made it very clear, I work for the companies, not for the people trying to get money from the insurance because someone T-boned them without insurance or et cetera, you know, all the things. Insurance sucks. Insurance, the whole insurance game. Oh no, don't do it, because I'm gonna get started. I'm still throwing Alessia 67. You're telling me.
Correct?
That is correct.
And in your October 10, 2024 report, you outlined a proposal for attempting
Let me pay you
to
monthly
extract
for
additional data
you to
from the
cover me on
telematics and
something that
infotainment
happened. Oh, look,
modules,
something
correct?
happened. We don't
Correct.
cover
With
you.
the caveat, it's not a report. It is a proposed protocol.
You currently
So
work
we'll
for an
follow the
insurance agency slash
In that
broker.
proposal, you explained why, in your opinion, you believed an additional data acquisition was necessary based on
This is probably like the roughest thing that I could do. I'm like a flower child. I would very much like to sit on grass. I'm not good at painting, but I will paint. I'd love a book. I'll put on some jazz, please, for me. How many jobs you guys have? Shannon's busy. Shannon with one end is busy, booked and busy.
based on your words, education, training, and background, correct?
That is correct.
When compared to your proposal, you had access to the manufacturing specifications of the chips in question, correct?
I did.
You were under no critical deadlines to get the work done, correct?
Correct.
In your initial October 10, 2024 report, you explained that you believe the data acquisition was incomplete because, in your opinion, based on your education, again, your words, training, and experience, the download of the acquisition was less than the chip's storage capacity, correct?
That is correct.
And converting megabytes, B-Y-T-E-S, to megabits, B-I-T-S, and gigabytes to gigabits is a basic digital forensic concept. And that concept's critical to successful data acquisition and analysis. Fair statement?
I would say that's a fair statement.
In your initial report, you stated that the December 2023 data acquisition was from the Spansion clip, S-P-A-N-S-I-O-N, from the infotainment model was incomplete because the acquisition was only 8 megabytes in size, even though the chip has a storage capacity of 64 megabytes, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And that's your October 10, 2024 report, correct?
Protocol.
I'm sorry, was it proposal or protocol?
Protocol. It is a
Protocol?
protocol.
We'll use protocol. And you blame this on the, quote, programmer's inability to fully read the component, close quote, correct?
Correct.
In point of fact, the manufacturing specifications establish that the total flash memory component of the chips in question is equal to 64 megabits, not 64 megabytes, correct?
That is correct.
64 megabits is 8 megabytes, correct?
That is correct.
That means the expansion chip was not incomplete, correct?
Correct.
The acquisition was the same
Do
data
not
size
lie to
as
your
the total
agent.
memory storage capacity of the chip, correct?
Because just like detectives, like y'all are probably gonna figure it out anyway. And like, hello, things are already gonna take so long. Don't lie. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. There was a creator that I watched on like the TikToks, and she would have like phone calls with people like looking for updates on the claim and all the things, and usually it was like, how come my claim was denied? And she's like, well, you know, blah blah blah, and you know, then it would like go to Instagram or like a video. It's like, well, we have like video from the store showing that you ran into the car, so like you did it. And they're like, no, you don't have the video. Like, it's so weird. Don't lie, just in general. It's like so much work to lie. But like, dealing with insurance is it's, I think, one of the initial factors of lying to something like your insurance is the intimidation. Like, you are just an ant up against like the White House, essentially. You know, like, you have like the least like, you feel like you have the least amount of power in everything, especially when it comes to like the insurance, which is basically a freaking institution that has like its own way of actually working, and unless you're in it, you don't understand.
Correct.
I don't
Your
understand.
protocol for data
Oh, I drive
acquisition was based on
slow.
a misunderstanding of megabits versus
Have dash
megabytes,
cams.
correct?
It was based on a working theory and a misinterpretation. Yes.
And that was your misinterpretation.
Yes, it was.
You mentioned Ms. Gaffney in your direct testimony. Do you recall that, sir?
Yes, I do.
She successfully acquired 8 megabytes of data from that expansion chip during the December 2023 chip off, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that wasn't your only conversion mistake in your October 10, 2024 report, was it?
I'm not aware of any others.
You stated in your report that the data acquisition of the Micron JWB57 was incomplete because the acquisition was only 540 MB in size, but the storage capacity was 4 GB. And that's stated in your October 10, 2024 report, correct?
Protocol. Yes, correct.
The Micron JWB57 chip is 4 gigabits flash memory component, not a 4 gigabyte flash memory component, as you incorrectly stated in your protocol.
That is correct.
So contrary to your assertion in the report, 4 gigabits is equal to 50 megabytes, which suggests that all the available data was successfully retrieved from this chip during the first acquisition by Ms. Gaffney, correct?
Correct.
So Ms. Gaffney was not in error on that. She did not make a mistake on that, correct?
Not on that specific thing. Yes.
Right. It was you that simply misunderstood the difference between gigabits and gigabytes, correct?
Misinterpreted. I would not say misunderstood.
You misinterpreted the difference between gigabits and gigabytes.
Correct. At that
You
time,
got
yes.
that wrong in layperson's terms.
Correct. I did make an error.
You stated in your report that Micron, and I'm going to have to give an alphanumeric number because I know in digital forensics it's important to be precise and accurate, so bear with me, sir. You stated in your report that the Micron 29F2G08 ABAEA is a 2 gigabyte chip, and that the acquisition should have been 2 gigabytes, but was incomplete because it was only 264 MB in size, correct?
That is correct.
And the Micron, and I'm just going to refer back to the number to not repeat it, the long alphanumeric number, is a 2 gigabit flash memory component, not a 2 gigabyte flash memory component, as you incorrectly stated in your protocol, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So 2 gigabytes is equal to 250 megabytes, correct?
Correct.
And that suggests that all available data was successfully retrieved during the first acquisition by Ms. Gaffney, correct?
From those chips, yes.
From those chips. I'm correct, right?
Yes.
Your opinion was again incorrect and was based on a misunderstanding of gigabits and gigabytes, correct?
A misinterpretation, correct?
A misinterpretation in layperson's terms, you got that wrong also.
It was an error, yes.
Did you have that protocol peer reviewed, sir?
No, I did not.
Was it peer reviewed by anybody at Aperture?
No, it was not.
Did you have a supervisor review that protocol before you filed it with the court?
No, sir.
You submitted your proposal based on your education, background, and experience, correct?
Correct.
Turns out that the entire foundation of your proposal was based on a fundamental misinterpretation of the difference between a computer bit and a computer byte, correct?
No, not the entire thing. No.
Well, certainly a part of it was, correct, sir?
Correct. Partial.
You got conversions wrong with respect to analyzing 3 different chips, correct?
Correct.
And since you wrote that, have you learned the difference between a bit and a byte?
I've always known the difference between a bit and a byte. Yes.
Oh, okay.
You learned that in this case.
Okay. 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 I think Alessi went a little too far with that one. Like, I think Alessi gets a little too many, and I feel like here I go. The defense can put some real personal jabs in there, and they do it well, and it works a lot of times. But it's not working on Shanon. It's not working on Shanon. And this is why I think this is some of the most disappointing moments in the trial so far, is that if the CV wasn't an issue, if the bachelor's degree wasn't an issue, wasn't messed up, and wasn't have it, I don't have it, I have it, I don't have it, currently pending, 2008, all the dates, if that wasn't happening, this would have been a fantastic witness. But Alessi and just the defense team in general have a really good job. They do a really good job at making something that on surface level could be a little, I wouldn't call it small, but I want to say insignificant, but less significant than some things that we've seen, into really significant, valuable pieces of remembrance for the jury. They do a really good job at making smaller things really, really big. It all comes down to what the jury is feeling, but in my opinion, Alessi maybe went a little too far with that one.
From reading the affidavit,
We want the jury to not like
an expert
you
for the defense
as an
who
attorney.
pointed out those errors before you submitted your supplemental report. Isn't that correct?
I would have to go back and look at the timing on that. I believe I submitted the supplemental before the protocol from the other expert.
Are you certain of that?
I'm not certain of that.
You certain about that? No.
Isn't it the case
I just think
that the expert for the defense submitted his affidavit before you submitted your supplemental report?
Objection.
Do you know that?
I do not know that.
You don't know one way or another.
Correct.
he's like, I don't know. I got other things to do too. This isn't the only thing I've been doing for the
And
last
that
6 months.
person that I referred to for the defense is Matthew DeSogra. You know that name?
I do.
And you have read Mr. DeSogra's affidavit in this case, have you not, sir?
I have, yes.
And you would agree that he pointed out these misinterpretations of yours in his affidavit, correct?
Correct.
I would like to go back to your January 30th, 2025 report.
Just a little bit of foreshadowing for the jury. Just a little tease. Basically, like, hey, when it's our turn, we're going to hear an expert who is able
Have a moment, Your
to
Honor,
tell
please.
you
Thank you.
all of the wrong things that he based,
Proceed, Your Honor. Thank
his
you.
testing off.
In your January 30th, 2025 report, you know
In
which
the
one I'm
bite
referring to, sir?
confusion.
Yes, I do.
Am I correct that you indicated that at the time of this, quote, incident, Burla did not offer support for the infotainment and telematics modules removed from the Lexus, but have since released updated software according to similar modules that are supported by in-vehicle acquisition?
That is correct.
And the infotainment module that was removed from Ms. Reed's Lexus is consistent with the MMU, you know what I'm referring to in the MMU,
Right.
is consistent with the MMU documented by Burla and has been identified as containing an internal micro SD card not acquired during the initial chip-off acquisition by Mrs. Gaffney. You remember that statement in the report, sir?
I do, yes.
You obtained no additional information from the chips that were already analyzed by Ms. Gaffney, did you?
Correct.
Correct that you obtained no additional information, right?
No data of value from those chips, yes.
No data of value. So all the data of value, Ms. Gaffney had already obtained from those chips, correct?
No, so that's kind of a confusing question. So there was no data of value from those chips to begin with.
Fair enough.
Right.
So Ms. Gaffney didn't miss anything of value.
Correct.
Fair?
Correct.
Do you know how much the Commonwealth has paid Aperture to date for doing the work in this case?
I do not.
Do you have any involvement at all in knowing what the contract is between Aperture and the Commonwealth?
I do not.
Have you ever had any discussions with any colleagues from Aperture with regard to how much Aperture has been paid in this case?
No, I have not.
Do you have an estimation as to how much Aperture has been paid in this case?
Not off the top of my head, I do not.
You've never had any discussion with anybody at Aperture about the fees Aperture has charged the Commonwealth in this case?
No, I have not.
Who in Aperture is in charge of?
He's like, why would I even want to have that conversation on the stand? I'm not even going to ask. I'm not even going to ask. Like, I'm not going to ask my boss how much he's making. And by he, I mean the company. Gosh, just gendered a business problem. America has problems. I'm not going to ask my boss how much they are making for the company, and then how much of that is going to be paid to me. I want to know the percentage, blah, blah, blah. Like, here's my guy. I don't need to know that because I don't want to sit on the stand and be like, oh, Aperture is making this much money. It's so much easier. If you don't know and you don't want to have that conversation, don't ask. Or if someone starts telling you, I don't need to know. And that's probably that is a learned piece of advice that he was probably given from his fellow coworkers and stuff like that, or trickle down from a boss or a boss's boss or a boss's boss's boss and be like, we don't talk about money. If you're cool with this number, this is what you get paid. You want more, expand your education, you can do more things, that type of thing. Like, this is how much you get paid. We don't talk about how much we get paid.
Of knowing
Just easier
how
to
much
not have those
fees Aperture
conversations.
has charged the Commonwealth.
That would be the accounting department,
Would Dr. Judson Welcher know?
potentially.
I don't know what someone knows.
Your analysis, I want to move on to another category, sir. Your analysis in this case was not strictly limited to data and science, was it?
No, it was strictly limited to data and science.
The Commonwealth requested that you review numerous materials in connection with your analysis in this case, correct?
I did review materials, yes.
You did not review the January 29,
He's not wavering.
2022 CARS report well, let me put it this way. Did you review the January 29, 2022 CARS report prepared by Trooper Paul?
No, I did not.
Do you know what a CARS report is?
I do not.
Do you know that a CARS report was prepared by Trooper Paul for this case?
No, I do not.
I don't know what it is, so how would I know that?
Collision analysis and reconstruction report prepared by a trooper in that case, would you want to see a document such as that?
No, not for my analysis.
Would somebody at Aperture want to see that document?
Objection.
I'll reword. Are you familiar
I'll
with
reword.
collision analysis and reconstruction reports prepared by law enforcement agencies?
I am vaguely familiar, yes.
Vaguely familiar? Have you ever used one in your analysis at all?
I have seen them, yes.
You've seen them. And my question is, seeing them, have you ever read any of them?
Yes, I have read them. Yes.
Have you ever considered a collision analysis and reconstruction report as part of the work that you do at Aperture?
Not specifically a collision analysis report from law enforcement. We do routinely see crash reports, but I think what you're referring to is something else.
Are you aware of a supplemental collision analysis and reconstruction report of Trooper Paul of the Massachusetts State Police dated July 24, 2024?
No, I'm not.
Do you know whether Trooper Paul is part of the Massachusetts State Police reconstruction team?
I do not.
And lastly, do you know whether he's part of the reconstruction team in this case?
I do not.
Did
Listen, I
anybody
don't know.
tell you to avoid reviewing a collision analysis and reconstruction report in this case?
No, they did not.
You did, however, review the 2024 testimony of Trooper Nicholas Garino in the proceeding of last year, didn't you?
I did for specific data, yes.
So that's not really science and data, is it? It's testimony.
Yes, it is testimony.
So you did review materials in this case beyond science and data, correct? You reviewed testimony.
Sure, that is common, yes.
Having reviewed Trooper Garino's testimony, you therefore are aware of the theory that he proposed in the first proceeding, correct? It was in his testimony?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
I'm not. So specifically, I reviewed Trooper Garino's testimony for information related to the infotainment and telematics modules.
So did you read all of the testimony?
No, I would have
Insurance
skimmed
is
it.
tough.
You would have skimmed
Insurance
the
is
testimony?
tough.
Correct.
And how would you, and what would be the purpose to just skim it?
Sure. So I'm only interested in the information related to the infotainment and telematics modules.
So I want to make sure I have this right. So you would skim it, you would look for what you want to focus on, and you, as you sit here today, you don't have any recollection of what the theory of the Commonwealth was in the first proceeding?
Not from that testimony, no.
Do you recall Trooper Garino as part of what you reviewed? So you reviewed certain things of Trooper Garino in his testimony, correct?
Correct.
And in your direct testimony, you testified extensively about the iPhone of John O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
And you looked at and testified about a lot of information from the phone of John O'Keefe. Is that a fair statement?
Location data.
Location data. Did you read, therefore, Trooper Garino's claim that the last... Objection.
So why don't I see it sidebar, find out what
Sure.
Yeah, he definitely Shannon definitely starts feeling it. He is starting to feel it. I don't know what he's feeling, but he's feeling something. He gets red, you can tell that things are he's not comfortable. He's not comfortable, but he does not necessarily shift in a way that shows it. Physically, you can see it, but his side back. But he's still answering questions.
Jurors, we're just waiting a minute for something before we can proceed. Feel free to stand up and stretch if you'd like. Mr.
It would be a bit incongruous, Your Honor, but I
Okay.
can do it if Your Honor would like.
You have any idea how much longer it's going to be?
I will go check. Mr. Brennan first, and then if the court would like to see it, we've got another.
Thank you.
Brennan. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. May I have this marked as the next exhibit for identification, please, Your Honor?
Yes.
No worries.
It's easy, Friday.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Sir, I'm handing you what has been marked as Exhibit ZZ for identification. Ask you to take a moment to look at it, please. When you've had a fair opportunity to look at it, if you could pick your head up, sir, and I'll proceed at that time. So I'm going to just ask one predicate question and then ask you another question.
Sure.
Does Exhibit ZZ contain, and if you just answer this yes or no, that would be great. Does it contain location data information? Okay.
I'll allow that without pursuing
That's
it.
the only one I have for that purpose.
Okay.
Does it, sir?
Yes, it does.
Did you consider this part of Trooper Garino's testimony in any review that you've done in this case?
No, I did not.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
On December, we're going to move on now to another topic, sir. On December 5th, 2024, Detective Lieutenant Brian Tully, you know that name, sir?
Yes, I do.
How do you know that name?
So he is the one who hand delivered the infotainment and telematics module to our office in South Lake.
Exactly. So he delivered the infotainment module containing the SD card that you talked about on direct examination so that you could attempt to reinstall it in Ms. Reed's vehicle for an in-vehicle acquisition attempt, correct?
That was part of it, yes.
That was part of it.
Correct.
That day, you initially attempted an in-vehicle acquisition, meaning you reconnected the infotainment module to the faceplate in Ms. Reed's vehicle and reinstalled both the infotainment and the telematics module for an in-vehicle unlock and acquisition, correct?
That was an attempt, yes, on December 7th, for clarification.
And that was on December 7th.
Correct.
And that was December 7th of 2024.
Correct.
You conducted this same testing on an exemplar vehicle. And to be clear, exemplar was a vehicle that Aperture had purchased.
Yes, that is a vehicle that Aperture has purchased.
So Aperture purchased it. And it's a vehicle, as I understand, you testified, that's similar to the vehicle of Ms. Reed, correct?
Correct.
And so you call it an exemplar because it's similar to the vehicle in question, correct?
Correct. Correct.
So I'm going to continue using your parlance of exemplar vehicle.
Sure.
And so you conducted this same testing on the exemplar vehicle and successfully reinstalled and tested the infotainment and telematics systems for an in-vehicle unlock and acquisition, correct?
For an in-vehicle acquisition, not for an unlock.
Okay, so for just an in-vehicle acquisition.
Correct.
I appreciate the correction, sir. But in this case, with Ms. Reed's actual Lexus, you were unable to successfully reinstall and test the infotainment and telematics systems, correct?
Correct.
On Ms. Reed's Lexus, you were able to get the infotainment backlight and faceplate to illuminate, but in your own words, the infotainment system did not respond as expected, correct?
Correct.
So instead, you took the micro SD card itself and attempted to retrieve data from that card directly, correct?
Correct.
Lexus locks cards in its system, correct?
It does, yes.
If Lexus thought it was appropriate to access those cards, do you know whether or not they would have them unlocked? You know.
I do not know.
Now,
I'm going to let the answers.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to cover a basic question. Do you have any citation to any scientific literature where specifically what you did on this Lexus model has ever done before? Has it ever been done before, do you know?
No, not on this specific model, which is why we did the exemplar testing.
Right. So there's no scientific literature that states that the methodology that you used with this Lexus model is an appropriate methodology at all, correct?
There's literature that addresses the methodology in other ways, but not specific to this Lexus, correct?
There's no literature at all stating that the methodology that you used for this Lexus is the appropriate methodology to use for this Lexus model, correct?
There's no literature about this appropriate Lexus model, correct?
Let's talk about your initial report of January 30th of 2025. You issued your initial analysis and report on January 30th, 2025, correct?
Correct.
Your report included a general timeline analysis. You used that phrase, timeline analysis, that you stated could impact, quote, event reconstruction. Do I have that right? Your January 30th, 2025 report does not discuss a collision, does it?
No, not in my report, no.
As a matter of fact, your January 30th, 2025 report doesn't even use the word collision, does it?
Correct, because I'm looking at data from the infotainment and telematics module.
But the report of January 30th, 2025 does not even contain the word collision in it, correct?
I believe it does in the background portion, which would be on page 2 or 3, which would just be restating the, if you mind, if I can look at my report?
Oh, please.
Sure. Go ahead.
No, so I apologize. The word that was used was incident.
Right.
Correct.
But you don't use the word collision at all in your January 30th, 2025 report.
That is correct.
I appreciate you checking that, sir. Also, and please keep your report handy,
Sure.
your January 30th, 2025 report does not in any way detail the timing of what you now call a text stream event at all, correct?
No, it does not.
So in your January 30th, 2025 report, you refer to it as an incident, and in your May 8th report, you refer to it as a text stream event, correct?
That would be referring to two different things.
Right. But did you use the parlance text stream event at all in your January 30th, 2025 report?
No, I did not.
But you're using it now, correct?
Correct.
And we're talking about the same event, right?
Correct.
In fact, your analysis and conclusions were limited in your January 30th, 2025 report to generally identifying a clock skew between Mr. O'Keefe's phone and Ms. Reed's infotainment system, correct?
That is correct.
On January 30th, 2025, you engaged in no further analysis to determine whether precisely the 1162.2 text stream event that you now call it occurred, correct?
Correct.
Why not?
I was not asked to at that time. I was just asked to look at the general timeline and consistency of the timestamps.
So back in January 30th, 2025, you were not asked to engage in analysis to determine when precisely the 1162.2 text stream event occurred. Is that fair?
That is fair, and that is based on the common concept that a lot of cases that we work, there is clock skew, but we do not have events to precisely determine what that clock skew is.
Understood. So wasn't your goal, however, on January 30th, 2025, to determine the correct timeline of events relative to this incident? Wasn't that your goal?
It was my goal to determine the data from the infotainment and telematics modules that were missed in the initial download and create a timeline and consistency of those timestamps.
So your goal was to create a timeline, correct?
Correct.
And that timeline, among other uses, was to be for your colleague, Dr. Judson Welcher, to use that in his analysis, correct?
That is correct.
So you knew not only what your purpose was, but you knew what your work was going to be used for by Dr. Welcher, your colleague, correct?
Well, I knew it was going to be provided, yes.
Well, you knew it was going to be provided. Have you ever talked to Judson Welcher, your colleague, about this case at all?
I have vaguely, yes.
How many times have you talked to him?
I would count a handful of times.
And just give me a general idea of the nature of the discussions between you and Dr. Welcher. You're both working on the same, quote, incident, right?
Sure, yes.
What would have been the nature of those discussions?
So those discussions would have been identifying what I found on the infotainment and telematics modules and discussing, explaining that data to Dr. Welcher.
So did Dr. Welcher ever tell you, your colleague, why he wanted to use that data for his purposes?
For reconstructing a timeline.
And for reconstructing a timeline and picking a time for what you now call a text stream event, correct? You knew that's what he was doing.
Correct, for a timeline, yes.
Right, so you knew that for the 1162.2 text stream event, he was going to use your analysis back in January of 2025 to try to pinpoint that text stream event 1162.2, correct?
That is correct.
You knew that.
Yes.
And you know that he used that data to select a specific range for that text stream 1162.2 text stream event, correct?
I don't know if select would be the right. I understand what you're saying. Yes.
What term would you use?
Sure. So based on the data, he's identifying the time approximately when that event would have occurred.
And that text stream event, that 1162.2, is what Aperture is contending is a time of a collision. Is that correct, to your knowledge?
That's sustained on that. Ask it typically, Mr. Nestor.
Do you know the purpose of the 1162.2 text stream event in the analysis performed by your firm?
No, Dr. Welcher, I do not.
So you performed your analysis and all these timelines that you talked about on direct without knowing what Dr. Welcher was going to do with that data?
No, so sorry, I misspoke. So it would be to timeline the time and date, or to put a time and date with when that text stream trigger would have occurred.
Exactly.
Right.
So you knew what the purpose was of your work with regard to Dr. Welcher's work.
Correct.
And isn't Dr. Welcher's work on the 1162.1 and the 1162.2 text stream event an important aspect of the work of Aperture in this case?
Yes, it is.
Did anybody from the Commonwealth ask you in your January 30th, 2025 report to not discuss your work in connection with the text stream 1162.1 and the 1162.2 events?
No.
But you didn't discuss that, meaning the 1162.1 and 1162.2 events in your first report in January 30th, did you?
That was not part of my report, correct?
But you did delve into that, and pretty heavily, in your May 8th report, correct?
Correct.
And you delved into that pretty heavily in the middle of this trial, correct?
Correct.
So after the trial, you know the trial started around April 22nd in this case? Generally?
Yes, generally.
So let's do the timeline on this. January 30th, 2025, you prepare your initial report, correct?
Correct.
In that initial report, you mentioned nothing about text stream event 1162.1, correct?
Correct.
In that report, you mentioned nothing about text stream event 1162.2, correct?
Correct.
The trial starts April 22nd, correct?
Correct. Generally.
No, the trial in this case, this trial, about April 22nd. After the trial starts and after witnesses, of course, are appearing, you prepare another report, correct?
Correct.
And that's your May 8th report.
Correct.
Right in the middle of this trial.
Correct.
And right in the middle of this trial, you enlarge the number for the 21 to 29 range. That's bigger than what was in your first report, correct?
No, that is not correct.
Well, you changed the number, don't you?
No, I did not change the number.
Well, let's go back to see exactly what you did, sir.
Sure.
Let's start with the basics. You said on direct examination, sir, that you prepared your May 8th report on your own initiative. Those were your words on your direct testimony, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to read the first line of your May 8th, 2025 report.
Okay.
Do you have it in front of you, sir?
I do, yes.
It starts, Dear Mr. Brennan. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Pursuant to your request. That's a request you're referring to of Mr. Brennan, correct?
Correct.
I have completed an additional analysis concerning the above referenced matter. To formulate opinions, the following additional items were reviewed. This wasn't done on your initiative. You put in writing you did it at the request of Mr. Brennan. Which is it?
So that was on my own initiative. This is a holdover, so a copy and paste from my original report.
You're explaining the May 8th report in your language pursuant to your request as a cut and paste from a previous report?
Yes, I am.
Do you cut and paste important information from one report to the other without checking it for accuracy?
I copy and paste certain portions.
Do you ever review what you cut and paste to see if it's accurate?
Yes.
Sorry, I I got like nauseous. I didn't eat anything, and then I just been eating on some cheese. It's bad. It's bad. I had to go get a ginger ale. I'm so sorry, but I was listening, and they are yelling. They are yelling. I think he's handling it pretty well. Yes. I would have started crying from the time my butt hit the chair in that tiny box. Oh, yes. This guy is testifying for Brennan, trying to screw Karen Reed over. This is why I hate this, guys. Yeah. FYI, experts never ever do this. Yes, this is such a strange situation that's happening right now. Such a strange situation. And we're going to eke into something else that is showing a little bit of it's just adding to the pile of little things that adds up pretty quick.
You didn't review it this time, though, did you, sir?
No, I did not think it was significant.
Oh, you don't think it's significant, sir, that the matter is in the middle of a trial and there's a request for a new report after testimonies occurred in that trial? You don't think that's important? Objection.
Sustained.
Why did you prepare the new report then?
Sure. So there was a claim from a PowerPoint presentation by Mr. DeSogra of trying to adjust clock syncs or making clock adjustments based on the synchronization of certain events. That was produced in March. Upon reviewing that, my initial thoughts were to address that in testimony. But as I was preparing for trial, I made the decision that it needed to be better addressed in a supplemental report.
But you understand that the report that you're referring to, that's the report of Mr. Soger, correct?
It is a presentation of Mr. DeSogra.
It's a presentation. You understand his presentation merely was responding to the work that you did, correct?
No, that's not correct.
So your belief is that Mr. DeSoger's report didn't address at all what you had done?
Partially, yes, but no.
Okay, but let's cover the basics. You agree that Mr. DeSogra addressed, at least in part, the work that you had done?
He tried to address, yes.
Right. So do you know the date of Mr. DeSogra's report as March 5th? Does that sound right to you?
Yes, that's what
So
I said.
you had Mr. DeSogra's report that you claimed was the basis for you on your own in the middle of this trial, creating and submitting a new report. You claimed that the basis for that was Mr. DeSogra's report of March 5th of 2025.
That is correct.
You waited 2 months to do that?
Again, my initial thoughts were to address it on testimony.
My question, sir, is not your thoughts. Did you wait 2 months?
Just let him finish the answer.
My question, sir, finish it how you like.
Sure. So
2 months, was it 2 months between March 5th and when you submitted your report on May 8th? Is that 2 months?
yes, it is.
So did you know when this trial was going to start, sir?
She said, let him finish the answer. And he said, okay, yeah, sure. Okay. But real quick, answer this question though, but finish how you'd like. The frustration. His redness sort of calmed down a wee bit. It's sort of settling. Okay, let's not say calm down. It's plateauing. He's feeling it. He's leaning a little forward. He's kind of twisted a little bit. The body has shifted and adjusted a wee bit, but he's not doing what others would do and typically do when faced with this sort of questioning, is become super defensive and get nasty back.
Sir, generally?
Yes.
That's respectable.
Do you think it's fair,
In my opinion.
to submit a report without anybody asking you in the middle of a trial?
Sustained.
as we've been discussing, you issued a brand new report, in this case dated May 8th, 2025, correct?
Correct.
That changed your analysis, correct?
No, it did not change my analysis.
Were there changes to your analysis in it?
There were clarifications.
Adjustments,
Clarifications.
he likes to say.
Let's address that. In your January 30th, 2025 report, you did not mention text stream event
I
at
can't
all,
wait.
did you?
No, I did not.
And you didn't mention collision at all, correct?
No, I did not.
And you mentioned both of those now in your May 8th, 2025 report, correct?
I don't know if I've mentioned collision. I'd have to go to my report and look.
But you certainly do mention text stream events, correct?
Yes, that's
and
correct.
you labeled them 1162.1 and 1162.2, correct?
Correct.
That's a change from your first report, isn't it, sir?
No, it's not a change. It's a supplement.
Oh, so your definition is that when you add something to a report, it's not a change, it's a supplement?
That is what it is, yes.
Who did you speak to regarding the May 8th, 2025 report before you prepared it?
And no one before I prepared it.
So you just prepared it on your own?
I did.
Did you have any communications at all? I asked you who you spoke with, but did you have any communications at all with either Detective Lieutenant Tully or Buchanan?
So I did reach out to Tully to get a full set of the location data, yes.
So you reached out to Detective Tully before you prepared your May 8th report, right?
Yes, that is correct.
Did he tell you that the trial had started in this case?
No, not during that conversation, no.
That's not the first communication you had with Detective Tully, was it?
No, it's not.
How many conversations have you had with Detective Tully?
I would say a handful.
How much is a handful?
I would be speculating, but we'll say 5 to 10.
5 to 10.
Sure.
Is Detective Tully expert at all in digital forensics?
No.
But you've had 5 to 10 conversations with him.
Correct. To get provided information.
At any time, has anybody from the Commonwealth had a discussion with you relative to your...
Okay, so coming from a theater background, this might be the last time I pause. I'm so sorry. Coming from a theater background, Alessi has a fantastic ability of letting the silence become a masterful part of his questioning and the testimony. He does a fantastic. We're listening to this in 1.5, so imagine that pause, that break, that silence in between these questions at normal speed. He is so a defense attorney. You know, it is incredible. That's what I was gonna say. I know the silence is so powerful. Letting the jurors just ingest for a moment, a brief moment, 2 breaths, 2 solid, slow breaths of just, you can hear a pin drop in the room and also the air circulation system.
to your January 30th, 2025 report or your May 8th, 2025 report about keeping flexible the timelines for any events in this case?
No, sir.
Did you have any discussions at all regarding the May 8th, 2025 report you prepared in the middle of this trial with anyone from the district attorney's office?
Yes.
When did you have those discussions?
That would have been on, probably May 7th when I reached out to Mr. Brennan.
So you reached out to Mr. Brennan on May 7th, 2025, correct?
Correct.
That's before May 8th of 2025, correct?
Correct.
So before
So true.
you sent that report in, you had a
So
discussion
true.
with Mr. Brennan about it, am I correct?
Correct.
What was that discussion about?
That was just a discussion over the data and what the report said.
So you were discussing with Mr. Brennan what was going to be in your report, including data and analysis, correct?
Correct.
Did you tell Mr. Brennan that you were going to be submitting the report shortly to him on May 8th?
Yes.
Did you agree to a time when you would submit that report?
No, I did not.
Did you tell him when you were going to submit it?
No, I did not.
But after the conversation on May 7th, you discussed with him that you had either pretty close to finalizing the report. It's a pretty extensive report, right?
Correct.
So on May 7th, you were pretty well along the way in that report, correct?
Correct.
Did you let Mr. Brennan know that?
Yes.
So he knew the nature of the report. He knew how far along we were with it.
Correct.
Did you have any other calls with anybody from the prosecution's office other than that about your May 8th report?
No, I don't believe so.
you have any texts with anybody about your May 8th report?
No.
Did you communicate with anybody else about your upcoming May 8th report?
No, I would have provided a copy to Dr. Welcher.
Your colleague?
Correct.
So Dr. Welcher knew you were working on this report, correct?
He knew I submitted the report. I don't know if he knew I was working on the report.
Did he know you were going to submit the report before you submitted it?
Yes, I'm sorry, yes.
Did he know what was going to be in the report?
Yes, he did.
Did he support the fact that you were going to submit a report in the middle of trial?
I can't speak for Dr. Welcher.
But he knew you were going to do it.
Correct.
Did he say anything, don't do that? Or did he have any comment about the fact you were going to submit it?
Not that I recall off the top of my head.
Not that you recall, so is it possible he did comment on whether you should submit it in the middle of trial?
No, he would not have commented on whether I should have submitted it or not.
How many times in your career, sir, have you submitted a supplemental or amended report in the middle of trial?
This would be the only one that I recall.
So this is the only time. How many years have you been doing this?
Approximately 10 years.
And so approximately 10 years, this is the first time you've submitted a amended supplemental report in the middle of a trial.
A supplemental report, correct.
As you call it, a supplemental report in the middle of trial.
Correct.
There it is.
Do you know a person by the name of Ian Whiffen?
Yes, I'm familiar with the name.
Are you familiar with his
You say you're
accent?
familiar with the name. Are you more than familiar with his name? Are you familiar with his work?
I'm familiar with his report in this case, yes.
So you're familiar with his work if you're familiar with his report, correct?
Correct.
Were you given do you know that Mr. Whiffen has testified in this trial?
No, I do not.
And
You know that
with
he
regard
testified
to
in last
Mr.
trial?
Whiffen's report, did you read it?
Yes, I did read his report.
And that would be of interest to you, correct? That's
Use
why you read
this
it?
report.
Correct.
Because Mr. Whiffen's report, and are we talking about Mr. Whiffen's January 2025 report or his March 2025 report? Are you aware there's two of them?
No, I'm not.
Do you know which one you're referring to?
That would be the January report.
So the January 2025 report, are you aware that there's just a couple minor differences between the two reports, or you're just not aware?
I'm not aware of either way.
Assume there's
So
very
uncomfortable
minor differences
for him.
with the reports.
Yeah.
Mr. Whiffen's reports contain information and some detailed, and they're long reports, right?
Yes, they are.
So Mr. Whiffen's report contains information about the cell phone of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
It contains information about the location data in Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
It contains information about the phone calls in Mr. O'Keefe's report, correct?
Correct.
It contains information about the temperature of the battery in the iPhone of Mr. O'Keefe, right?
Correct.
It has some timelines in that report, correct?
Correct.
And those timelines have very specific events that are represented in the data from Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone, correct?
Correct.
As a matter of fact, it's got location data and times that you have used in your report and PowerPoint presentation here, correct?
Correct.
When did you receive the report of Mr. Whiffen with regard to the cell phone of Mr. O'Keefe?
So I would have received his report sometime in January.
So 4 months ago, you had the report of Mr. Whiffen with substantial information about the types of databases you can find in the iPhone, location data, health data, phone calls, and a timeline, among other information, correct?
Correct.
You had all that information.
Correct.
And you had GPS location data in that report regarding Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone, correct?
Correct.
Do you know what an SQLite database is?
SQLite? Yes.
SQLite, yeah.
Yes.
And an SQLite database is one of the many databases that are contained within an iPhone, including Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone, correct?
Correct.
And you testified on your direct that you have general knowledge about cell phones, correct?
Correct.
And you say you've got certifications with regard to cell phones, correct?
Correct.
And your certifications include being able to read Celebrite and apply the Celebrite tool, correct?
Correct.
And you have certifications that allow you to apply and utilize magnet forensics, like, for example, their Axiom program, correct?
Correct.
And you've done that
Not
in your
the
career. You've
birth
applied those
canal.
tools before this case, correct?
Correct.
And you've applied those tools after your work. In this case, you apply them pretty much frequently, correct?
Correct.
So the tools, the databases in an iPhone, and all the location data, etc., that was all information you had and you knew and had FASL with back in January of 2025, correct?
Correct.
And you had access to the SQLite database because you had Mr. Whiffen's report, correct?
Correct. I had the report. Yes.
You had the report. Do you recall on your direct testimony saying that one of the reasons that you did this supplemental report on May 8th was you got new information or more information about Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
Yes. Correct.
You had that information through Mr. Whiffen's report back in January of 2025, didn't you, sir?
Correct. I had the report. I did not have the data.
Well, didn't Mr. Whiffen's report discuss location in a pretty detailed manner?
Yes, it did.
And didn't he use GPS location data in that report?
Yes, he did.
And you had that in January 4 months ago, correct?
Correct.
And you read it 4 months ago.
Correct.
Yet you still submitted a report on May 8th in the middle of this trial, correct?
Correct.
Are you familiar with a digital forensic analyst named Jessica Hyde?
I am familiar with the name, yes.
You know she's working on this case on behalf of the Commonwealth.
Yes, I think I have heard that in conversations.
Have you read any of her reports?
No, I have not.
So you're aware she's working on the case, but you're not aware of whether she's issued reports in this case.
Correct.
So you're not aware whether she has issued reports that mention about GPS location data, correct?
Correct.
Did you ever ask for her reports?
No, I did not.
Did anybody ever tell you or comment to you whether your analysis is consistent or inconsistent with the reports of Mr. Whiffen or Ms. Hyde?
No.
Did you watch their testimony in this trial?
No, I did not.
Did you learn of their testimony in this trial?
No, I did not.
Did anyone from law enforcement or any other aspect of the Commonwealth
I believe
provide you with any summary of their testimony?
No, they did not.
But you had access to Mr. Whiffen's report with regard to his analysis and the data from Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone back in January of 2025, correct?
Correct.
Having read
Was no with the yes
Mr. Whiffen's
responses.
January
It's not a
2025
head
report,
nod or shake. It's a no.
you know that
It's like a
his report
punctuation.
contains statements about movement and other activity of Mr. O'Keefe's phone after your time period in your original report of January 30th, 2025.
This is where
No, not after the time period. No.
Let's take a look at that.
Sure.
let me just
Period about movement and other activity of Mr. O'Keefe's phone after your time period in your original report of January 30th, 2025, correct?
No, not after the time period. No.
Let's take a look at that.
Sure.
Shannon's report ends.
Let's take a look
There
at
is
your
still
January
information and data
30th,
about
2025
movement,
report.
activity, pocket status, not pocket status of John O'Keefe's phone after Shannon's report.
We'll come back to that. I'll do that in an order that makes a little bit more logical sense. You've mentioned, and just to cover the foundational parts, that you're not the only employee of Aperture that's been hired to testify as a witness on behalf of the Commonwealth in this trial, correct?
Correct.
Your colleague, Dr. Judson Welcher, has also been retained by the Commonwealth through Aperture, correct?
That is correct.
Dr. Welcher is a biomechanical engineer, correct?
Correct.
Do you know whether Dr. Welcher holds any professional certifications?
I do not know.
Does Dr. Welcher's expertise extend beyond your own?
It is a different discipline than my own. Yes.
So it's a different discipline. So it could be horizontally extended and it also can be vertically extended depending upon the subject matter?
Sure.
That's a fair statement.
Sure.
He knows more
Your
about what
colleague,
you know
Dr.
and
Welcher,
also things that you
who
don't.
is an engineer, did opine on the timing of the tech stream event 1162.2 in his report of January 30th, 2025, correct?
Objection. The objection sustained.
I'll reword it, Your Honor. Do you know whether Dr. Welcher opined on the timing of tech stream event 1162.2 in his January 30th, 2025 report?
Yes.
So you do know.
Yes.
What is the timing of the tech stream event 1162.2 in the January 30th report of Dr. Welcher, your colleague?
Objection. So why don't I see you at sidebar?
I don't know if you caught that.
In the January 30th report
30th.
of Dr. Welcher, your colleague?
Objection. So why
There is no January 30th report. January 30th, the car is in the possession of the state at Canton PD. John O'Keefe has been a human who has passed away. The phone is in possession of the state police. Kieran Reed's phone is in possession of the state police, which happened. All of those events happened January 29th. So that's the issue. That's the issue right there. January 30th is not a day that matters. Well, when it comes to car activity of the car actually physically doing something, not activity with the car when it comes to crime scene investigators, with the car moving, etc., bumping something, etc., driving, traveling to somewhere, etc. That is not up for questioning. It's in the possession of the state police. January 30th is the day noted by Alessi, and that does not play
Thank you for your
well
patience,
for
Mr. Burgess.
this witness.
You're aware that Dr. Welcher created a PowerPoint presentation with regard to his work in January of 2025, correct?
Correct.
Did you ever discuss that work with Dr. Welcher that he was doing?
No, I did not.
Did you ever review any of his work at any point, including up to the point where you're sitting on the stand today?
I have reviewed the slides that are included in Mr. DeSogra's presentation.
Okay. In the slides that are included in Mr. DeSogra's report those slides you're referring to are the slides of Dr. Welcher, your colleague, correct?
Correct.
And the slides that are in Mr. DeSogra's report about Dr. Welcher that slide discusses the 1162-2 text stream event, correct?
Correct.
So you have looked at, albeit through Mr. DeSogra, you have looked at the slide that Dr. Welcher had in his report regarding the text stream event 1162-2, correct?
Correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
And just a heads up, when this day is
Yeah, I have this
over,
marked as the next exhibit for identification, Your Honor.
cross
Yes,
continues
thank you.
on the next day, and we're going to go right into the next day.
AAA for identification. Okay.
But when we
Thank you. May I
do,
present it to the witness?
remember-
Thank you. May I remain here for a few questions? Sure. Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Burgess,
that
yes,
there
we
was
take
an
a look at
evening
what
in
has been marked for
between.
identification is AAA, and tell me, once you've had a fair opportunity to look at it, whether you recognize that slide.
It is a slide that states a number of times associated with text stream event 1162-2, which would be the second event.
And did you consider this exhibit AAA in your preparation of a response to Mr. DeSogra's March 5th, 2025 presentation?
Yes, I did.
I offer this into evidence, Your Honor, AAA for identification.
I'd like to put the whole report in.
Your Honor, I have no need to put the report's 143 pages.
So I'm going to let this in, and I haven't decided yet about the whole 143 pages. Okay?
Fair enough, Your Honor. And I re-offer it into evidence, Your Honor.
Yes.
Brendan said, I want the whole
188.
report in.
Could someone provide me with that 143 page today, please?
Sorry, what are you asking for?
We can,
For a copy for me of that 143 pages before we leave today.
before we leave, we'll get it, Your Honor.
Thank you.
One way or another. Thank you.
He said,
You can.
You want
Hold on,
to
it was
give-
marked.
It was.
she said, you want to give the jury a 143 page report. What? Why can't we just have the page? Let me think about it. Let me read the 143 pages. Which is fair.
It's 188.
number?
Witness, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you. In evidence is exhibit 188 for identification. I draw your attention, and this is the slide that you considered in responding to Mr. DeSogra, correct?
In response to Mr. DeSogra's analysis of this slide, yes, correct.
And this slide, to be clear, is a slide prepared by your colleague at Aperture, Dr. Judson Welcher, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Sir, could you please read the time that Dr. Welcher states for the when infotainment trigger 1162-2 occurred?
So that would be text stream trigger, just for clarification, but yes, I can.
Well, let's go to that. You use the parlance text stream trigger. Dr. Welcher uses infotainment trigger, but it's 1162-2. You both use 1162-2, correct?
Correct. And I think that may be a misunderstanding of how he's worded it.
Well, Your Honor, I'd actually move to strike that about what Dr. Welcher. I'm just going to what the document says.
I'm just going to leave it, but go on.
Thank you, Your Honor. So the document says that the infotainment trigger 1162-2 occurred at approximately 12:31:38, correct?
Correct.
And that it ended at 12:31:43, correct?
Correct.
So we've got the trigger, according to Dr. Welcher, as of recently as January 30th, 2025, starting at 12:31:38 and ending at 12:31:43, correct?
Correct. According to the Lexus clock.
Right.
Yes.
So now let's go down to what says below. Per report from Ian Whiffen, O'Keefe's cell phone data showed, quote, most notably, all device lock events, including the final lock event at 12:32:09, were user initiated by the user pressing the side button briefly. You see that, sir?
I do.
And did I read that correctly?
You did, with the caveat that's according to the iPhone clock.
Right, but in any event, that's what Dr. Welcher states on his slide, correct?
Correct.
Do you know, sir, that the iPhone data reported by Mr. Whiffen that you read, that Dr. Welcher references, do you know that report of Ian Whiffen says there was an end of a health event of 36 steps covering a distance of 84 feet that ended at 12:32:16, which is after 12:31:43?
Yes.
And you know that?
Yes, with the caveat those clocks have not been adjusted.
But you know that there was a end of health event of 36 steps covering a distance of 84 feet that ended at 12:32:16, which is after 12:31:43, correct?
Correct.
Just stating the comparison. So now what I'd like to do is to move on with regard to the analysis. So, and Dr. Welcher wrote this, the slide he presented, it's dated January 30th of 2025, correct?
It's not dated here.
It's not dated.
Yes.
Do you know that Dr. Welcher created a report of January 30th, 2025?
I do know he created a report.
Right, and that's the same date as your report, correct? Your
Correct.
first report.
Correct.
So you both submitted your reports on the same date. They're both dated the same, at least, correct?
Yes, if they're both dated the same, yes.
Yes. Are you familiar with the concept of pocket state in iPhones?
I am familiar through Mr. Whiffen's report.
Okay.
What?
You said you. Are you familiar with the concept of pocket state in iPhones?
I am familiar through Mr. Whiffen's report.
Okay.
That raises a question. Flag is flying. I need flags. I need flags. I need a white flag. I need a red flag. I need a pink flag. What other color flags do we need? I need a little flag. Red flag alert. You're only familiar with pocket state on iPhones due to Mr. Whiffen's singular report that you read for this case? I thought you were a phone forensic data expert. Is this a new category phrase? Like, is this a new identifying factor for iPhones? Is pocket state something that everyone who is in that field, is that known? Do those who run the forensic data and information of cell phones all know pocket state? Or is that an Ian Whiffen thing? And is he calling it something else? Or is that the professional term? Does he refer to that in a different way? Red flag, red flag, red flag, flag on the play, flag on the play. Red flag. Yes, I need a checkered flag as well for when they start deliberating. Yes.
Okay.
Should you not be familiar with that just from your 10 years
Mr.
of
Whiffen's report,
experience?
correct?
Correct.
So you know that Mr. Whiffen states that there was a pocket state detected on the iPhone of Mr. O'Keefe at 12:33:14, correct?
Objection.
So the same, I'm going to strike it, do it the same way, Mr. Lassie, okay?
I will, Your Honor. Thank you. Are you aware of whether Mr. Whiffen has put in the report you read a timestamp for detecting pocket states of Mr. O'Keefe? Are you aware of that in the report at all?
I am aware of that in the report, yes.
Collusion.
Do you know when Mr. Whiffen has noted a pocket state detected of Mr. O'Keefe's phone? Do you know?
So, Mr. Lassie, why don't you show it?
That's what I was going to do. I will, Your Honor. And if we could put it, we've got it. That's already in evidence on screen.
Okay.
It's already in evidence in screen.
So are you talking about Mr. Whiffen's report? Or you-
Correct. The one. Well, you know what? I'm going to show him the report, Your Honor. I'll do it the way you suggest. Sir, do you recall the specific time that Mr. Whiffen has stated pocket states detected for the phone of Mr. O'Keefe?
No, I have not.
If I showed you a report of Mr. Whiffen, might that refresh your recollection as to when Mr. Whiffen has stated pocket state detected? Would that help?
Yes.
Okay, sir, I'm going to endeavor to do that. If I could have a moment, Your Honor, I have it.
Yes.
Thank you. I have it, Your Honor, if you have a moment. Mr. Burgess.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what are 2 pages out of the report of Mr. Whiffen that you referenced, and we've been discussing about pocket state.
Sure.
And this one here, if you just read this line because it's the heading, and then the next page, and tell me, sir, with reference to this entry right here, if that refreshes your recollection with regard to a column of pocket state with regard to the phone of Mr. and whether it refreshes your recollection on any comments Mr. Whiffen made about pocket state.
Objection.
I'm going to see you inside after 2 minutes.
Okay.
She's like, okay. I would like to say that there is a moment here that there have been some conversations about concerning Judge Beverly Canoni, a little hand gesture, a little face scritch, the objection, the smile. I'm not going to get into that. That's not me. That's not my realm. It's on the internet if you'd like to find it. But they are going to object, go to side and then basically
research and investigation into this case. If you happen to see here.
And then we are going to go into day 19. And there has been an evening. There has been an evening, a full night in between him testifying. They call it a day. He comes back in the next morning and things can happen. People from Aperture were watching this testimony for sure. It is going to be a conversation that happens with Shanon Burgess. And we are going to have that conversation. I don't know how much we're going to get through, but we're going to try to get through as much as we can. And we are going to put it on the highest quality, closed captioning. We are going to 1.5 speed. Perfect. Would it be crazy if I do 1.55? Would that be absolutely absurd?
All right, Mr. Leslie, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, Mr. Burgess.
Morning.
On your direct examination yesterday, your experience was brought up in questions, correct?
Correct.
On your direct examination, your certifications were brought up in questions, correct?
Incorrect.
There was no discussion in your direct examination about having certifications in Celebrite and Magnet Forensic Axiom. Did I miss?
No, if I misheard your question, it was.
I asked about certifications. I'll repeat it, sir, in case I misspoke. On your direct examination, your certifications were brought up in questions, correct?
Yes, correct.
However, on your direct examination, no questions were asked of you at all about your supposed education, correct?
Correct.
And you did not bring up your educational background at all on direct examination, correct?
Correct.
A forensic examiner must prioritize accuracy, correct?
Correct.
A forensic examiner must prioritize reliability, correct?
Correct.
Both are important?
Correct.
It's criminal proceeding we're in, correct?
Correct.
And therefore, accuracy and reliability are especially important in a criminal case as opposed to a civil case, correct?
I think they would be equally important in both, but yes.
But they're certainly important in a criminal case.
Correct.
And accuracy and reliability are especially important when seconds and minutes matter, as they matter and as you testified to in this case, correct?
Correct.
You testified yesterday that the events on the timeline contained in your PowerPoint presentation that was displayed yesterday and presented to the jury were accurate, your words several times, down to the second, correct?
Correct. For the Lexus, yes.
For the Lexus.
Yes.
You said they were accurate down to the second, correct?
Correct.
Let's take a look at your PowerPoint presentation that you discussed extensively before the jury yesterday. Mr. Woe, could we please bring up slide 32 of the presentation Mr. Burgess discussed with the jury yesterday? And Your Honor, with your permission to publish.
Okay.
Thank you.
Different button
Burgess,
down.
pick your screen.
Sure.
Is
But
this
yes,
a true
same
and accurate
suit,
representation
same
of your
tie.
analysis of Miss Reed's Lexus
It
vehicle
was not.
traveling to 34 Fairview Road and the O'Keefe residence?
Yes.
According to your timeline, Ms. Reed's vehicle powered on at 12:36 a.m. on January 30th, correct?
Correct.
Now, is your timeline on this slide accurate down to the second as you stated?
Kimmy Lovin stuff. I would not say perfect. And I think this is a perfect moment for me which is Alessi is highlighting as well, to just say, maybe I'm not going to say perfect. His digital forensics were good. They were good. And if you scroll back, I said, if his direct before the cross happened, I liked him. He was clear. He was concise. His info made sense. But a big problem here is January 29th and January 30th. There's an issue here. By 6 p.m. January 29th, John O'Keefe's been passed away for at least 12 hours, excuse me. So even if you have perfect data, the presentation of the data matters. It matters. And this is what Alessi is re-highlighting for the jury now. What's the name for the company he works for? I keep wanting to say Aperture. 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 Aperture.
As you stated in your direct examination yesterday.
For the power on and off events, yes.
Yes. Could we go to slide 33, please, Mr. Wolk? And we're going to go through a handful of slides,
Sure.
Mr. Burgess, to just give you a heads up. Is this a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Ms. Reed leaving the O'Keefe's residence at 5:07 a.m.?
Yes, it is.
And according to your timeline, Ms. Reed powered on her vehicle at 5:07:46 a.m. on January 30th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Is the time on this slide accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
Yes, according to the Lexus, yes.
If we could go, Mr. Woke, to slide 34, please. And these are all your slides, correct, sir?
Correct, they
You
are.
prepared them?
Yes.
Is slide 34 a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Ms. Reed traveling to the Dighton residence at 12:25:01 a.m.? I'm sorry, 12:25:01 p.m.
12:35:01, correct.
I'm sorry, thank you, 12:35. And according to your analysis, Ms. Reed powered on her vehicle to travel to Dighton at 12:35:01 p.m. on January 30th, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And is the time on this slide accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
Oops, sorry. The
Yes.
Issues here.
Slide 35, please, Mr. Wolf.
Issues. He doesn't look like a bad guy, but it's quite sloppy for an expert. Experts can't be this sloppy, in my opinion. Agreed. The sloppiness, it
Is
just
this a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Ms. Reed's vehicle being towed by the Massachusetts police vendor from her parents' residence in Dighton?
Yes, it is.
And pursuant to your timeline that you created here, Ms. Reed's vehicle was powered on at 4:11 p.m. on January 30th, 2022, and towed to the Canton Police Department, correct?
Correct.
Is your timeline on this slide accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
Yes, this time, yes.
Slide 36, please, Mr. Wolf. Is slide 36 a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Ms. Reed's vehicle arriving at the Canton Police Department?
Yes, it is.
And pursuant to the timeline you created, Ms. Reed's vehicle powered off at 5:36:42 p.m. on January 30th, 2022, correct? Objection. Objection. Okay. Is your analysis is your analysis on slide 36 accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
Yes, according to the Lexus, yes.
According to the Lexus.
Yes.
In point of fact, Mr. Burgess, none of the 5 timelines that we just reviewed from your presentation are accurate at all, and certainly not down to the second. Am I right or am I wrong?
You are wrong.
Are you aware, and if we could go back to the first slide, which is slide 32, and we'll look at each of them quickly.
Sure.
Are you aware that all of the relevant events in the timeline you described in your presentation in these slides actually occurred on January 29th, 2022, not January 30th, 2022? Do you know that?
This is January 30th, 2022.
That's
January 29th, correct.
It's January 29th, 2022. And in terms of January 30th, I want to go back and make sure it's very, very clear. In your presentation, they actually occurred on January 29th, 2022, correct?
The night of the incident. Yes.
Can I have a moment, Your Honor, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, once that timeline crosses into midnight, it's January 30th, not January 29th, correct?
Correct. Yes, it is January 30th. Yes.
So in actuality, these 5
Sorry, I had to have a conversation as it was happening. Would you hate me if I went back?
timeline, that 2022, very clear. In your presentation, they actually occurred on January 29th, 2022, correct?
The night of the incident. Yes.
Can I have a moment, Your Honor, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, once that timeline crosses into midnight, it's January 30th, not January 29th, correct?
Correct. Yes, it is January 30th. Yes.
So in actuality, these 5 timelines, as you testified to them yesterday, are not accurate down to the second, correct? Because you got the wrong date.
Well, parlance, yes, but yes, they are still accurate to the second.
But the date.
So, Alessi is sitting here. He's not sitting here. He's standing here. He's shaking here. He's vibrating here, trying to even tell him, hey, dude, it's 24 hours off. And he's like, oh, if I said the 29th and I meant the 30th or vice versa, my bad. No. I heard half the jurors do not have a college degree. That was a bad move for the jurors to not have a college degree. I disagree. You don't have to have a college degree to be a smart person. And I have a lot of respect for people who you can definitely have that opinion. That's like not me saying your opinion is wrong. You are more than capable of having. I would never take someone's opinion away from them. But common sense is going to play favorites for the defense when it comes to their defense, their case for Karen Reed. So that's what I think. If they did that on purpose, or if it was a part of the decision making when it came to the jurors, I think common sense, which is not I don't care how many degrees you have. If you ain't got common sense, I'm gonna have a hard time talking to you. Common sense plays a major role when it comes to jury deliberations, and specifically in this case, I think it's going to be extremely powerful to have like well toned and honed common sense. I thought it was me. I thought my Bluetooth speaker died. No. The Legends dropped out of college. I agree with you, Lily. This case is about common sense, and it's hard to say that, oh, if you have a college degree, you don't have common sense. I'm not saying that. If you don't have a college degree, you have common sense. Not saying that at all. But I don't think if you have a college degree, you're going to be a better juror. Life experience is something more important than a degree. And specifically I would say in this sort of situation, life experience, drinking and driving, having people who have died to drinking and driving, having cops in your life, having a close-knit community, growing up on the safe streets, you keep your doors unlocked, all those sort of things that like you grow with, that change and like morph who you are before you even get to the point of having the choice of going to college, is really important. And I think they're really going to play hard and fast too, but the common sense just doesn't fit. Math ain't math.
These 5 timelines, let's pursue this. These 5 timelines are exactly 24 hours off from the time where the event actually occurred, correct?
No. So these events occurred on January 30th. If I misspoken, said the
just
29th. Yes.
said, sorry, I was talking, I have 2 college degrees and I'm a mess. He
Pardon,
just
yes,
said,
but yes, they are still accurate to the second.
But the date, these 5 timelines, let's pursue this. These 5 timelines are exactly 24 hours off from the time where the event actually occurred, correct?
No. So these events occurred on January 30th. If I misspoken, said the 29th. Yes.
Okay.
so Kimmy, I love this. The data and the info on the infotainment system is timestamped, date, and data. Yes. But we have the expert here verbally, audibly, physically representing that data, speaking for that data, and he just said the wrong day. So that is important. That is important. He could walk up and say, he holding a chocolate cream pie. I'm hungry. And say, this is a chocolate cream pie. I'm going to slice it open. And when you cut it open, I've cut 3 of these open so far. It's a chocolate cream pie. And they're delicious. Great. Awesome. But if he walked up and said, well, while holding a chocolate cream pie, that this is a cherry pie, I cut it open and it's a cherry pie. Oh, did I say cherry pie? I meant to say, what type of pie is it? That can negate what the jurors are listening to, what they're ingesting. For digital forensic, it is hands-on and it's always changing. A teacher is different. Alessi is pointing out that it's sloppy work, which begs the question: what else did they get wrong in their interpretation of the data? Alleged expert. So it's tough. It's tough. It's tough because we are all seeing this, and I can say that there's a juror for everyone, right? You know, like there's a juror who is saying, but the data's right there. I don't care what he's saying. Fine, awesome. And then there's a juror sitting there like, dude's got the day wrong. You know, they're all sitting there going, it's not given to us straight. Did you just double down on the wrong date again? Yeah, shall we go back? Because I've been yapping. I'm sorry, I got yapping.
So yes, but yes, they are still accurate to the second.
But the date, these 5 timelines, let's pursue this. These 5 timelines are exactly 24 hours off from the time where the event actually occurred, correct?
No. So these events occurred on January 30th.
He just said no. These events occurred on January 30th. So it does more than just question the witness at this point. It does more than that for some people. It did not happen on the 30th. And we have, like Kimmy says, Ian Whiffen, Jessica Hyde, all the data, all the forensics, all the dates, all the paper, all the Cellbrite, all of these, everything, all of the days, all the text messages, all the timestamps for January 29th. But what it does, it can extend for the jury way past the singular witness. It can extend all the way to the Commonwealth themselves, the entire case in chief themselves, each individual witness themselves, right? And not saying that she's not going to go to jail. She's going to get off scot-free because of this singular witness. I'm not saying that. And I'm not saying that she's going to go to jail and, you know, be in jail for the rest of her life because of this witness. But it can have an effect. It can have a butterfly effect and really start allowing the doubt to sit in. And that's what the defense is like actively trying to just stir up within the jury. It's about the doubt for the defense. And they found the little loose strings to tug at to pull apart the entire sweater. They found the strings. They found the wrong day and time on the PowerPoint. They found the wrong education listed. They found the wrong name of this. They found the copy and paste of due to Commonwealth's request, blah, 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 instead of, but I wrote it myself. No one requested it, but I did it myself. But the front page of your supplemental report says, because the Commonwealth wanted me to do it. So those little things pull and pull and pull and pull, and the sweater just starts to fully unravel, right? So it's the little things add up, and this is what Alessi, Alan Jackson, Yannetti eat for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. They are pros at it. They are pros at just finding each little loose thread and just exposing it. False in one, false in all. Exactly. It can spread through the entire case. And I know Brennan is sitting there going, fuck. Why didn't we just look a little harder? Why didn't we just double check the dates? Why didn't we just double check the series? Why didn't we dig a little bit deeper into this person? Because they just added fuel to the fire that is the defense team. And I am sitting strong, and I still like Shanon with one N. I don't dislike him. I don't get an icky vibe from him. He's probably really fun at parties. He's probably a super chill guy. I don't get an icky vibe from him. I get a vibe of, this is my data. I might have made a few mistakes, but my data is right. Is it off 24 hours? It doesn't matter. The minutes are still minutes. The seconds are still seconds. The grand date doesn't matter. I still get that. So I am there with the people who feel bad for Shanon being fucking destroyed on the stand right now. I'm so there. But at the same time, you have this at play. So that's where I'm currently sitting. It's giving Haze Town when doubt creeps in. Oh no, Shanon is going to end up naked in the end of this cross. Nobody wants that. Nobody wants the naked.
If I misspoke and said the 29th, yes.
Okay.
But we're
You understand my point?
experiencing
Yes, I do.
the confusion. We're experiencing
The core
mistakes.
basis
We're
of
seeing
your job, your role in this
jury's
case,
taking notes, mental or physical.
is to reconcile time discrepancies, as you say, down to the second, correct?
Correct.
But your discussion of the timeline on each of these slides, on each of these key events, is incorrect, correct?
No, it's not incorrect.
So your discussion of the applicable date, you're saying, as you described it yesterday and interpreted this timeline, was correct? Is that what you're saying now?
This timeline is correct.
But
Yes.
my question is your discussion of it yesterday.
If I misspoke and said the 29th, then yes, I misspoke on that. Yes.
And that was your testimony yesterday, what you spoke about.
Yes.
And it hurt. It's frustrating.
Let's turn to a different.
I want it to end.
Lights up, if we could, and thank you for taking that down, Mr. Wolf. Your, actually, to mitigate the inconsistencies that you analyzed yesterday between independent clocks, am I correct that your position is that forensic methodology recommends cross-referencing timestamps from multiple sources to identify discrepancies, and when possible, leveraging time anchors, events that contain both system timestamp and an external physical event to identify and correct timing discrepancies? Do I have that right?
Yes, you do.
Yesterday, we talked about the scientific method. You recall that, sir?
I do.
And how it's designed to prevent bias from infecting the analysis. You recall that as well?
Yes, I do.
And yesterday, you agreed that experts should never selectively gather and interpret evidence to confirm a pre-existing belief while neglecting evidence that contradicts those beliefs, correct?
Correct.
And doing that is called confirmation bias, which you said you understood yesterday, right?
That is correct.
That would be improper to do that, correct?
Yes.
It would raise the specter, if not the reality, of unreliability if that occurred, correct?
It could, yes.
And it could also lead into errors in forensic analyses, correct?
Correct.
Let's take a look at your January 30th report, sir.
Okay.
And this is your first report, your second report being the May 8th report. In your January 30th report, you did not issue any opinion or conclusion with regard to the timing of what you call the text stream event 1162.2 in your January 30th report, did you?
No, I did not.
You didn't even mention either the phrase text stream event or the phrase 1162.2 in your January 30, 2025 report, did you?
No, I did not.
But in that January 30, 2025 report, you did evaluate the variance between the Lexus infotainment system on the one hand and Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone data on the other, correct?
Correct.
In fact, in that report, the January 30th report, you compared the call logs on Ms. Reed's Lexus infotainment system with the call logs on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone in order to evaluate whether there was a variance, correct?
Correct.
And do I have it correct in your report that it's the position that the timestamp call log data
Specifically, the recorded calls between Ms. Reed and Mr. O'Keefe, along with the infotainment power event logs, were analyzed for what you called clock skew by cross-referencing them against other independent data sources, right?
No, so that would have been comparing the timestamps from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone with the timestamps from the defendant's Lexus.
Right.
Correct. Yes.
Yes. Right. To Ms. Reed's Lexus.
Correct.
And a forensic comparison of these data sets was aimed to identify timestamp discrepancies, correct?
Correct.
To identify potential clock skew, correct?
Correct.
And potential clock drift that could impact event reconstruction, correct?
Correct.
All is stated in your January 30th report, right?
Correct.
You should have said it's the Scribner's there instead of tripling down on the information is correct. It's not the date is wrong. The date is wrong, and that's a problem. Unless you get no moments. I don't know how much. I'm gonna do like a hard stop at like 6:30. I really just wanted to watch this with y'all. There is. I mean, there's more to him on the stand and all of that, but that was really a moment that I wanted to share with y'all of like, this is happening. And then I'm going to not be able to stream until Friday. And so I might say, hey, we should all sort of cook ahead a few days, but I don't, I'm not too sure. I'm going to do some thinking as we continue on for a couple more moments.
Represent the witness, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, I am
Sorry, let me pause before it gets going. I wanted to do, they did the same to Ian Whiffen. It was his second time as a witness. I felt bad for him. He was correct about the search at 6:23. Check out his blog. He explains the entire search. Oh yeah. I am on the side of the search did not happen at 2:27 a.m. I seeing the science, I was on just, I need someone to tell me the science in a way for me to understand the science of it all and the maths of it all and the data of it all. I'm on that. I'm there. The search happened at the 6:20 in the morning, not at the 2:27. And I liked Ian Whiffen. I liked Ian Whiffen last trial. I liked Ian Whiffen this trial. I think the problem with Ian Whiffen is not Ian Whiffen. It's how much data and all of the words that go along with that data. He has to do a masterclass while also doing a intro to phone data 101 at the same time for the jury. That's what he has to do for people to not only get it, but like understand it, ingest it, and see it, and it makes sense, and it fits, and the numbers work, and the times work, and the reasons why work. So that's like the only problem with Whiffen is that it's so grand. Like there's so much. It's hard to get lost. It's easy to get lost. It's for some people who might have ADHD. It's easy to get lost and to lose their spot while following Whiffen. But I like Whiffen. I like what he does. I like how he is. He is such a go-get-em when it comes to wanting to make sure the data is proper from beginning to end, that he makes his own things. Like he codes his own programs to get the best of the best data. It's some of the most respectable work that you can see in a trial as an expert. He's on top of it. And when someone says, oh, did you do this? And it's a no, he says no. Just like Shanon with one N. Did you listen to this testimony? No. Okay. Ian Whiffen, did you consider this? No, I didn't. But I considered 18 million other things. So, and I get that. Really, you will be missed. By the way, my niece, whose name is Lily, is having her birthday and graduation party this Saturday. Oh, congratulations. I love that. To my beautiful niece, Lily, and now to a new friend. Oh my gosh, that is so cool. Congratulations, birthday and graduation. That is so fun. That's so awesome. That's so cool. I'm so glad we found each other on the internet. It makes my heart. So yeah, I've seen some of the things that Whiffen has done outside of trial as well. And I mean, dude's smart as fuck. He knows his shit. He knows his shit, and it's amazing. And he's one of the most impeccable expert witnesses that the Commonwealth can have. And I hope that the jury looks at that and says, all of this is wonderful information to have. We can utilize this. And I think the defense is going to have a hard time going up against what Whiffen has handed over to the jury. The head-to-head expert battle between Whiffen and whoever else from the defense, it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough for sure, because who can you get from that can go head to head with Whiffen? On voicemail 8, no strays is like, listen to the goddamn voicemail again. Trial has audio proof of Karen Reed asking Jen McCabe, can you Google how long to die in the cold? And I am on, she Googled that not at the 2:27, later in the morning, which is crazy to say when it's 6 a.m. But I am on that. I never sat in she did it at 2:27 and everyone is lying, or she did it at 6 something and everyone is lying about the 2:27. I never sat in one of those camps. Having Ian Whiffen show me how he knows, does it make sense? Like, does the process make sense to me, who does not know and how to do any of those things? Not necessarily, but is it something that I trust? Yes. But I still have to go listen to that voicemail. So I'm going to have a hard stop at 6:30. I need you guys to tell me, I really want to stream the entire trial, but it's hard when I have a day job and I can't stream every day. We do get behind. Do we just pick up on Friday where we left off and be a few days behind, or do we as a team watch ahead a couple days so we're only a couple days behind when I stream on Friday? You tell me.
Presenting to you what has been marked as Exhibit BBB for identification. I'd ask you to take a look at it, sir, and I'd pick your head up when you've had a fair opportunity to take a look at it.
Or should I just pick?
Okay, sure.
Some
Do you recognize that document,
witnesses
sir?
from
I do.
the days.
May I reapproach your honor?
Yes.
Thank you. What do you recognize that document to be, sir?
Sure. So this is a graph that I put together that is comparing timestamps, call timestamps from the infotainment module with Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
And is that Exhibit BBB for identification in your January 30, 2025 report?
Yes, it is.
And did you create that chart that is depicted in Exhibit BBB for identification?
Yes, I did.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of the information?
Last pause about the Google search. It's hard for me to say she did it in the 620 and I know why that is true, because my comprehension of all the data research and the collection and the tabs and the using of the tabs, I don't have that expertise. I don't have that background. It's something that is hard for me to understand, and I'm super cool with saying that. It's hard for me to comprehend. But is it something that makes a little sense? Could my mind still be changed? Yes. 1, I'm a human. 2, I'm a woman. I am a human woman. I say do short reviews of the important stuff that we've missed so that we can catch up on the actual trial. Okay. I dig it. So maybe like moments of witnesses. Okay. I dig it.
Information that you discussed in page 33 of your January 30, 2025 report.
Yes, it is.
I offer Exhibit BBB for identification into evidence, Your Honor.
If we can introduce the whole report to put it in
Why don't I
context.
see what's up?
She's like, I don't want to introduce this whole actual report. She's like, I don't want to.
Exhibit 189.
Thank you.
And I think it's just
They represented
just
the witness, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr.
Full
Burgess, I
report did not
represented
go
to
in.
you what is now Exhibit 189 in evidence. Ask you to, once again, take a look at it, and if you need further time, please take it, sir, and then pick up your head when you've had a fair opportunity to look at that document.
Okay.
Despite claiming the purpose in your January 30 report of, quote, identifying timestamp discrepancies, potential clock skew, and clock drift, you did not compare the time of the 3-point turn between the infotainment system in the Lexus SUV and Mr. O'Keefe's phone, did you?
Not at that time, no.
Instead,
I'm gonna
Instead,
save this for
you identified the potential variance by analyzing various calls on the infotainment system of the Lexus versus Mr. O'Keefe's phone. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
This data in that exhibit captures a precise moment in time that is easily compared between the two devices, correct?
Correct, it does.
Mr. Wolk, Your Honor, may Mr. Wolk please publish this exhibit?
Okay.
for the search.
So this
Going
data,
off
just to
of
reestablish, captures a
for me, my new sort of conclusion of allowing it to be the 6:20 in the morning, etc., is specifically from just taking in the what happened this trial. Not considering what came out and what was spoken on last trial. Even though I know what happened last trial, and I know that in my brain it's hard because it's like it doesn't make sense. I just don't what I don't understand is one of the little caveats that I have with the Haas Long to Die search is where is the data from when she hit. What do you hit when you're on the iPhone and you open up Safari and you type in, and you hit go? You hit go. You know, the blue button at the bottom, you hit go. Where is there data for when you hit go? And the words associated. You know, that's what I'm missing is I want to have that. Let's see. I can see where there might be some confusion. I update our agency's website and I can publish it, but the publish time will be different from the edit time. Yes. 2 days on cross, and all I got from Alessia is, did you spell check your work? And when's the last time you updated your Black Planet page? It's crazy. Nothing combating the actual data. Well, he's getting into the data now. He is getting into the data, and he's not necessarily combating the data, but he's having the argument and the conversation in front of the jury of why sometimes are the way they are. Next time I'm late for work, I'm going to blame it on clock drift. Solidifying if there is a variant of 21 to 29 seconds, how has the variance changed from your original report to now your supplemental report? How is the time, like the variance amount of seconds changed? So there is some combating the data. There is some combating
a precise
data.
moment in time that's easily compared between the two devices, correct?
But he's not going up directly with his own data as well. That time comes when his expert takes the stand. And when I say his expert, I mean Karen Reed's expert, because it will be her case in chief. So let me get off the screen.
Correct. Now, according to your own table, there are potential offsets of reading in the far right-hand column. 2 seconds. 1 second, 2 seconds, 1 second, 8 seconds, 16 seconds, and 21 seconds, correct?
Correct.
And yet, you failed to apply this variance to the infotainment time on the Lexus associated with the text stream event 1162.2, correct?
Correct. May I explain?
I will proceed along. I'm sure if Mr. Brennan has questions and wants you to explain, he may choose to do that. This is simple arithmetic, is it not? It's either an addition or a subtraction, the offset, correct?
Correct.
And yet, in your initial report
about this,
on January 30th, 2025, you did not take that final analytical step, did you?
No, because these clock variances do not apply to that time frame.
But you didn't take, you know what analytical step I'm talking about, correct?
No, I don't. I don't believe so.
We'll come back to it. I want to go focus on your opinion. What you did do, as I understand it, in your January 30th report. So in your opinion, we can leave that up for a moment, please, because I want to see if we need to show the contrast. With your honor's permission, can we leave it up just a little bit longer?
Yes.
Thank you. In opinion number 5, and please feel free to look at your January 30th report,
Sure.
You indicated only this. The difference between the Lexus infotainment and Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone ranged between 8 seconds and 16 to 21 seconds during the period between 5:21:36 a.m. and 5:31 a.m. on January 29, 2022. Do I have that correct?
Yes, between 5:21 and 5:30 a.m.
Yes. Now what I'd like to do is, and we can take that down. Thank you, Mr. Wolf. Let's talk about what information you learned after you issued your January 30, 2025 report. Or at the time of that report, you received and reviewed a copy of a portion of your colleague's slide presentation and report at Aperture, Dr. Judson Welcher, correct?
From a presentation by Mr. DeSogra. Yes.
Well,
correct.
I understand you want to add Mr. DeSogra. My question is,
Sustained.
okay, yes, Your Honor, thank you.
We have to wait for the defense's case in chief to get their expert who's going to directly, no, not necessarily directly, but as close to direct as possible, combat the expert testimony that we have here. Will there be exactly a one-to-one ratio? No. Will they find experts that can sort of scoop up a couple of theirs? And plus the Commonwealth has to do a lot more when it comes to just, having the burden of proof. The defense does not have burden of proof. The defense does not need to say who did it. They do not need to prove who other than Karen Reed did it. They just need to bore as many holes as possible with this jury of doubt, fill them to the brim of doubt. Just a little bit of doubt here, a little bit out here. That's all they don't need to prove someone else did it. So that's what, and it can be hard when you're watching it. You're like, okay, well then who did it then? Okay, well then what is the data then? Well then what is this then? Well, I don't really have to do that. I just kind of got to make the jury not believe the Commonwealth. It's tough because we want, okay, but if not you, who? We want that answer because we're simple beings, but but that's not required by the defense.
I'm focusing
they'll give you some
on
names
the,
to think about.
what would you like to call it? You call it a slide presentation you prefer, Dr. Welcher?
Sure. We can.
I want to use whatever parlance you're comfortable with.
Yeah, slide's fine. Yeah.
Slide. So the slide presentation of Dr. Welcher that he submitted the same day you submitted your report on January 30, 2025. And in that, he analyzed the timing of the 11:62 to what he calls an infotainment event, you call a text stream event, correct?
Well, could I see the slide we're talking about to clarify?
Absolutely.
Again,
Do we publish what is in evidence of what
I don't have a problem with Shannon.
And I'm also, so there's a request. May I approach, please?
Yes.
And
There's a
how he
request I want to
presents
give
the
you.
data.
That, if we have 188,
don't-
we'll just give him the actual marked exhibit.
He's sitting there and he's taking it like a
Like
a
what
fucking
we'll do?
champ.
We'll use the slide. If you need an exhibit, we'll pull the exhibit and move it along. Please publish, Mr. Wolf. If we could enlarge the text,
He's taking it like
we
a
don't need
champ.
the map, so make that as large as
Which
you can, please,
might-
Mr. Wolf, in the
Which
relevant
might
portions.
hold some power in him. Hopefully, I mean, I don't know if I want him necessarily to keep the job that he has, but if he wants to keep the job that he has, that might hold some weight when it comes to keeping the job that he has, because what happened in court, in the words and the final conclusions of the things and the pointing out of the things and the slipping through the holes and the cracks of the things don't bode well for keeping a job. But hopefully his presentation of himself, him representing himself on the stand, gives a little bit Swiss cheese, gives a little bit of energy of like, but I didn't break down, I didn't burst out, I didn't scream, I didn't holler, I answered the questions though. They threw things at me that I hated to answer, but I answered them without any contest.
You're aware that according to Dr. Welcher's analysis, as depicted in this slide in evidence, the 1162-2, what he calls an infotainment trigger that you call a text stream event, right?
Correct.
The 1162-2 text stream event occurred at 12:31:38 a.m. on January 29, 2022, correct?
Correct.
And that's when it began, right?
That's when the trigger threshold was met. Yes.
That's when the trigger threshold was met.
Correct.
You, we can take that down now, Mr. Woke. You also testified yesterday that you reviewed Mr. Whiffen, Mr. Ian Whiffen's January report, which established a timeline of the last interactive events on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, could we please publish Exhibit 39, which is in evidence?
Okay.
And we could go to slide 82 and have 83 available, if we can enlarge the applicable sections. And what I'm going to ask you, Mr. Burgess, is to see whether these events are consistent with your memory of what the applicable events are. Do you see the column biometric device unlock with Face ID event at 12:32:04 a.m.?
Yes.
Now that's after the 12:31:38 a.m. 11:62:2 text stream event that's in Mr. Welcher's slide, correct, that we just saw?
Correct. The unadjusted Lexus clock. Yes. Timestamp.
So, but I'm going to repeat the question. The 12:32:04 a.m. device unlock with Face ID event is after the 12:31:38 and 12:31:43 11:62:2 text stream event that is stated in Dr. Welcher's report, correct?
Correct.
Now, do you see the lock event which occurred at 12:32:09?
Yes, I do.
That is also after the 12:31:38 to 12:31:43 text stream event, correct?
Yes, the unadjusted time.
That 12:32:09 a.m. lock event is after the 12:31:38 to 12:31:43 range that is stated in Dr. Welcher's report, correct?
Correct. From the Lexus clock.
So if we could go back.
Okay. So we get into a lot of, you know what? you shouldn't even be able to see these, because maybe one day I will be sponsored by Cheez-Its. I just love a Cheez-It. Okay. Hi everybody. I'm going to stop there. We get into some of the down and dirty nitty gritty details of him just questioning, Alessi questioning, this piece, this time, this, that. And not that it's not riveting stuff, but I need to go. And I can't be late, so better a little early. But also, continue watching if you want. It's just it's forever available on Court TV or Law and Crime. I would say if there's a bit in there that as I continue to watch, because I watch everything, every single thing, I will highlight it on Friday, and we'll go through on Friday's stream, starting at, I'm gonna try for 9:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, to go through bits and pieces of the trial. So I will, as I watch, I'll timestamp videos and I'll prep it so we can sort of skip some of, every expert has to go through the background and your education and this, and do you do this, and how do you make sure? So I'll try to get rid of those, and maybe that will help get us a little caught up, maybe skedaddle through and get to some of the meaty stuff while not missing out on still some, I don't want to say lower level, but for the lack of better term, important testimony as well. So I think we should do that. I want to be able to say that I watched the whole thing. I will be watching the whole thing. I have been watching. I am caught up on my own, but streaming wise, we may not be. It's just, things happen. And then the weekend after that is a wild weekend with a big horse race. So I'm going to be all caught up. So I think that will just be best for us. I think they keep saying the Commonwealth, the cases, everything's on time, but I thought it was supposed to be like a 6-week trial. And I don't think that's how that's going to end. It's not going to end in 6 weeks. So very interesting stuff. Let me just make a note. We'll continue. down, and I still will make notes of everything. Shanon Burgess was, I think, a fantastic example of how careful these experts really need to be when it comes to their work. And I think it was also a great example of, if this is what the Commonwealth missed while reviewing reports and info and personal background data on this expert, what did they miss on other experts? It just helps raise questions with the jury. And the defense, Alessi in particular, said it's all fair play. It's all fair game. I can ask you about this. I can ask you about this, and I can ask you, and then I can ask you about this, and then I can ask you about this. I have the ability to ask these questions to unravel you in front of this jury and negate, hopefully for Alessi, negate every single thing you just said to them. And while also highlighting, I need to cut this curl. It is literally like, why are you so long? It is literally in highlight your mistakes that you personally made on your report that was not requested by the Commonwealth, but on the very front page it says it was. Don't freak out. Don't freak out. Sometimes you just have to get rid of a curl that decides to be 8 times longer than every other curl around it. So that's what we'll do. That's what we'll do. If we're all cool with that, I'm cool with that. You guys, I really enjoy doing this. I know I wasn't here for a long time today, but this is really, I really love having people say, yes, but think about this. I'm just like, I'm so here for the conversation. I'm so here for the conversation because I have no one else to talk to about this. My coworkers are like, she's in it. She's innocent. She's guilty. That's it. And I'm like, no. But let me tell you what happened in court today. But let me tell you what happened in court today. And they're like, no. I'm like, no, I need you to know how can you have the information? Then we can have a conversation about it. So I'm glad that I'm finding some folks online who are willing to have conversations about it and, like nerd out over a case that it's taking the internet by storm and somewhat the world. I don't know. I wonder if anyone in like Australia is watching this trial. Or like in London, like, oh, I'm bored. Let me see what's going on in the Karen Reed case. It's very interesting. We're like the only place for the most part. It's very, very rare to see court from any other like country. But we are very into streaming our court and seeing our legal process live in person, watching it happen. I think it's really good for people to learn and see and get an even better idea of what like a day in court looks like. No, you're not seeing the before the gavel is smacked and the hear ye's are here. You're not seeing what happens after, and you're not seeing all of the tired shoving a half a sandwich in your mouth and running and doing all the things and barely surviving through the case, and then the levels of exhaustion. You don't really see all of that, but you're getting way more of a look than just some cheesy television show. So it's really interesting, and I guess I'm going to be a paralegal now, so this is great knowledge for me to have. So I'm going to say goodbye for the day. And I will be back on Friday because I have to job. But I have Friday off. So I'm going to be right here all day, maybe with some new Lego sets even behind me. I got to go get the new Legos. I have so many Legos I need to build. Oh my God. What else? Oh, my name's Lily. If you didn't know, please subscribe. It's very interesting, isn't it? And it's like, it's almost like for me, I don't want to say that she's innocent or she's guilty. I'm not quite comfortable there yet. Give me another trial. Now, if this was post, during deliberation trial number 1, I'd be like, there's no way they proved that she was guilty. There's no way that she proved that she was guilty, other than maybe being a DUI situation. The DUI situation is a completely different conversation in this trial, because she is literally on camera saying, I drank and then I drove. So it's quite different from last trial. So I hope she's kind of prepped for that at least. But wow, I don't, it's hard. The Commonwealth, watching some hearings, sort of being present for the between the two trials aspect, frustrating. I experienced frustration watching the hearing, seeing the piecemeal Sally Port video debacle, seeing the new witness this, the new piece of evidence this, the new this, everything coming in so last minute, the who paid ARCA, the ARCA this, the when did you pay ARCA, the grave concerns nonsense. Seeing that made me absolutely just like I was like, is this real? Like, is this really real? A bit concerning. And then seeing the Commonwealth in action during the trial, I don't know how much they changed having Brennan added to their team. I don't know. It's not over. It's not over. It's not over yet. It's not over yet. But I don't know. But I love to see the process, show us some good lawyering, some good argument. That's what I'm here for, honestly. I love good law. I love good lawyering. And Brennan has had his moments. Lally has had his moments. Lily, the entire world is watching, I'm sure. Country's supposed to be the standard of fairness, and this case is making us look bad, period. Like, exclamation point, period. Oh my gosh. It was the lead up to trial number 2 was extremely frustrating. If the Commonwealth has the proof, then put it up and that's it. But don't twist it to make it fit. Being from the area, I understand the skepticism because Boston has a history of shady cops. But in this case, it's pretty clear she's guilty. I don't know. I have to disagree with the pretty clear part. I won't disagree with anything else. I won't disagree with the guilty or the history or the you being from the area. I'm not going to disagree about where you're from, bruh. No, but I will disagree with the pretty clear, because I don't think much in this case is pretty clear from how it has been presented. From you and me, human to human, it very well could be, if you told me a story, I'd be like, oh my God. Well, she did it, right? Like, it's super clear. But how it has been presented by the Commonwealth over and over and over again, I have a hard time saying pretty clear. But I totally understand what you're saying. You'll be missed while you're jobbing. Thank you. My jobbing is pretty fun though. Like, I like my job. Which is new and different for me, because like a year ago I hated it. I hated my job, and so I changed it to be doing fun things. So I get to do things. I get to be in a place that I like, which is cool. I'm not a paralegal, but all right. I want you guys to have a good rest of your night. I want you guys to be good. I want you all to remember that I will be live on Friday. Tell all your friends to subscribe, and let's take over. Let's rule the world, right? No, that would be super cool. I want to have enough, like views, subs, and all those things to like actually make merch. and it not be like weird. And not because I want to make money. Every video, every stream, I say things. And so Vicky has a list of merch idea. Merch idea. And I just think it'd be really funny if we like turned like every little thing into like a sticker or something. I think that would be really cool. In most cases, by clear is, oh, she's the last person to be seen with the victim. She woke up at 5 a.m. saying John got hit by a plow and her tail is all over the body. Right. And that's what yes, I think we're we're in the same book. We might be like 2 pages away, but I'm on the same page. Yes. If it was just like, dude, like if it had to be presented in I'm just going to tell you a story and here's the facts, right? It could be clear. It could be like crystal clear. But I also would like those facts to come from someone who didn't say all those really terrible things about the defendant literally immediately. That's a problem. So, and it gets all messed up. It very easily could be a super duper clear case. It could be. I'm so there. But the moment that, and I don't even want to say like, it's not the I hit him. It's not the EMTs. It's not the we're not friends, we're acquaintances nonsense. I think it's the moment Proctor sends those texts is when everything gets hazy. That's when I think it really starts to just get hazy, and I can, if it wasn't for that sort of turning point moment, and not having a video of the tow, not having a video or a picture of her car as the cops made it to Dighton, not going, okay, so you didn't go to 34 Fairview for 2 freaking days. Okay, you put the clothes on, the paper on the floor but then you have the case manager, and I will for this moment in time not say lead investigator, case manager. I would like to speak to your manager, the person who is in charge. Do what he did, say what he said, have it be supported by those around him, applauded, thumbs up. I think that is a moment where it's like, oh, we have to rethink everything for the jury. I have to go. I need to leave now. Y'all are the best. I will see you all Friday. Watch as much trial as you want. If you don't want the craziness of like super big channels or like super oppressive, sort of like she's super innocent or she's super guilty, that type of like one-sided energy, I would honestly just watch like Court TV or Law and Crime and just turn the comments off. I give her credit because she was dating cops and got led into their inner circle. She knew all the weaknesses to expose. She did love a cop, didn't she? She did love a man in uniform, even if that uniform had to be extended a couple of buttons. She did love a man in uniform. John O'Keefe was a looker, but also they dated previously, like back when they were like younger. They were like kind of together for a little bit. I don't think it was really anything serious. Go be a paralegal soon and have a great day. Y'all are great. I could talk about it forever with y'all. I'll see you on Friday. And just, watch things without comments or like commentary if it's not your vibe. If not, we can always talk about it on Friday. All right, I'll see you later. I'm gonna play my intro as my outro because I don't have an outro, and I'll catch you on the flip side.